Put yourself on the corner of Princeton Avenue. It is a humid morning in August. The year is 1913. The air smells of coal dust and unpaved earth. Usually, the loudest thing you hear in these mountains is the distant whistle of a steam locomotive or the clatter of horses' hooves on the hard-packed clay. But today, the sound is different. It starts as a low growl, a mechanical coughing that vibrates in your chest. Then, a roar. It is a sound that doesn't belong here. It is the sound of the future tearing through the past. Heads turn, men in bowler hats stop mid-sentence, and then, cutting through that mechanical roar, comes a sound everyone knows. The sharp, cracking snap of a revolver. Once, twice. Then a volley that echoes off the brick facades of the new downtown buildings. A black metal shape tears around the corner. It isn't a horse, it is a machine. It moves with a speed that seems unnatural, kicking up a storm of brown dust that blinds the onlookers. Men are hanging off the running boards. In their hands, they aren't holding reins. They are holding cold, blue steel. This didn't happen in Chicago. It didn't happen in New York City. This happened in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. What you just visualized is not a scene from a movie. It is the moment the Wild West died and the era of the gangster was born. Most people think of 1913 as ancient history, a time of sepia photos and stiff collars. But on that August morning, the residents of Bluefield, West Virginia, witnessed a crime so advanced, so militaristic, that local law enforcement didn't even have the vocabulary to describe it. They were looking for bandits on horseback. Instead, they got a paramilitary unit in a high-speed automobile. These men didn't just rob a bank, they declared war on the 20th century. They cut the communication lines to the outside world, they used military-grade diversion tactics, and they drove a getaway vehicle through terrain that most people wouldn't dare cross on a mule. The money they took would be worth millions today. But the money isn't the story. The story is about how a quiet coal town became the stage for one of the most desperate, high-octane chases in American history. A chase that pitted the raw, brute force of the industrial age against the cunning of old-school mountain detectives. So forget the romantic images of outlaws you've seen in westerns. This wasn't romance, this was a collision. And when the dust finally settled on that mountain road, nothing in this town would ever be the same again. To understand why this happened here, you have to scrub away the rust of the last 100 years. You have to look past the empty storefronts and the quiet streets of modern Appalachia. In 1913, Bluefield, West Virginia, was not a sleepy mountain town. It was a supernova. They called it the Magic City. And it wasn't because of magicians or carnival tricks. It was because the city seemed to rise from the wilderness overnight, fueled by the one thing the world needed more than anything else: coal. The Pocahontas coal field lay just beneath the feet of these residents. It was the highest quality coal on Earth. It powered the battleships of the U.S. Navy. It fueled the steel mills of Pittsburgh. It kept the lights on in Manhattan. And all that black rock turned into rivers of green money that flowed right into Bluefield. Imagine walking down Bland Street in 1913. You wouldn't see stereotypical hillbillies in overalls. You would see men in tailored Italian suits trying to keep the mud off their polished leather shoes. You would see grand hotels with crystal chandeliers. You would hear the constant, rhythmic shunting of train cars, thousands of them, carrying the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution. At this specific moment in time, Bluefield had more millionaires per capita than almost any other city in America. Think about that. More than New York. More than San Francisco. It was an island of extreme wealth in a sea of jagged mountains. And where did all those millionaires keep their money? In the banks, specifically the First National Bank of Bluefield. This wasn't a wooden shack with a safe in the back. It was a temple of commerce. Thick stone walls, high ceilings, brass teller cages. It was designed to look invincible. A place where a coal baron could drop a bag of gold coins and feel the heavy, reassuring thud on the marble counter. But there was something else inside that bank. Something specific. See, in 1913, credit cards didn't exist. Direct deposit was science fiction. Miners were paid in cash. Scrip was common, yes, but for the big purchases, for the real economy, you needed physical currency. Every week, trains arrived from the Federal Reserve, offloading canvas sacks heavy with silver dollars and crisp banknotes. This cash was destined for the payrolls of tens of thousands of miners working in the hollows surrounding the city. This brings us to a staggering fact. On any given Friday, the vaults in downtown Bluefield often held more liquid cash than the entire state treasury of West Virginia. It was a stockpile, a dragon's hoard sitting there, waiting to be distributed. The bank managers felt safe. They had the mountains as a natural wall. They had the local police. They had the sheer audacity of their own reputation. Who would be crazy enough to rob the bank in a town run by coal operators who practically owned the law? It seemed impossible. It seemed suicide. But wealth has a magnetic pull. It draws in investors, it draws in workers, and if you pile it high enough, it draws in predators. While the bankers were counting their deposits and the coal barons were lighting cigars, a group of men were looking at Bluefield on a map. They didn't see a magic city. They didn't see a miracle of industry. They saw a piggy bank, and they had brought a hammer. When you picture a bank robber from the early 1900s, who do you see? A dusty cowboy with a bandana over his face? A desperate drifter who had too much whiskey and not enough sense? Erase that image. The men who came to Bluefield were not cowboys. They were not desperate. They were something far more dangerous. They were professionals. In the history of American crime, there is a distinct shift that happens right around this time. The old outlaw, the romantic figure riding across the plains, was dying out. He was being replaced by a new breed, the career criminal. These men didn't rob banks because they had a grudge against the sheriff. They robbed banks because it was their job. They clocked in, they did the work, and if everything went right, they clocked out rich. We know they weren't locals. In a town like Bluefield, where everyone knew everyone's grandfather, a local crew would have been recognized before they even walked through the door. These men were ghosts. They slipped into the city unnoticed, likely by train, weeks before the event. Imagine them sitting in a diner across from the bank, drinking coffee, watching. They weren't looking at the scenery. They were counting steps. How many seconds does it take for the guard to turn his back? What time does the teller unlock the front gate? When is the street busiest? When is it empty? This was surveillance. It was data collection. They noticed the rhythms of the city. They saw that the police force, while tough, was reactive. The police waited for trouble to happen. This new breed of criminal relied on the element of surprise to be gone before the reaction could even start. They were cold. They were calculating. And they were heavily armed. We aren't talking about rusty six-shooters found in a barn. They carried high-caliber automatic pistols and sawed-off shotguns, weapons designed for close-quarters combat, weapons designed to clear a room in 2 seconds flat. But their most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun. It was their ambition. Most thieves in 1913 would be happy with a registered drawer full of cash, a few $100s, maybe 1,000. These men were looking at the vault of the First National Bank and doing the math on a score that would equal a lifetime of wages. They knew the risks. They knew that West Virginia justice was often delivered at the end of a rope, not a gavel. But they also knew that the world was changing. The old laws couldn't keep up with the new speed of life. They had the plan, they had the firepower, they had the target. But to pull off the impossible, to rob the richest bank in the mountains and vanish into thin air, they needed an escape vehicle that defied the laws of nature. A horse has limits. It gets tired, it gets spooked, it can be tracked. So, they decided to trust their lives to a machine. To understand how insane this plan was, you have to understand cars in 1913. Today, if you rob a bank, a car is the default choice. It's reliable, it's fast. But in 1913, a car was a temperamental, exploding collection of metal and rubber that hated you. Most people in Bluefield still got around on horses or mules. The roads weren't highways. They were wagon trails, deep ruts carved into the clay, filled with rocks the size of watermelons. When it rained, they turned into swamps. When it was dry, they were dust bowls. Taking a car into the Appalachian Mountains wasn't transportation. It was an extreme sport. Yet, the gang chose this. Why? Speed. Raw, terrifying speed. A good horse can gallop at 30 miles per hour, but only for a short burst. After a few miles, it needs to rest. A 1913 touring car, like a Studebaker or a Ford Model T, could sustain 30, maybe 40 miles per hour indefinitely. as long as the engine didn't overheat and the tires didn't blow. Imagine the vehicle they secured. It was a beast of open-air steel. No seatbelts, no airbags, just a bench seat, a steering wheel the size of a pizza, and an engine that sounded like a tractor fight. The robbers likely modified it. They would strip off any unnecessary weight. Fenders? Gone. Extra seats? Gone. They needed every ounce of horsepower to climb those steep mountain grades. But the real advantage was psychological. Police on horseback were used to chasing other horses. They knew the rhythm of a gallop. They knew how to cut off a rider. But how do you chase a machine that doesn't get tired? How do you catch something that roars uphill faster than your horse can trot? It was a technological, asymmetrical warfare. It would be like a criminal today using a jetpack while the police are stuck in traffic. But there was a catch, a massive one. Cars in 1913 were loud, extremely loud. You couldn't sneak up on anyone. Starting the engine involved hand-cranking a lever on the front, risking a broken wrist if it kicked back. It was a violent, noisy process, so the plan had a fatal flaw. Once that engine started, the clock wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Every person within a 5-block radius would look up. They needed a way to buy time. They needed to make sure that even if the town heard them, even if the town saw them, no one could call for help. They had the muscle, they had the speed. Now, they needed to blind the city. Information travels fast, even in 1913. If the robbers hit the bank and sped off, the bank manager only had to run to the nearest telephone or telegraph office. Within 30 seconds, a message would be tapping out over the copper wires. Robbery in Bluefield, headed south. The sheriff in the next town over, maybe 10 miles away, would get the message before the robbers even got halfway there. He would simply drag a log across the road, gather a posse, and wait with shotguns leveled at the first car that appeared. The robbers knew this. They knew that in a race between a car and a telegram, the telegram wins every single time. So the night before the attack, or perhaps in the early dawn hours, a shadow moved through the outskirts of town. This wasn't the work of a thug. This was the work of a saboteur. They located the main trunk lines. These were thick bundles of wire strung high up on wooden poles, humming with the invisible chatter of the city. These wires were the nervous system of the region. They connected Bluefield to the police, to the railroad dispatchers, to the rest of civilization. Someone climbed that pole. Imagine the friction of wood against leather boots, the slight sway of the pole in the wind, the isolation of being 30 feet in the air in the pre-dawn darkness. He pulled out a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. With one snip of the pliers, Bluefield was cut off from the rest of the world. It sounds simple, but the implication is terrifying. It turned the city into a cage. If things went wrong, if the bank turned into a slaughterhouse, no one was coming to help. The National Guard wouldn't know. The state police wouldn't know. It was a tactic straight out of a military playbook: divide and conquer, isolate the battlefield. And here's the micro hook. While the residents of Bluefield were waking up, brewing their coffee and reading the morning paper, they didn't realize they were already trapped. The invisible walls had gone up while they slept. The saboteur climbed down. He pocketed the cutters. He vanished back into the shadows to join the others. The trap was set. The car was prepped. The wires were dead. The sun began to climb higher over the mountains. The bank employees arrived, unlocking the heavy front doors, blissfully unaware that they were walking into a scene that had been choreographed for weeks. The robbers checked their weapons one last time. They adjusted their coats. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. It was time to go to work. The First National Bank of Bluefield opens its doors. The lobby smells of floor wax and old paper. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the high windows. It's quiet, a respectful quiet. The only sounds are the scratching of fountain pens and the soft murmur of tellers speaking to customers. Then, the doors open again. 3 men enter. They don't run. Running attracts attention. They walk with purpose. Their footsteps on the marble floor echo a little too loudly. They are wearing long coats, which is strange for a humid August morning. A teller looks up. Maybe he intends to offer a polite greeting. Maybe he just notices that these men are moving in a formation that feels wrong. The leader steps to the center of the room. He doesn't go to the counter. He stops. He looks around. He scans the balcony. He scans the exits. For a split second, time seems to freeze. You know that feeling when the air pressure drops right before a thunderstorm? That's the feeling in the room. The primitive part of the human brain screams that a predator has entered the cave. Then, the coats sweep back. The metal comes out. Hands up. Don't move. The shout shatters the respectful silence. It's guttural, violent. It bounces off the stone walls, making it sound like there are 10 men instead of 3. The reaction is confusion, denial. People don't immediately scream. They freeze. They stare. Is this a joke? Is this a drill? The leader fires a shot into the ceiling. Crack! Plaster dust rains down like snow. Now, the denial is gone. Now, there is only terror. Customers drop to the floor. Tellers back away from their cages, hands trembling in the air. The smell of floor wax is replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder. One robber moves to the door, flipping the sign to closed and pulling the shade. The outside world disappears. Inside, the rules of society have just been suspended. The other 2 move toward the cages. They move with the efficiency of machines. No wasted motion. One covers the crowd, his gun sweeping back and forth like a metronome. The other vaults over the counter. He isn't looking for loose change. He is looking for the head cashier. He knows exactly who holds the keys. Open it, he commands. The cashier, a man who has likely never held a gun in his life, stares down the barrel of a black steel pistol. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He fumbles for the keys on his belt. His fingers feel numb, useless. Open it now, or you're a dead man. The robber's voice is calm. That's the scariest part. He isn't screaming. He is simply stating a fact. The key slides into the lock of the inner gate. The metal tumblers click. They are in. Inside the cage, the world shrinks. It's just the robber, the terrified clerks, and the money. This isn't like the movies where stacks of cash are neatly bundled on a table. This is a working bank. There is loose currency in the drawers. There are bags of silver coins that weigh as much as a bowling ball. There are bonds, certificates, private ledgers. The robber ignores the paper. He ignores the silver. He goes straight for the large canvas sacks. He knows what they look like. He knows the markings of the Federal Reserve. He grabs a sack. It's heavy, satisfyingly heavy. He throws it to his partner, then another, then another. In 1913, the average coal miner made about $2 a day. In seconds, these men are tossing around the equivalent of 10 lifetimes of labor. But outside the cage, the control is slipping. You can't hold a room full of people hostage forever. Fear turns into panic. Panic turns into unpredictability. A woman on the floor starts to sob. A man near the door shifts his weight, thinking about making a run for it. The robber guarding the lobby senses the shift. He racks the slide of his shotgun, a metallic clack-clack that freezes everyone in place. Stay down! He kicks a desk. Papers fly everywhere. He needs to keep them terrified. He needs to keep them paralyzed. Back in the vault, the greedy phase begins. They have the main sacks, but now they start sweeping the drawers. They are stuffing their pockets, their shirts. They are grabbing handfuls of bills. It's sloppy, but it's human nature. When you are standing in a river of gold, you try to drink as much as you can. Time, the lookout shouts. They have been inside for maybe 3 minutes. It feels like 3 hours. But the plan has a strict timeline. Every second they stay is a second the police get closer. Every second increases the chance that someone on the street noticed the close sign at the wrong time. The bagman heaves the loot over his shoulder. He looks like Santa Claus from hell. They begin to back out. They don't turn their backs on the hostages. They move in reverse, guns still trained on the trembling crowd. Nobody moves for 5 minutes, the leader warns. Anyone comes out that door, we shoot the first person we see. It's a bluff. Or maybe it isn't. No one wants to find out. They reach the front door. The leader reaches for the handle. And that is when the silence of the street outside is broken, not by a siren, but by a voice. A pedestrian, maybe a shopkeeper from next door, has walked up to the glass, cupping his hands to peer inside, wondering why the bank is closed on a Tuesday morning. He sees the guns. He sees the masks. His eyes go wide. He turns around and screams at the top of his lungs. Robbery! They're robbing the bank. The element of surprise is gone. The alarm has been raised, and the robbers are still inside. The plan has fractured. The silent exit is impossible. Now, it's a breakout. The leader kicks the door open. The glass shatters. They burst out onto Princeton Avenue, not as ghosts, but as targets. The street is no longer quiet. People are running, shopkeepers are coming out of their stores, and unlike modern bystanders who might pull out a phone to record, citizens in 1913 West Virginia pulled out weapons. This was coal country. People were armed. A shot rings out from a second-story window, then another from the hardware store across the street. The robbers are taking fire. But they were ready for this. One of the men reaches into his coat. He doesn't pull out a gun. He pulls out a device that looks like an oversized firecracker. He lights the fuse and tosses it into the middle of the street. Boom! It's not dynamite, it's a smoke bomb. A thick, acrid cloud erupts, swallowing the intersection. It's gray, choking, and blinding. The air turns gray, and in that grayness, the bullets start flying. Confusion reigns supreme. The citizens can't see what they are shooting at. They hear shouting. They hear the heavy boots of the robbers sprinting on the pavement. To the car! Get to the car! They are running blind, guided only by memory. The heavy sacks of money are weighing them down, slamming against their backs with every step. Bullets zip through the smoke, snapping against the brick walls, shattering storefront windows. It's a war zone. Through the haze, they see the silhouette of their salvation. The black automobile. The driver is already there. He's been cranking the engine like a madman. The motor catches with a roar, coughing black smoke that mixes with the white diversionary smoke. The robbers dive in. They don't open doors, they vault over the sides. The money bags are thrown into the back seat, piling up like sandbags. Go, go! The driver slams the car into gear. The tires spin on the cobblestones, screeching, smelling of burnt rubber. The car fishtails violently, narrowly missing a horse-drawn delivery wagon. As they peel away, the smoke begins to clear. The sheriff runs out of his office, pistol in hand. He sees the tail end of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. He raises his gun, takes aim, and fires. But it's too late. The bullet buries itself in a wooden telephone pole. The robbers are gone. They have the money, they have the car, but they have made a critical mistake. In the chaos and the smoke, they turned south. They didn't head for the open highway. They headed straight toward the wildest, most rugged terrain in the eastern United States. They thought the mountains would hide them. In reality, the mountains were about to trap them. Have you ever driven a modern car on a gravel road? It vibrates. It's loud. Now imagine doing that in a vehicle with wooden spoke wheels, leaf spring suspension, and tires as thin as a bicycle's. And imagine doing it at 40 miles per hour. The getaway car is screaming. The engine is redlining, a constant deafening roar that drowns out the wind. Inside the car, it is violent. The robbers are bouncing off each other. They are holding onto the sides with white-knuckled grips. Every pothole feels like a bomb going off under the chassis. They are leaving the paved streets of Bluefield behind. Now, they are in the deep country. The road is just a ribbon of dirt carved into the side of a cliff. To the left, a wall of rock. To the right, a drop-off into the valley below. There are no guardrails. One wrong turn, one blown tire, and they tumble 500 feet to their deaths. The driver is fighting the wheel. There is no power steering. He has to muscle the car around every hairpin turn, sweat pouring down his face, mixing with the dust and soot. But they are moving. They are putting miles between them and the bank. They pass farmers in wagons who stare in disbelief. A car? Moving that fast? It's like seeing a spaceship. The chickens scatter. The horses rear up in terror as this black demon roars past. The robbers look back. The road behind them is empty. No flashing lights, no sirens, just the settling dust. They start to smile. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a euphoric rush. They did it. They actually did it. They start to laugh. They slap each other on the back. They reach into the bags and pull out handfuls of cash, letting the wind whip a few bills out of the car, an offering to the gods of speed. They think they have outsmarted the law. They think the car makes them invincible. But they are forgetting something. A car needs fuel, a car needs water for the radiator, and a car needs a road. They are driving deeper into a labyrinth. The further south they go, the narrower the roads get, the steeper the hills become. And unbeknownst to them, the telegraph wires they cut back in Bluefield, they were fixed faster than they anticipated. The silence has been broken. While the robbers are celebrating in their mechanical bubble, the invisible net is already being cast. Messages are flying to the towns ahead of them. Look for a black car, heavily armed, shoot on sight. The road ahead isn't empty. It's waiting. Back in Bluefield, the shock is wearing off. The smoke is cleared. The ringing in the ears of the bank tellers is fading. Now comes the anger. The sheriff stands in the middle of the street. He is surrounded by a crowd of furious citizens. Men are running to their homes to grab rifles. This isn't just a crime, it's an insult. Strangers came into their town, threatened their women, stole their money, and drove away laughing. The sheriff knows he can't catch a car on a horse, but he knows something the robbers don't. He knows the geography. He runs to the rail yard. He doesn't need a fast car. He needs a locomotive. Within minutes, a plan is formed. They will load men and horses onto a train and send it down the line to cut off the escape route. It's a brilliant move. The train can move faster than the car on the winding mountain tracks. But the sheriff needs more than just a posse. He needs professionals. He makes a call, not to the state police, not to the FBI, which barely existed yet. He calls a number that every criminal in the coal fields feared. He calls the local office of the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. This is the turning point. If the robbers were just dealing with a local sheriff, they might have gotten away. But by hitting Bluefield, they poked the bear. The Baldwin-Felts agents were not normal police. They were private enforcers. They were the men the coal companies called when miners went on strike. They were the men who tracked down train robbers. They were essentially mercenaries with badges. They were tough, they were ruthless, and they knew these mountains better than anyone on earth. When the call comes in, the agents don't panic. They don't rush. They simply stand up, check their weapons, and grab their hats. They bring out the heavy artillery, high-powered rifles with scopes, maps that show every deer trail and creek bed. The sheriff coordinates with them. They went south toward Graham. They're heading for the state line. The head detective nods. He looks at the map. He traces a line with his finger. They have to cross the gap at Stony Ridge, he says. If we get there first, they're finished. The hunt is on. It is no longer a chase. It is a pincer movement. On one side, the sheriff and the angry citizens. On the other, the cold, professional killers of the Baldwin-Felts Agency. And in the middle, blissfully unaware, 3 men in a car are driving straight into a bottleneck. We need to pause for a second and talk about who is chasing these robbers. Because if you don't understand the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, you don't understand the terror of this situation. In 1913, in West Virginia, the law was flexible. The sheriff was the law, sure, but the Baldwin-Felts agents were the power. Founded by William Baldwin and Thomas Felts right here in Bluefield, this agency was the Appalachian equivalent of the Pinkertons. But where the Pinkertons were famous for protecting presidents and chasing Butch Cassidy, the Baldwin-Felts were famous for one thing: crushing resistance. They were hired by the coal barons to keep order in the camps, and order often meant violence. These men were not fresh-faced cadets. Many were veterans of the range wars. Some were former outlaws themselves who had switched sides. They were marksmen, trackers, men who could sleep in the mud and hunt a man for days without stopping. They didn't carry badges. They carried Winchesters. Imagine being hunted by a group of men who treat a manhunt not as a duty, but as a sport. They knew the terrain intimately. They knew which hollows were dead ends. They knew which creeks were shallow enough to cross. The robbers in the car had technology. They had the speed of the future. But the Baldwin-Felts had the brutality of the past. As the agents fanned out, they used a network of informants. Every station master, every store clerk, every farmer on the party line was eyes and ears for the agency. The car was spotted near Tazewell, then near a fork in the road by the river. The reports were coming in. Black car, 3 men, moving fast. The detectives didn't chase the car from behind. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, they moved to intercept. They calculated the speed. They looked at the road ahead. They realized the car had to slow down. The mountains don't forgive speed forever. Eventually, the road would turn into a goat path. Eventually, the radiator would boil over. The detectives positioned themselves. They set up ambushes at key choke points. They weren't planning to arrest these men. In the eyes of the agency, bank robbers were no different than rabid dogs. You don't reason with them, you put them down. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky. The shadows in the valleys were getting longer. For the robbers, the joyride was about to end. For the detectives, the workday was just beginning. The geography of Appalachia is beautiful. Rolling green hills, misty valleys. But if you are on the run, it is a prison. The robbers are discovering this the hard way. The wide, packed dirt road they started on has disappeared. They are now on a narrow track, barely wide enough for the wheels. The trees are closing in, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out the sun. The car is suffering. The engine is knocking. The radiator is hissing, spitting steam onto the windshield. The driver has to downshift, crawling up steep inclines at 5 miles per hour. The speed advantage is gone. Inside the car, the mood is shifted. The laughter is dead. The silence is heavy. "Where are we?" one of them asks. "Just keep driving," the leader snaps. But he sounds unsure. They pass a landmark, a distinctive rock formation, and 20 minutes later, they pass it again. They are going in circles. The labyrinth has them. Then, the inevitable happens. The road ahead is blocked, not by a police barricade, but by nature. A fallen tree, a washed-out bridge, or maybe just a patch of mud so deep it looks like quicksand. The driver slams on the brakes. The car skids to a halt. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling roughly. The silence of the forest rushes back in. The birds are singing. The wind is rustling the leaves. But underneath those sounds, they hear something else. It's faint at first. The snap of a twig, the scuff of a boot on rock, the distant baying of a hound. They look at each other. They know. "Get out," the leader whispers. "Grab the money." They abandon the machine. The mechanical horse that saved them is now a useless anchor. They grab the heavy canvas sacks. They grab their rifles. They run into the woods. Now they are on foot. They are city men in patent leather shoes trying to navigate a vertical wilderness. They slip on wet leaves. They tear their expensive coats on briars. The money, once their prize, is now a burden. 50 pounds of silver feels like 500 pounds when you are climbing a ridge. They can hear the pursuers getting closer. The Baldwin Felts agents are not running. They are moving methodically. They are closing the net. The robbers reach a clearing. A small farmhouse stands in the distance. Maybe they can steal horses. Maybe they can barricade themselves inside. They make a break for it. But the mountains have eyes. The first shot doesn't sound like a gunshot. In the open air of the mountains, it sounds like a whip crack. Crack! Dirt sprays up near the leader's feet. He dives behind a fallen log. "They're here!" Suddenly, the tree line erupts. The Baldwin Felts agents have surrounded the clearing. They are firing from cover, their shots precise and rhythmic. The robbers return fire. Their automatic pistols bark rapidly, spitting brass casings into the dead leaves. They are spraying bullets, hoping to keep the heads of the pursuers down. But they are outgunned, and they are outpositioned. One of the robbers tries to flank, moving toward the farmhouse. He makes it 3 steps before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. He spins around, dropping his gun, and falls into the high grass. He screams. It's a raw, animal sound that cuts through the gunfire. The other 2 are pinned down. Splinters of wood fly from the log protecting them. They are trapped. "Surrender!" a voice booms from the trees. "Throw out your weapons and come out with your hands up!" The leader looks at his partner. He looks at the bag of money. He looks at the bleeding man in the grass. He knows there is no prison cell waiting for them. Not really. If they surrender, they might get lynched by the angry mob back in town. If they fight, they die here. He makes a choice. He rises up, firing blindly toward the trees. It's a suicide run. The response is immediate. A volley of fire from 3 different directions. The leader jerks backward as if pulled by an invisible rope. He collapses. The silence returns instantly. The third robber, seeing his partners down, throws his gun away. He raises his hands, trembling violently. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The agents emerge from the trees. They don't run. They walk slowly, weapons still raised. They check the bodies. They kick the guns away. The shootout lasted maybe 2 minutes, but for the men involved, it felt like a lifetime. The grass is stained red. The air smells of sulfur and pine. The lead detective walks over to the canvas sack lying in the dirt. He nudges it with his boot. It's heavy. He looks down at the surviving robber. The man is crying, broken, covered in mud. "Game over, son," the detective says. They drag the survivor to his feet. They collect the bodies. They pick up the money. The sun is setting now. The mountains are turning purple and black. The chase is done. The law has won. But as they load the bodies onto a wagon to take them back to town, a strange thought occurs to one of the agents. He looks at the car, abandoned back on the road. He realizes that they didn't just catch 3 thieves. They just ended an era. The procession back to Bluefield was like a Roman triumph. The sheriff, the detectives, the captured survivor, and the bodies of the fallen. When they arrived, the streets were lined with people. The anger from the morning had turned into morbid curiosity. Men held up lanterns to get a look at the bandits. Children peeked from behind their mothers' skirts. They laid the bodies out. It was a grim warning. This is what happens when you come to our town. This is what happens when you cross the Baldwin Felts. The surviving robber was thrown into the county jail. His trial would be swift. In 1913, justice didn't drag on for years. He was sentenced to a long term in the state penitentiary, a place that, at the time, was hardly better than a death sentence. But then came the counting. The bank managers, still shaking, opened the recovered canvas sacks. They stacked the bills. They counted the silver. And here's the twist. The micro hook. When the final tally was done, almost all the money was there, but not all of it. A few $1,000s, a fortune in those days, was missing. Did the robbers hide it in the woods before the shootout? Did it fall out of the car during the chase? Or perhaps did one of the detectives or a member of the posse decide to take a finder's fee before handing over the bags? We will never know. That money is likely still out there, buried in the rot of the forest floor, or spent long ago on a new farm or a gambling debt. The bank reopened the next day. They repaired the glass. They scrubbed the floor. Business went on. The coal kept moving. The trains kept running. But the psychological scar remained. The First National Bank installed new alarms. They hired armed guards. The era of the gentleman's agreement was over. The town realized that their isolation didn't protect them anymore. The automobile had shrunk the world. If a car could bring bandits in, it could bring anything in. The surviving robber eventually faded into obscurity. He became a number in a ledger. But the story of the day the Magic City turned into a battlefield became a legend. It was told on porches and in barbershops for generations. I remember the sound, old men would say. I remember the smoke. It was a victory for the law, but it was also a warning. The future was coming, and it was coming fast. When we look back at the Bluefield Bank robbery of 1913, it's easy to see it just as a crime story, a real-life action movie with guns and cars. But if you squint, you can see something more important. You can see the hinge of history turning. Think about the image of that getaway. A black automobile, smoking and roaring, speeding away from men on horseback. That is the 20th century in a nutshell. The machine was leaving the animal behind. Within a few years, horses would disappear from police work. Sheriffs would trade their Stetsons for patrol caps. The Baldwin Felts Agency would eventually be dissolved, replaced by the FBI and modern state police forces. The wild, unregulated violence of the coal fields would be tamed, or at least hidden behind corporate lawyers and union contracts. Those three robbers were pioneers, in a twisted sense. They were the first to realize that technology was a weapon. They just weren't good enough to wield it yet. They were stuck between two worlds. They had the tools of the future, the car, the wire cutters, but they had the mindset of the past, hiding in the woods. If they had stayed on the road, if they had known the route better, if they hadn't panicked, they might have gotten away with the perfect crime. But history is written by the winners, and in this case, the winners were the men who knew the land. Today, Bluefield is quieter. The coal boom has faded. The Magic City is a shadow of its former self. The First National Bank building still stands, a silent monument to a gilded age. If you walk down Princeton Avenue now, you'll hear cars passing by every few seconds. You don't even notice them. They are just background noise. But try to imagine that sound for the first time. Try to imagine the terror of that engine roaring when silence was the norm. The world moves on. The scars heal. The money is spent. But stories like this remind us that civilization is fragile. It only takes 3 men and a machine to turn a peaceful morning into chaos. And somewhere in those mountains, maybe under a rock or in the hollow of an old oak tree, there might still be a few silver dollars resting in the dirt, waiting for someone to find them. A small piece of the Wild West that the future forgot to take with it.
They say that on the night Talton Hall died, the mountains themselves held their breath. This wasn't a death in a blaze of glory, not a gunfight between 2 men in a dusty street. This was something colder. This was a mob, silent and determined, dragging a shackled man from a train car. This was the end of the line for the man they called the Pikeville Killer, the Mountain Demon, his fate sealed not by a judge's gavel, but by a rope thrown over the branch of a maple tree. How does a man become so feared that his death becomes a legend? Was he a simple monster, a killer for hire who finally ran out of road? Or was he something more complex, a perfect, brutal product of a lawless time? To understand what happened on that September night in 1892, we have to go back. We have to trace the bloody path that led Talton Hall from the anonymous hollows of Kentucky to his final, haunting dance at the end of a rope. To understand the man, you have to understand the mountains that made him. Talton Hall was born around 1846 into a world that was already old, a world of deep hollows and interlocking ridges that separated families from the law, from the government, and from each other. In these parts of eastern Kentucky, a man's world was as big as he could walk in a day, and his only true allegiance was to his kin. Justice wasn't something you found in a courthouse, it was something you took with a rifle in your hands. This was the soil where a man like Hall would take root. The great bloody catalyst of his life was the Civil War. For the rest of America, it was a war of armies and grand campaigns. But in the Cumberland Mountains, it was a poison that seeped into every creek and holler. It was a war of bushwhackers and home guards, where your neighbor might be a secret enemy and a knock on the door at night could mean death. Young Talton came of age in this furnace. He would have seen men hanged for their loyalties, families burned out of their homes, and vendettas born that would fester for generations. This is where he learned his first, and perhaps only, lesson. The world is a brutal place, and the only certainty is the man who is quicker on the draw. When the war ended on paper, it didn't end in the mountains. The soldiers came home, but they brought the war with them. They were men skilled in the art of ambush, tracking and killing, skills that didn't have much use in a peaceful world. But their world wasn't peaceful. Old grudges from the war now mixed with new disputes over land, timber, and politics. This chaotic, violent landscape became a job market for men who had a talent for death. The code of the mountains was built on honor. You defended your family, you avenged insults, and you never ever backed down from a fight. It was a harsh code, but it had its own logic. For Talton Hall, this code seems to have been stripped of its heart, leaving only the cold mechanics of violence. He saw that the loyalty men had to their families could be manipulated. He saw that honor could be used as an excuse for murder. And he realized that his own detachment, his lack of fierce loyalty to any one clan, was a valuable commodity. Imagine him as a young man, perhaps returning from the fringes of the war. He sees the Hatfield clan rising in power, the McCoy clan nursing their wounds, and a dozen smaller families sharpening their knives over some perceived slight. He watches as men kill each other for the sake of a family name, for a pig, for a dirty look. And in that moment, he doesn't see tragedy or honor. He sees an opportunity. He sees a world where his steady hand and empty conscience could earn him a living. This was the forge that created Talton Hall. The isolation of the mountains taught him self-reliance. The viciousness of the Civil War taught him that life was cheap. And the simmering feuds of the aftermath taught him that there was always someone willing to pay to make someone else's life a little cheaper. He wasn't born a monster. He was hammered into one by the unrelenting violence of his time. Before the name Talton Hall was a curse whispered in the dark, there was simply the man. In the years before his infamy became legend, he was, in his own way, a picture of mountain competence. He was a master of the wilderness, a man who could read the forest like a book and track a deer for days without making a sound. He was a crack shot, his skill with a rifle a thing of local renown. In a land where these abilities meant the difference between a full belly and starvation, or life and death in a confrontation, Talton Hall was exceptionally gifted. He embodied the rugged self-sufficiency that his world demanded. In the periods between the bloody work that would later define him, his life was likely one of stark simplicity. He would have had a cabin, tucked away in a hollow so deep and remote that the law was just a rumor. There, he was just another man living off the land, hunting, perhaps tending a small patch of corn for his own use. This was his sanctuary, the place where the ghost could rest. This quiet, solitary existence was the world he sought to protect. It was a world built not on love or community, but on anonymity and isolation, a peace purchased with the proceeds of violence. His relationships, too, were likely forged in the currency of the mountains, fear and pragmatism. He had kin, as all men did, and they would have afforded him the loyalty that blood demanded. But it would have been a loyalty tinged with terror. They may have benefited from his protection, safe in the knowledge that no one would dare cross the family of Talton Hall. But they would have lived under the shadow of his cold nature, always aware of what he was capable of. He wasn't a man who inspired love. He inspired a dreadful, unshakable respect. In his prime, before the New Year's massacre and the murder of Officer Belcher, his reputation was less that of a demon and more that of a tool. A dangerous tool, but a useful one. If a timber company needed a troublesome squatter scared off a piece of land, they might seek out Talt Hall. If a moonshiner needed his still guarded from rivals or federal agents, Hall was the man for the job. He was seen as a regulator, a human weapon to be aimed at a problem. He was the final, violent answer to a dispute that couldn't be settled any other way. In the brutal logic of the mountains, he provided a service. This was the life he built, a quiet existence in the hollows, punctuated by brief, violent forays into the world of men. His stake in the world wasn't a family's love or a community's admiration. It was his freedom. The freedom to move through the mountains unseen, to be a name without a face, and to be the master of his own dark destiny. It was this self-contained, predatory world that was about to be threatened, and its destruction would unleash the full measure of his brutality. Every great tragedy is born from a single, deep-seated flaw. For Talton Hall, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. His flaw was a cold, patient arrogance, a venom that had been brewing for years. He had operated as a shadow for so long, a bringer of death who melted back into the mists, that he had begun to believe he was untouchable. He saw himself as an instrument of a higher, more primal law, and he believed the world of common men, with their sheriffs and their courts, simply did not apply to him. This wasn't just simple pride, it was a core part of his professional identity. It was a shield. The stories they told about him in hushed tones around the fireplace weren't just tales, they were his armor. It was said that Hall could walk into a crowded Pikeville saloon, and the simple act of him ordering a whiskey would be enough to end a loud argument at the other end of the room. He didn't have to raise his voice or draw his gun. He would just fix his piercing eyes on the source of the trouble, and the problem would evaporate. He had come to rely on this aura of fear, to see it as an absolute power. This belief in his own myth was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness. It gave him the nerve to take on impossible jobs, to face down armed men without flinching. It was the source of the chilling calm he possessed in moments of extreme violence. He wasn't afraid because he genuinely believed he was death itself. And what does death have to fear? But that armor had a crack. Over time, he began to forget the difference between being feared in the secret world of the feuds and being feared in the open world of growing towns. He started to believe his reputation alone would bend reality to his will, no matter where he was or who he was facing. He thought the name Talton Hall was a magic word that made all obstacles disappear. This supreme arrogance, this absolute faith in his own terrifying legend, was making him careless. He began to take risks, to operate more openly, to let the world see the monster it had only whispered about. He was walking a razor's edge, convinced he would never fall, unaware that the world was changing around him. The very flaw that had kept him alive in the lawless wilderness was about to become the engine of his own destruction in a place where a badge and a uniform had started to mean something. For a man who lived in the shadows, Talton Hall had grown dangerously comfortable with the light. In 1891, he crossed the state line into the burgeoning town of Norton, Virginia. He wasn't there on business, not for a contract. He was there for himself, and he was full of whiskey. The quiet, calculating professional had been swallowed by the arrogant legend. He was loud, belligerent, and causing a disturbance, a man who believed his very name was a shield that made him immune to consequence. He was no longer a spectre of death. He was a drunken bully, daring the world to challenge him. And the world sent a man named Charles H. Belcher. He wasn't a rival feudist or a hired gun. He was a town policeman, a symbol of everything the mountains were not. He represented order, society, and a law written in books, not in blood. When he saw the disturbance Hall was causing, he did his duty. He walked toward the Pikeville killer, his simple blue uniform a stark contrast to Hall's reputation, which was as dark and formless as a mountain shadow. For Officer Belcher, this was just another drunk to be quieted. He had no idea he was walking toward a man who considered himself a god. The affront, in Hall's mind, was not an insult or a threat. It was the simple act of being confronted. The moment Belcher spoke to him, the moment he attempted to impose the town's law on the mountain's killer, was an intolerable challenge to Hall's entire existence. Eyewitnesses would later describe the look in Hall's eyes, not anger, but a cold, dismissive contempt. Here was a man with a tin badge who thought he could lay hands on Tolton Hall. The arrogance that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In Hall's mind, this wasn't a man. It was an obstacle, a thing to be removed. His reaction was not the wild swing of a drunk. It was the chillingly efficient motion of a professional. As Officer Belcher moved to make the arrest, Hall drew his pistol. There was no hesitation, no final warning. The movement was as natural and practiced as breathing. He fired, and Charles Belcher fell to the dusty street. It was not an act of passion or self-defense. It was a correction. It was Tolton Hall reminding the world of the natural order of things, where he was the predator and men like Belcher were the prey. But this time was different. In that single deafening moment, Hall's fatal flaw had sealed his fate. He hadn't just killed another man in a long line of men. He had murdered a uniformed officer of the law in public, in the middle of a town that was trying to call itself civilized. He thought he was just swatting away an annoyance, but he had just declared war on the states of Virginia and Kentucky. The gunshot that killed Charles Belcher was an echo that would shake the mountains, and it would hunt Tolton Hall to the very end of his days. The murder of a lawman in Norton was a line crossed, a bell that could not be unrung. Tolton Hall, a master of the Appalachian wilderness, did what he always did. He vanished. He slipped back across the border into the familiar tangled hollows of Kentucky, believing he could wait out the storm as he had done a dozen times before. This was his first and most arrogant mistake. He thought he had merely killed a man. He failed to understand that he had murdered a symbol, and civilization itself was now coming for him. The response was unlike anything the mountains had ever seen. This wasn't a half-hearted posse led by a local sheriff who was likely related to the man he was hunting. The states of Virginia and Kentucky pooled their resources. Bounties were posted, large enough to make a poor farmer forget all about mountain loyalty. And then came the name that struck a different kind of fear into the hearts of outlaws: the Pinkertons. They were relentless, methodical men who couldn't be bribed, intimidated, or swayed by family ties. They were a modern machine of justice, and they were hunting a relic from a bygone era. Warnings came, not from his enemies, but from what few allies he had left. Old associates, men who understood the shifting tides of power, would have told him in no uncertain terms, "Talt, this is different," they'd say. "You killed a badge in the street. They ain't gonna stop. You need to go west, disappear for good." They offered him the only path that might lead to survival, true, absolute anonymity, far from the mountains that knew his name. But Tolton Hall's arrogance was a wall that no reason could penetrate. He scoffed at the warnings. He had outsmarted the law his entire life. He saw the Pinkertons as nothing more than city boys who would get lost in the first creek bed. In his mind, this massive manhunt was almost a testament to his own legend. It was a grand, fitting challenge for the Pikeville killer. He believed he was smarter, tougher, and more cunning than any man they could send after him. He saw every posted bounty with his name on it, not as a threat, but as an acknowledgement of his status. With each passing week, however, his world shrank. The net tightened. A cabin door that would have once swung open for him now remained bolted shut. A meal that would have been freely given was now denied. The fear of the law had finally begun to outweigh the fear of Talton Hall. He was becoming a ghost in his own homeland, a toxic presence that even his own kin could no longer afford to shelter. Each closed door was another offer of help rejected, another chance to escape squandered because his pride would not let him see the truth. He was being squeezed out of the only environment where he knew how to survive. The decision to finally flee, to make a run for a place like Memphis, Tennessee, was not a strategic retreat. It was an act of desperation. He was leaving the tangled wilderness that was his shield and armor and heading for the open, anonymous streets of a city. He was a mountain predator who had been driven from his forest, forced to walk onto the open plains where the hunters could see him for miles. His path of no compromise had led him right into a trap of his own making. Memphis was a cage of brick and smoke, a foreign land to a man born of mist and shadow. Talton Hall was cornered. He could feel it in the way people looked at him on the street, in the tightening knot in his own gut. The relentless machinery of the law, guided by the cold intelligence of the Pinkertons, had found him. He was no longer the apex predator of the Kentucky Hollows. He was a wolf tracked to a city alley, with the hounds closing in. He was in a cheap boarding house, listening to the city breathe, knowing that each breath might be his last moment of freedom. And then he heard it. The heavy, deliberate footsteps on the boarding house stairs. This was it. This was the moment that had been coming for him since the day he pulled the trigger on Officer Belcher. In that quiet, terrifying space between one footstep and the next, he stood at his final crossroads. He had one last choice to make. He could wait, hands empty, and surrender. He could give himself up to the justice he had so long despised, face a trial, a judge, a jury. It would mean a cage, a public shaming, but it would also mean life. It was the off-ramp, the final chance to let this story end, not with a bang, but with the quiet closing of a cell door. For a split second, a different path might have appeared in his mind's eye. A long, drawn-out trial, a life spent in a stone penitentiary. Could Talton Hall, the mountain demon, truly allow himself to be led in chains, to be put on display like a captured animal? Could the man, whose reputation was a weapon in itself, allow that reputation to be stripped away, leaving only a common, pathetic killer? The very idea was a kind of death more profound than any bullet. It was an assault on the only thing he had ever truly built, his own terrifying myth. The answer, when it came, was as swift and final as one of his own gunshots. No. The thought was more repulsive than a hangman's noose. His arrogance, the fatal flaw that had brought him to this very room, made its final stand. He would not be broken. He would not be humiliated. The law could have his body, but it would not have his submission. He made a conscious, chilling choice. He rejected the chance for a quiet end and fully embraced the violent destiny he had been carving for himself his entire life. He didn't make a run for the window or try to barricade the door. That was the act of a desperate man hoping to live. Instead, he calmly walked to his bag, pulled out his revolver, and checked the loads. Each click of the cylinder was a word in his final sentence. In that moment, he sealed his own fate, not with resignation, but with defiance. He chose to be the Pikeville killer right to the very end. The lawmen breaking down his door wouldn't be capturing a fugitive. They would be walking into the last act of a legend, an act that Talton Hall himself had decided to write in blood. The splintering of the door was the only warning he needed, It wasn't the sound of a lock being picked or a hinge being forced. It was the raw, violent crack of wood giving way to brute force. For Talton Hall, the world, which had been a tightening cage of streets and unfamiliar faces, suddenly shrank to the size of that small boarding house room. He was a creature of the deep woods, and in that moment, the lawmen crashing through the door were no different from a pack of hounds cornering a wolf in a box canyon. He wasn't panicked. He was eerily calm, the way a man is when he finally meets a fate he has been expecting his whole life. All the running, all the hiding, it had all led to this cramped, smoke-stained room. The revolver felt cool and familiar in his hand, a solid piece of certainty in a world that was coming apart. The figures in the doorway were just shapes, dark silhouettes against the light of the hallway, and in his mind, they ceased to be men. They were simply the final problem he had to solve. His hand moved with a fluid economy that was born of 1,000 deadly calculations. The room erupted in a deafening concussion of sound and fire. The muzzle flash was a bolt of lightning in the dimness, momentarily illuminating the determined faces in the doorway. It was the only language he knew how to speak to a world that sought to contain him, a single, explosive syllable of pure defiance. The smell of burnt gunpowder filled his nostrils, a scent more familiar to him than any perfume. But this was not a mountain holler where a single shot could settle an argument for good. Thunder answered thunder from the doorway. More flashes of light strobed across the room, turning the air into a chaotic storm of noise and swirling, acrid smoke. The world narrowed to the kick of the revolver in his hand, the ringing in his ears that drowned out all other sounds, and the shadowy dance of figures in the smoke. For a few heartbeats, Talton Hall was in his element, a whirlwind of violence at the heart of the storm. Then, a sensation he hadn't felt in years, a sharp, searing impact in his arm, a force that felt like a blacksmith's hammer. His fingers went numb. His trusted revolver, the instrument of his will, suddenly felt like a useless lump of lead. The weapon clattered to the wooden floor, the sound small and insignificant after the deafening roar of the gunfight. The storm inside the room had passed as quickly as it had begun. An almost supernatural silence descended, broken only by the harsh sound of men breathing and the slow, acrid clearing of the gun smoke. The dark silhouettes in the doorway resolved into tired, grim-faced lawmen, their own pistols still smoking. They moved in, not with anger, but with a weary professionalism. The fight was over. The great Talton Hall, the Pikeville killer, was standing in a ruined room, his arm useless, his gun on the floor. The final act was not a shout, but a cold, metallic whisper. The chilling slide and click of handcuffs locking around his wrists. That sound, more than any bullet, was the one that ended his life. In that moment, the legend died, and all that was left was a captured man facing the cold, methodical justice he had so long outrun. The roaring storm of his life had ended in the quiet snap of a lock. There was no triumph in the eyes of the lawmen who took him, only a grim, professional exhaustion. For Talton Hall, the moments after his capture were a blur of pain from his wounded arm and the heavier, colder pain of the shackles on his wrists. The swagger of the untouchable killer was finally gone, replaced by the quiet, heavy stillness of a caged animal. He wasn't filled with regret or fear, but with a deep, sullen emptiness. The world had finally proven to be bigger and stronger than his own myth, and the realization settled on him like a shroud. His journey back to the mountains was not a victory parade for the law. It was a covert operation, thick with tension. They knew the name Talton Hall still held power, that his allies might try to free him, or worse, that the families of his victims might try to kill him before he ever saw a courtroom. So they put him on a train, but its route was a lie, a winding, circuitous path designed to throw off any potential ambushes. He was heavily guarded, a man so dangerous that even in chains, he was treated like a ticking bomb. For Hall, the journey was a special kind of hell. He sat in the rattling train car, watching the familiar landscape of his homeland slide by through the grimy window. He saw the misty blue ridges, the deep, dark hollows, the very terrain that had once been his fortress and his kingdom. Now, it was just scenery on his final ride. Each mile that clicked by on the tracks was a mile closer to his end. He was a king being paraded through his conquered territory, a ghost forced to revisit his old haunting grounds one last time, not as a predator, but as prey. He was silent the whole way, a brooding, dark presence that unnerved even his seasoned guards. The fight had gone out of him, but the malice had not. He was no longer an active player in his own story. He was cargo. His fate was now in the hands of other men, and his only remaining role was to arrive at his destination. The end of the road for Talton Hall wasn't going to be a courtroom or a jail cell. It was this train, this slow, rattling journey back into the heart of the mountains that were waiting to claim him, one way or another. The news of Talton Hall's capture didn't travel by wire or by rail. It moved like smoke on the wind, from one isolated cabin to the next, carried by riders on horseback and whispered across fence lines. And with that news, the fragile, fearful peace of the mountains was shattered. The fall of one man sent a shockwave that would ripple through every holler, leaving a trail of wreckage that had little to do with Hall himself. His personal story was ending, but the tragedy he had authored was just entering its most brutal chapter. For his own kin, the name Hall, once a shield of fear, now became a target. The protection his terrifying reputation had afforded them vanished overnight. Now, they were just the family of a captured killer, vulnerable and exposed. Every shadow on the road, every late-night bark of a dog would send a spike of fear through them. They were living in the crosshairs of every man who had ever held a grudge against Talton, and that was a very long list. The sins of the father were about to be visited upon them, and their lives would become a paranoid existence of bolted doors and watchful eyes. For the families of his victims, the news was not a relief. It was a call to arms. For the widow of Charles Belcher, it was the reawakening of a grief that was still raw. For the remaining McCoys, who had seen their brothers tied to pawpaw trees and their sister shot down in the snow, this was not a matter for a distant court. It was a personal debt of blood that had come due. Hall's capture didn't bring closure. It tore the scabs off wounds that had never healed, and the pain demanded a release. Their desire was not for legal proceedings, it was for a reckoning. The entire community felt the tremor. For years, the violence had been, if not controlled, then at least predictable. It followed the dark logic of the feuds. But Hall's capture created a power vacuum, a chaotic moment where old hatreds could flare without a central figure to fear. He had acted as a cancer on the region, and his removal didn't cure the disease. It simply sent the body into a violent, final spasm. The quiet resentment of his reign of terror now had a voice, and it was a chorus calling for vengeance. The true wreckage Talton Hall left behind was not the bodies he had buried, but the hatred he had cultivated. He had spent his life profiting from the region's culture of violence, and now, even in chains, he was about to give it one last, terrible gift. His capture hadn't brought peace. It had simply brought the promise of a different, more terrible kind of violence, a communal violence, where an entire region, haunted by his ghost, would gather to deliver a final bloody verdict of its own. The law had done its part. It had hunted a killer across state lines, engaged him in a gunfight, and brought him back in chains. The next step in the machinery of civilization was a trial, a slow, methodical process of evidence, testimony, and deliberation. The Commonwealth of Kentucky intended to give Talton Hall a proper legal defense, a jury of his peers, and a verdict rendered under the solemn roof of a courthouse. It was a testament to the new order that was trying to tame the mountains, an insistence that the rule of law was absolute and applied to all men, even the devil of the Tug Fork. But in the mountains, another court was already in session. This court didn't meet in a building. It gathered in secret, in barns and on ridges, under the cold light of the moon. Its jurors were men with names like McCoy and Belcher. Its evidence was not written on paper, but scarred into their memories. The image of a burning cabin, of brothers tied to trees, of a good man bleeding out in a dusty street. The code they operated under was ancient, simple, and merciless. It was the mountain code of an eye for an eye, a blood debt that could only be paid in one currency. The clash between these two systems of justice was inevitable. As the train carrying Talton Hall chugged closer to Pikeville, the official legal process became more and more irrelevant. The law saw a prisoner who needed to be tried. The community saw a rabid dog that needed to be put down. The lawmen guarding Hall were operating under their code of duty and due process. The mob gathering to meet the train was operating under a code of honor and vengeance that was etched into the very stones of the mountains. The community's verdict had been reached long before Hall was ever captured. He was guilty, not just of killing Officer Belcher, but of everything. He was the living embodiment of the fear and violence that had plagued their lives for a generation. A trial, in their eyes, was a farce. It was a place where legal tricks and silver-tongued lawyers might let a monster walk free. They had seen it happen before. They had no faith in a system that seemed so far removed from the raw, immediate reality of their lives. They believed in a more direct, more certain form of justice. The train carrying Talton Hall was the ultimate symbol of this clash. Inside the car was the prisoner of the state, a component in a legal machine. But outside, gathering in the darkness, was the judgment of the mountains. The law's plan was to deliver him to a jail. The mountain's plan was to deliver him to a tree. In the end, it was a question of whose jurisdiction was more powerful in that place, on that night. Was it the new, fragile authority of the state, or the old, unyielding power of the clan? The answer was coming as surely as the train was coming down the tracks. While Talton Hall was taking his last ragged breaths in a Virginia town square, another man, a far more powerful one, was watching the world change from his porch in West Virginia. What became of Anderson Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who had employed Hall's gun and allegedly directed the New Year's night massacre? Did he face a mob's justice? Did he ever see the inside of a courtroom for the crimes of the feud? The answer adds a bitter, complex layer to this story of mountain justice. The brutal attack on the McCoy cabin was a turning point. It was too savage, even for the feuding mountains, and it brought the full weight of the law down on the Hatfield clan. Several of Devil Anse's sons and supporters were hunted down, tried, and sent to prison. One, Ellison Cottontop Mounts, was hanged for his role in the massacre. The political power that Devil Anse had wielded for decades began to crumble. The war was over, and in a way, he had lost. But Devil Anse himself, the great leader of the clan, was never made to pay by the law. He was indicted, but he was never arrested, never forced to stand trial for the murders of the McCoy children. He lived out the rest of his days as a timberman and a farmer, a living legend who had outlasted his own violent era. In a final strange twist, the man they called Devil Anse was baptized in his old age, seeking peace with his God after a life of war with his neighbors. He died of pneumonia in 1921 and was buried on a mountainside overlooking the land he had fought so fiercely to control. This is the messy, unsatisfying truth of it all. Talton Hall, the hired gun, the disposable instrument of violence, was lynched by a mob for a crime committed in the open. His death was brutal, public, and absolute. But the powerful man who had allegedly paid for his services, who had directed the feud from the top, died a free man in his own bed. The mob got its vengeance, but it got it from the hired help, not the man who wrote the checks. The story of Talton Hall's end is not just about justice being served, it's about who it's served to and who gets to walk away. After the mob dispersed and Talton Hall's body was cut down, a strange and heavy quiet fell over Wise, Virginia, and the surrounding mountains. The great bloody chapter was over, but the book was not yet closed. The years that followed were not years of celebration or relief. They were years of silence. The community had performed a brutal act of surgery on itself, cutting out a cancer. But the wound was deep, jagged, and slow to heal. For the descendants of Talton Hall, the name became a curse and a burden. They scattered, some moving deeper into the anonymous folds of the mountains, others leaving the region entirely, hoping to outrun the ghost of their infamous kinsman. They became quiet farmers, miners, and laborers, their primary goal to be unremarkable, to be forgotten. To admit you were kin to Talton Hall was to invite suspicion and open old wounds. They buried the name under a blanket of deliberate obscurity, hoping that with enough time, the blood on it would fade. The community, too, sought healing through a kind of collective amnesia. The men who had been part of the lynch mob went back to their fields and their families. They had to live and trade with their neighbors, some of whom might have been Hall's distant kin. To speak of that night, to name the names of the men who held the rope, would have been to invite a new generation of bloodshed. And so, they simply stopped talking about it. The lynching of Talton Hall became a story told only to outsiders or to children as a cautionary tale. Within the community itself, it was a scar that everyone could see, but no one dared to touch. But the power dynamics of the region had been irrevocably altered. Hall's death was a brutal exclamation point at the end of an era. It was a clear and bloody message that the days of the untouchable gunfighter, the man who could be hired to settle a family squabble with a rifle, were over. The power of the old clan patriarchs like devil ants was waning, replaced by the growing influence of coal company bosses and county sheriffs. The law, which had failed to bring Hall to a trial, had still won in the end. The community's own violent act of justice had, ironically, reinforced the idea that the old way of the feud was a path to ruin for everyone involved. The era of private wars was dying, and the era of state-sponsored law, however flawed, was being born. The man named Talton Hall was gone, but the ghost of his name lingered. For decades, the most powerful physical remnant of his story was not a grave, but a tree. The big maple in the courthouse square in Wise, Virginia, became a dark landmark. People would point it out to their children, their voices dropping to a whisper. "That's the tree," they'd say. "That's where they hung the Pikeville killer." Its branches, which had once offered shade, now seemed to cast a permanent, chilling shadow. It was a living monument to a night of mob justice, its roots rumored to have drunk deep from the blood-soaked ground. Eventually, as the town grew and tried to bury its violent past, the tree was cut down, its wood hauled away, as if removing the object could erase the memory. His other physical traces were quietly erased. There is no grand tombstone bearing his name. He was likely buried in an unmarked potter's field, a final anonymous end for a man whose name once commanded such terror. The cabins he lived in have long since rotted back into the damp earth of the hollows, leaving no trace. It's a strange and fitting irony. The man who worked so hard to be a faceless shadow in life was rendered completely faceless in death. All of his physical reality was scrubbed from the world. But you can't kill a good story, and the tale of Talton Hall was too dark and powerful to die. It transformed. It left the realm of history and entered the world of folklore. For generations, people in Wise claimed that on still, moonlit nights, if you looked at the spot where the old maple stood, you could still see him. A spectral figure, dangling silently in the air, a permanent, ghostly reminder of the night the law of the mountains was served. The man became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frighten unruly children into behaving. His life became a kind of unwritten murder ballad, the verses known by heart in every holler. He was no longer just a man, he was a character, a symbol of the entire bloody era of the feuds. His name became a shorthand for a certain kind of cold, professional violence. When old-timers spoke of the bad days, of the lawless times before the coal companies and the state police truly took hold, the name they would use to punctuate their point was always the same. It was a time of men like Talt Hall. So while the man himself is dust, and the tree that ended his life is gone, his spirit, the spirit of the mountain gunfighter, still haunts the collective memory of Appalachia. He is the ghost that walks the ridgelines of the past, a chilling echo of a time when justice didn't come from a book, but from the barrel of a gun and the end of a rope. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question as quiet and heavy as the mountain fog. Was Talton Hall a hero or a villain? The answer is as clear and cold as a Kentucky creek in winter. He was no hero. He was a killer, a man who dealt in death for profit, whose hands were stained with the blood of an unknown number of men. There is no honor in that. But to simply call him a villain is to miss the deeper, more unsettling truth of his story. Talton Hall was not an aberration. He was a perfect, terrible product of his time and place. He was a monster, but a monster the mountains themselves had birthed. He was forged in the pointless brutality of the Civil War and sharpened on the whetstone of the feuds. He was the logical conclusion of a world where law was a suggestion and violence was a way of life. He was a symptom of a disease, not the disease itself. In the end, this is a story about a man whose greatest strength, his absolute belief in his own terrifying legend, became the flaw that destroyed him. He saw himself as a timeless force, a permanent part of the mountain landscape. But the world was changing around him. The law, clumsy and slow as it was coming. He was a relic of a savage past, unable and unwilling to adapt. The same cold arrogance that made him a feared gunfighter made him blind to the fact that his time was over. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Talton Hall. A killer who sold his gun to the highest bidder and whose life was finally paid for, not with silver dollars, but with a rope, in a town square that wanted to forget his name. They said bullets curved around him in the air. They whispered that he could melt into the mountain fog like a ghost, that he'd made a deal with the devil himself in some dark and lonely hollow. For years, the name Jacko Fraser was enough to make a child stop crying and a grown man bolt his door at night. The law called him a murderer. But the people who lived and died in these hills had another name for him, the White Devil. But how does a man become a monster? How does flesh and blood turn into a legend that haunts a landscape for 100 years? Today, we hunt for the truth behind the ghost story. To understand a man like Jacko Fraser, you first have to understand the world that made him. Imagine the Cumberland Mountains in the late 1800s on the jagged border of Virginia and Kentucky. This was a land forgotten by God and the government, a place of stunning beauty and breathtaking cruelty. The mists that clung to the hollows hid deep secrets, and the ancient hills had seen more than their share of blood and tears. The Civil War had ripped through these communities, leaving behind not just poverty, but a generation of men who had been taught that the fastest way to solve a problem was with a rifle. They came home to find their farms in ruins and their futures uncertain. The law, in this part of the world, was a distant rumor. A county sheriff might hold authority in the dusty courthouse square, but out in the winding creeks and isolated cabins, his power faded to nothing. Here, a different law held sway, the law of the clan. Family was everything. Your name was your flag, your cousins were your army. An insult to one was an insult to all, and debts of honor were paid in blood. This was the era of the great feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, where violence was not just an outburst of anger, but a structured part of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. This fierce loyalty was born of isolation. The dense forests and impassable ridges didn't just separate families from the outside world, they separated them from each other. Every farmstead was its own small kingdom, every cabin a fortress. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, and a man representing the government was seen as the biggest stranger of all. People here learned to rely on themselves, their kin, and their own judgment. But self-reliance couldn't always put food on the table. This was a world of grinding poverty. Families survived on what they could scratch from the rocky soil, what they could hunt in the deep woods, and what they could distill in a hidden still under the light of the moon. For a man with a quick trigger finger and no conscience, the desperation hanging in the air smelled like opportunity. It was into this boiling cauldron of pride, poverty, and clan justice that Jacko Fraser was born. The world he saw was not a place of laws and morals, but a battlefield for survival. The mountains were poised on a knife's edge, holding a fragile, violent peace. But that peace was about to be shattered, not by an invading army, but by a monster it had created in its own image. Long before the massacre that made him a legend, Jacko Fraser's name was already a poison whispered on the mountain wind. He didn't exist in a vacuum. His terror was fed by a network of lesser evils and silent supporters. Men like Henley Cox, his most notorious accomplice, were drawn to him like moths to a flame, lesser predators orbiting a greater one. And there were others, the small-time crooks who bought his stolen goods, the informants who'd trade a neighbor's whereabouts for a silver dollar or just to settle an old score. The Mullins clan, on the other hand, were the opposite of everything Jacko stood for. They were a large, well-respected family, a cornerstone of the community, which made them the perfect target for a man who wanted to prove that no one and nothing was safe. The deepest wounds in these mountains were often the oldest. Jacko himself was said to be a veteran of the Confederacy, a man who had seen the world burn and decided he liked the heat. He didn't come back from the war looking for peace. He came back carrying the war inside him, a personal battle against a world he felt had failed him. His grudge wasn't over a single plot of land or a stolen horse. His grudge was with humanity itself. He saw society as a sham, and he aimed to tear its mask off with violence. Of course, smaller, more personal grudges festered in every hollow. A card game that ended in a bitter accusation, a dispute over a property line that had been argued for generations, a family that got a little too prosperous for a neighbor's liking. These were the hidden fault lines running beneath the community. Jacko was a master at exploiting them. He understood the dark currents of envy and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, and he knew how to use them to his advantage, turning the quiet suspicions between neighbors into open fear. And so, the rumors began to spread, moving from cabin to cabin like a sickness in the air. At first, they were just unsettling stories. A peddler who was supposed to be heading through Pound Gap simply vanished. A farmer found his best mule gone, his tack shed emptied. A lone traveler would arrive at the next settlement pale and shaken, telling a story of being robbed on the trail by a man with eyes as cold and pale as a winter sky. None of these were big enough to bring the law down from the state capital, but they were carefully stacked, one on top of the other, building a foundation of dread. Every story, filtered through a dozen mouths around a dozen hearths, grew darker and more menacing. The whispers turned into a constant, low hum of anxiety that settled over the mountains. People began to look at the shadows a little longer. The sound of a horse at night was no longer a comfort, but a cause for alarm. The community was being slowly poisoned, not just by Jacko's deeds, but by the fear of what he might do next. The stage was being set for an act of violence so brutal it would turn whispered rumors into terrified screams. The year was 1892. For the Mullins clan, it was a day of prosperity. Several members of the family, including Ira Mullins, his wife, and other kinsmen, had made the long journey by wagon to the nearest town. They were returning home, their carts laden with goods, and more importantly, their pockets heavy with cash from a successful day of trading. We're talking several $100s, a staggering fortune in those mountains, enough money to set a family up for a year, or to make a desperate man do the unthinkable. Imagine the scene. A narrow mountain path, barely wide enough for their wagons, snaking its way through the dense, dark woods of Pound Gap. The late afternoon sun was beginning to fail, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the edges of the trail. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The steady creak of the wagon wheels and the soft plod of the horses were the only sounds in a world that was growing unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The woods were holding their breath. It was a feeling every mountain person knows in their bones. The difference between a peaceful silence and a waiting one. Perhaps one of the men glanced nervously into the darkening trees. Perhaps a child in the wagon pulled a blanket a little tighter around their shoulders, sensing a shift in the air. They were on their own land, just miles from the safety of their homes. But that feeling of safety was beginning to fray like an old rope. They were being watched. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the forest, a command rang out, a harsh voice slicing through the quiet, telling them to halt. But this wasn't a warning. It was a declaration. Before the echo had even died, the trees erupted in a blaze of rifle fire. The led horse screamed and reared, falling in its traces. The quiet evening was shattered by the roar of guns, the splintering of wood, and the first cries of shock and pain. This wasn't a robbery. This was an execution. The point of no return had arrived, not with a whisper, but with a thunderclap of violence that would stain these mountains forever. The ambush was brutally efficient. The narrow pass became a slaughter pen, a claustrophobic trap from which there was no escape. The first volley of shots sent a wave of chaos through the wagon train. It was a cacophony of terror, the sharp crack of rifles echoing off the rock walls, the splintering of wagon boards, the high-pitched screaming of wounded horses, and the raw human cries of disbelief and agony. Men who had been solid, living figures just a second before now crumpled to the ground, becoming nothing more than dark shapes in the failing light. But the attackers were not wild animals in a frenzy. They moved with a chilling purpose, emerging from the tree line like specters. Among them, one figure moved with a terrifying calm, his pale eyes scanning the wreckage with an unnerving detachment. This was not a fight. It was a harvest. As the survivors scrambled for cover that didn't exist, Jacko Fraser and his men moved in, their rifles barking with methodical precision, each shot finding its mark. Ira Mullins lay wounded in the dirt, the life seeping out of him onto the very land his family had worked for generations. A shadow fell over him. He looked up to see Jacko Fraser standing there, his face as impassive as carved stone. There was no rage in his eyes, no flicker of emotion at all. It was the cold, empty gaze of a man looking at an object, not a human being. A revolver appeared in Jacko's hand. The metallic click of its hammer being pulled back was the loudest sound in the world. Then came a single sharp report that slammed the door shut on Ira Mullins's life. With the killing done, a new and even more grotesque phase began. Jacko knelt beside the body of the man he had just executed, and with the calm demeanor of a clerk counting change, reached into his pockets and retrieved the thick roll of money. This cold ritual was repeated as the gang moved from one still form to another, their hands searching pockets and pouches. They were not just murderers, they were grave robbers, desecrating their victims before the bodies had even grown cold. When the last echo of gunfire had faded and the last coin had been pocketed, what remained was a tableau from hell. A wagon lay on its side, its contents, flour, cloth, tools, spilled across the dirt road like the entrails of a dying beast. The horses lay tangled in their harnesses, their great bodies still and silent. The air, thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, hung heavy and motionless. It was the silence that was the worst part. A profound, deafening silence where just moments before there had been life, laughter, and hope. And as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. Jacko and his men didn't flee in a panic. They simply stepped back into the deep woods, swallowed by the same shadows that had birthed them. It was as if the mountain itself had opened up, unleashed its demons, and then closed again, leaving behind no evidence of their passage, only the wreckage of a family and a silence that screamed. This was more than a robbery. It was more than murder. It was a statement written in blood on a lonely mountain trail. It was a declaration that there were no safe places, that the bonds of family and community were no shield against a man with a frozen heart. On that day, in the twilight of Pound Gap, John Fraser the outlaw died, and Jacko, the White Devil, was well and truly born. The silence that followed the massacre was deeper than any grave. For a time, the only witnesses were the ancient trees and the cold, unblinking stars. It was a kinsman sent out from the Mullins homestead when the wagons failed to return who stumbled into the nightmare. He found the scene not by sound, but by its terrible stillness. The dark, hulking shape of the overturned wagon, the pale glimmer of spilled flour on the ground looking like a dusting of snow, and then the bodies, scattered among the wreckage like fallen leaves, their stillness an affront to nature itself. The cry that broke from that man's throat was a sound of pure horror, an animal howl of grief that finally shattered the unholy calm. When the news reached the Mullins family, it was like a physical blow, a shock that left them gasping for air. But in the Appalachian heart, grief is a fast-burning fire that quickly turns to iron resolve. The women's wails of sorrow echoed through the hollows, a heartbreaking chorus for the dead. But the men's faces were a different kind of terrible. Their grief was silent, their eyes hard and cold, their hands resting on the stocks of the rifles that were never far from reach. They tenderly carried their dead home, but in their hearts, they were already carrying a vow of vengeance. News in the mountains travels not on wires, but on the wind, passed from cabin to cabin in hushed, urgent whispers. The story of the Pound Gap massacre spread like a plague of fear. It confirmed every dark suspicion, every campfire ghost story. The name Jacko Fraser was no longer just a name. It was a curse, the living embodiment of every settler's deepest fear, the fear of what lurked in the untamed wilderness just beyond the light of their lanterns. Doors were bolted earlier. Men took their rifles with them to plow the fields. The comfortable darkness of the mountains, once a familiar blanket, now felt like a shroud, filled with unseen, malevolent eyes. The sheer brutality of the attack was too much to be ignored, even by the distant and often indifferent hand of the law. The murders weren't just a crime, they were an insurrection against the very idea of society. The authorities in both Virginia and Kentucky, pressured by the influential families and a terrified populace, were finally prodded awake. A substantial reward was offered for the capture of Jacko Fraser and his gang, a fortune that could make a poor man rich for life. The notice was nailed to the courthouse doors and the sides of general stores, turning the ghost into a wanted man with a price on his head. The bodies of the Mullins family were laid to rest in the cold mountain earth, but their story refused to be buried. The massacre became a line drawn in the dirt. On one side was the world of families, faith, and hard work. On the other was Jacko Fraser. He was no longer just an outlaw. He was the White Devil, a figure of folklore born from a real-world atrocity. The hunt was now not just a matter of law, but a crusade. The question was, how do you hunt a man who is already a ghost? The bounty posters were barely dry before the hunt began. This was not going to be a simple posse of local farmers. The states of Virginia and Kentucky marshaled their forces, calling in the best they had. They hired professional detectives from the famed Baldwin Felts agency, outsiders with city methods and a reputation for ruthlessness. But the man chosen to lead the hunt was a legend in his own right. Marshal Big Ed Hall. He was a man cast from the same mountain rock as Jacko, who knew every secret trail and hidden hollow. He was Jacko's opposite, a man of the mountains who had chosen the badge over the outlaw's gun. And alongside the lawmen and hired guns rode men with faces like stone. They were the kin of the murdered Mullins family. They weren't there for the reward money. They were there to settle a family score, and their justice wasn't written in any law book. Hunting Jacko Fraser in the Cumberland Mountains was like trying to catch a whisper in the wind. He was in his element, a predator on his home ground. The very landscape that the posse found so punishing was his greatest ally. The mountains that had cradled him now conspired to hide him. For weeks, they combed the ridges and ravines, a grueling ordeal of cold nights and false trails. The posse would find the embers of a campfire still warm, or a footprint in the mud of a creek bed, only to have the trail vanish into thin air. It was as if Jacko could simply dissolve into the mist. The mountains that had once been a home to the posse members had now become a deadly labyrinth, and in its center lurked a monster who knew every turn. The posse grew weary, their resolve frayed by frustration and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. They knew Jacko was out there, seeing them long before they saw him. Every rustle in the undergrowth could be an ambush, every shadowy rock formation a sniper's nest. But in the end, it wasn't a tracker's skill or a detective's logic that cornered the White Devil. It was human weakness. A name was whispered to the lawmen. An informant, tempted by the life-changing reward or simply terrified into submission, gave up Jacko's hiding place. The mountain's code of silence had finally been broken by the one thing stronger than loyalty: fear. The tip-off led them to a lonely, isolated cabin near the Kentucky border. They surrounded it in the dead of night, a ring of steel closing in under a moonless sky. As the first grey light of dawn touched the peaks, Big Ed Hall gave the signal. The quiet morning was torn apart by a final desperate volley of gunfire as Jacko tried to fight his way out. But it was hopeless. He was one man against a small army. When they dragged him out into the light, blinking and bloodied, the posse members steeled themselves, expecting to see a demon. Instead, they saw a man. His clothes were ragged, his body weary from weeks on the run, but his eyes were the same. In their icy depths, there was no fear, no regret, not even anger. There was only a profound, chilling emptiness, and the bottomless exhaustion of a man who knows his road has come to an end. For the lawmen, it was the end of a manhunt. But for the Mullins kin who stood there, watching the man who had destroyed their world, the look in their eyes said that true justice had not yet begun. The arrest of the White Devil was a sensation. His trial in Wise, Virginia, was a pilgrimage. People came from 3 states, on foot, on horseback, and in wagons, clogging the dusty streets of the small county seat. They weren't there to see justice done. They were there to see the monster in a cage. The courthouse stood under the watchful eye of armed guards, its lawn transformed into a sprawling camp of onlookers. The air buzzed with a carnival-like energy, a strange mix of grim satisfaction and morbid curiosity. This wasn't a legal proceeding, it was a public exorcism. Inside the courtroom, the air was thick enough to choke on. Every bench was crammed, with men standing shoulder to shoulder along the walls. The judge, the lawyers with their starched collars, the 12 men in the jury box, they were all part of a system trying to impose its formal logic on a story of primal savagery. One by one, witnesses took the stand. Their voices trembled with a mixture of grief and lingering fear as they recounted the horrors of that evening in Pound Gap. They pointed trembling fingers at the man sitting at the defendant's table, and Jacko Fraser just sat there. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of interest. As survivors wept on the stand, he watched them with the same detached curiosity a man might watch a bug crawling across a windowsill. His silence was more unnerving than any outburst would have been. He was a void, a black hole of human feeling in the center of the room, and his cold, defiant calm was his final weapon. He refused to play their game, refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. He was a monster, and he seemed content to let them know it. The trial was, as everyone knew it would be, a formality. The evidence was absolute, the testimony unshakable. When the jury filed back in, their faces were grim and set. The foreman didn't need to clear his throat. His voice was steady and clear as he pronounced the single word that everyone had come to hear: guilty. A collective sigh, a wave of relief and whispered approval washed over the courtroom. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of his duty, sentenced John Jacko Fraser to be hanged by the neck until he was dead. The law of men had spoken. But as the crowd spilled back out into the sunlight, a question hung in the air, unspoken but felt by every person who called these mountains home. Was this justice? A clean, quick, state-sanctioned death on a gallows? Did that truly pay the debt for the ambush in Pound Gap, for the cold-blooded murder of men in front of their families? The law had delivered a verdict, a neat and tidy conclusion. But the justice of the mountains, the old law of blood for blood, demanded something more. It demanded an ending as brutal as the beginning. The court had provided a legal answer, but the people were still waiting for a final moral one. On September 15, 1893, a trapdoor opened in Wise, Virginia, and the physical life of Jacko Fraser came to an end. They say a great sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as if a poison had finally been purged from the air. He was buried in an unmarked grave, a common fate for notorious outlaws, to prevent his final resting place from becoming either a shrine or a site of desecration. The earth simply swallowed its monster, leaving no stone to mark his passage. The man was gone, but his ghost was just beginning to walk. The story of the Mullins family did not end in that dusty pass. They buried their dead, mourned their losses, and did what mountain people have always done: they endured. Their family line continued, a testament to a resilience far stronger than Jacko's nihilistic rage. Today, their descendants still live in those hills, carrying the memory of the massacre not as a chilling legend, but as a deep and painful part of their family history. Their names are carved in stone in old family cemeteries, the date of their death a permanent, silent, and defiant answer to the violence that tried to erase them. The world has changed dramatically since that bloody evening. A modern highway, US Route 23, now carves a smooth paved path through Pound Gap. You can drive through the very spot where the ambush happened at 70 miles an hour, listening to the radio, your mind a million miles away. But if you pull over to the side of the road, cut the engine and listen, the modern world falls away. The woods are just as deep, the shadows just as long. In the quiet, you can almost feel the weight of that terrible silence from so long ago. The old courthouse in Wise still stands, a brick-and-mortar witness that has held the story within its walls for over a century. And of course, there is the legend of the treasure. Like all famous outlaws, Jacko was rumored to have stashed his ill-gotten fortune, thousands of dollars in gold and silver coin, somewhere in the labyrinthine caves and crevices of the Cumberland Mountains. For decades after his death, treasure hunters, armed with old maps and older rumors, dug into the hillsides, chasing the ghost's promise of cursed gold. The treasure was never found, of course, but the hunt itself became a part of the story, keeping the White Devil's name alive, a whisper of greed and danger that echoed through the generations. Most people have forgotten the facts of the case. The official records are yellowed and brittle, gathering dust in courthouse archives. But the mountains have a long memory. The name Jacko Fraser still surfaces from time to in these parts, a dark ballad told around a late-night fire. He is no longer a man of flesh and blood, but a piece of the landscape itself, a warning, a folktale, a permanent shadow that time has not been able to erase. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning. How does a man become a monster? The story of Jacko Fraser gives us a chilling answer. He wasn't born a demon. He was forged in the fires of a brutal war and hammered into shape on the anvil of a lawless, desperate land. He was the ultimate consequence of a world where civilization was a distant rumor and survival was a daily battle. The White Devil wasn't a supernatural force. He was something far more terrifying. A man who had shed every last piece of his humanity and embraced the darkness that waits inside us all. And how does a monster become a legend? His cruelty was so absolute, so far beyond the normal feuds and fights of the mountains, that people had to make him more than a man to understand him. It was easier to believe he was a ghost who could melt into the fog, a demon who had made a pact with Satan, than to accept the horrifying truth that a human being, a man of flesh and blood, could be capable of such cold, empty evil. The legend of Jacko Fraser wasn't just a story told to frighten children. It was a story adults told themselves to make sense of the senseless. This isn't just a tale of true crime. It's a parable etched into the very rock of these mountains. It is a story of the terrible beauty and brutal reality of the Appalachian frontier. It reminds us that for every hero there is a shadow, and that the history of this place is written in both courage and in blood. Jacko Fraser was more than a murderer. He was the living embodiment of the mountain people's deepest, darkest fear, the fear of what lurks in the shadows just beyond your own doorstep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The sound that first alerted the landlady wasn't a scream or a crash. It was the steady, unending hiss of a water tap left running for hours. Inside the bathroom of a modest New Jersey boarding house, a scene of quiet horror waited. A young woman, just 24 years old, lay submerged in the cold water of the tub, her head beneath the faucet. On a nearby chair, her clothes were folded with an almost chilling precision. A note sat on a small table, its shaky handwriting telling a story of despair and a life given up. To the world, it was a clear-cut tragedy. A troubled soul named O.C. Sneed had finally found a desperate peace. But for one man, the county physician who first examined the body, the scene wasn't one of tragedy, it was a stage. It was too neat, too perfect. And that raises the bone-chilling question we're here to answer today. If O.C. Sneed didn't write that note, who did? And if she didn't take her own life, who held her head beneath the water until it was over? Otelia Gilmer Sneed, known to all as Ose, was a ghost long before she died. She was the very picture of turn-of-the-century Southern beauty, delicate, with eyes that held a deep and searching sadness. For a brief, fleeting moment, she had a life of her own. She married a man she loved and gave birth to a daughter, a small flicker of warmth in what had been a cold and controlled existence. That little family was her world, her one chance at a life defined by her own choices and her own happiness. But O.C. was born into a dynasty in decay. Her mother, Caroline, and her two aunts, Virginia and Mary, were the last vestiges of a proud Virginia family whose fortunes had withered like autumn leaves. They lived on the edge of Appalachia, in a world where the memory of wealth was a heavier burden than poverty itself. They were women forged in the fires of Southern pride, a pride that could curdle into something monstrous when faced with the shame of destitution. They saw Oates's simple happiness not as a blessing, but as a betrayal of their ambitions. And so they began the slow, methodical work of dismantling her world. They were a trio of spiders, weaving a web of concern and manipulation around her. They convinced O.C. that her husband was unworthy, that motherhood was too great a strain for her delicate health. They pried her away from her husband, and then, most cruelly, from her own child. They moved her from city to city, a traveling invalid with no anchor and no friends, only her three ever-present caretakers. The true poison they fed her wasn't in a bottle. It was in their whispers. They told her she was sick, and so she was. They told her she was a burden, and so she became one. They told her she was fragile, and her spirit became as brittle as spun glass. They isolated her from anyone who might offer a kind word or a dissenting opinion, until their voices were the only ones she could hear. This was the world that was lost. Not just the life of a 24-year-old woman, but the life she was never allowed to live. She was a prisoner in a gilded cage of family duty, a beautiful, gentle soul who was systematically broken down by the very women who should have protected her. The tragedy wasn't just what happened in that bathtub. It was the slow, deliberate murder of her spirit that had been going on for years. To the first officers on the scene, it looked like an open and shut case, a sad but simple story written in the objects left behind. The laudanum bottle, nearly empty, the drinking glass, and the note, the final desperate period on a life sentence of sorrow. The scene was a still life of despair, carefully arranged and presented. But it was that very care, that meticulous neatness, that began to unravel the whole story. Suicide is an act of chaos, a final violent tearing of the soul. This was something else entirely. It was clean, it was orderly, it was a performance. Dr. William Mackenzie, the county physician, was a man who understood death. He'd seen it in all its forms, violent, peaceful, accidental, and self-inflicted. And as he stood in that cold, damp bathroom, his professional instincts were screaming that this was wrong. He noted the position of Osie's body, the lack of any real disarray. He looked at the neatly folded clothes on the chair. Who folds their clothes before drowning themselves? It was a small detail, but it was a crack in the story, a tiny fissure through which a horrifying truth would begin to seep. The true wilderness in this case wasn't a forest of trees, but a wilderness of lies. The clues weren't tracks in the mud, but inconsistencies in human behavior. The two elderly aunts, Virginia and Mary, were putting on a symphony of sorrow that somehow rang false. Their wails seemed rehearsed, their grief too theatrical for the quiet, grim reality of the room. Dr. Mackenzie watched them, and the cold knot of suspicion in his gut tightened. He sensed he was not in the presence of mourners, but of actors who had just finished their final scene. The bathroom offered no easy answers. Instead, it presented a series of unsettling questions. Why was the scene so pristine? Why did the women's grief feel so hollow? And most importantly, as doctor, Mackenzie looked at the shaky, uncertain script of the suicide note. He couldn't shake the feeling that Osie Sneed was not the author of her own death. The room was silent now, the water turned off, but for the doctor, the air was thick with whispers of a crime too monstrous to yet be named. In any story like this, the first shadow of suspicion always falls on the husband. And Osie Sneed had a husband, a man she had once loved, the father of her child, a man who had been systematically and surgically cut out of her life by her family. He was the outsider, the one person who stood to gain nothing from her death, but everything from her life. Yet in the twisted logic of a murder investigation, this made him the perfect first suspect. The story the family told was a compelling one. They painted a picture of a rough, unsuitable man, someone who wasn't worthy of their Virginian aristocracy. They had, in their telling, rescued Osie from a disastrous marriage. They were protecting her. But the lawmen had to wonder, what does a man do when his wife and child are stolen from him? Does he walk away? Or does a deep and poisonous bitterness begin to take root in his soul? The motive was as old as the mountains themselves, a heart turned to stone by jealousy and rejection. The whispers would have started immediately. He couldn't have her, so he made sure no one else could either. Perhaps he had been trying to get her back, and in a final desperate confrontation, his rage had boiled over. It was a simple, brutal explanation that made a certain kind of sense. He was the spurned lover, the classic villain in a tale of love gone wrong. Investigators would have looked into him, searching for any sign of instability, any threat he might have made. Every letter he sent, every desperate plea to see his own daughter would now be re-examined through a sinister lens. Was it the plea of a loving father or the obsession of a stalker? The family's wall of silence would have ensured that every memory of him was tainted, every action twisted into something menacing. He was the easy answer, the convenient scapegoat whose presence allowed everyone to avoid looking at the far more unthinkable possibility waiting in the shadows. But the husband was a ghost, a convenient shadow to chase while the real danger sat knitting in the parlor. The most chilling twists in any story come not from an enemy at the gate, but from a traitor at the table. And in Otzi Sneed's life, the table was surrounded by her own blood. No one would ever suspect the very women who had sworn to protect her. Her mother, Caroline, her quiet aunt, Mary, and the undeniable center of their dark little universe, her other aunt, Virginia Wardlaw. Virginia was a woman carved from granite. A former headmistress of a prestigious school, she carried herself with an imperious authority that bent others to her will. She wasn't just the matriarch of the family, she was its absolute monarch. To be in her presence was to feel a quiet, terrifying gravity, a force that pulled you into her orbit and held you there. She was a woman of formidable intelligence, but her mind had turned inward, consumed by a single, poisonous obsession. The secret motive wasn't a crime of passion. It was the cold, chilling arithmetic of greed. The family's pride was all they had left, and it was a poor substitute for the wealth they'd lost. Otzi, in their eyes, was not a daughter or a niece. She was an asset, a walking, breathing vessel to be converted into cash. Over months, they had taken out more than a dozen life insurance policies on her, a web of future payments totaling over $32,000. In 1909, that wasn't just a fortune, it was a resurrection. It was the price of their beautiful, fragile Otzi, and a price they were more than willing to pay. Suddenly, every act of care they had shown her was cast in a sinister new light. Separating her from her husband wasn't protection, it was isolating the asset. Moving her from town to town wasn't for her health, it was to keep her away from prying eyes. Their constant whispers that she was sick and tired of living weren't words of comfort. They were psychological warfare, preparing the ground for the suicide they were planning. Their grief, which had seemed so theatrical to the doctor, was now revealed for what it was: the final, triumphant act of a play they had been writing for years. But there was a third player in this tragedy, a silent partner whose motives were not born of passion or family pride, but of cold, impersonal commerce. This threat didn't come from the shadowed hollows of Virginia, but from the gleaming office buildings of the North. It was the burgeoning, rapacious world of the life insurance industry. In the early 1900s, this was a new and powerful game in America, a system that allowed you to place a wager on a human life and, for the right price, profit from its end. This was not a single man in a city suit, but an army of them. Eager agents, hungry for commissions, who saw these three refined Southern ladies not as potential killers, but as a respectable source of income. They likely never questioned why this family was so keen on insuring their frail, sickly niece. They never raised an eyebrow as one policy was stacked upon another, and then another, until Otzi Sneed's life was worth a king's ransom. Why would they? The premiums were being paid, and that's all that mattered. This external force provided the ultimate impersonal motive. To the insurance companies, Otzi was not a woman with hopes and a lost child. She was Policy 74B, a name on a ledger, a set of actuarial tables, a risk to be calculated. The system itself, in its relentless pursuit of profit, created the very weapon the family needed. It transformed Otzi from a human being into a financial instrument, an investment waiting to mature. This corporate entity created a climate of deadly opportunity. It gave Virginia Wardlaw the tools and the incentive to turn her dark thoughts into a workable plan. The insurance men didn't hold Otzi's head under the water, and they bore her no ill will. But their contracts, signed and sealed with a fountain pen, were the death warrant. They were the faceless, unknowing accomplices who built the gallows, handed over the rope, and then turned a blind eye, content to simply count their money. The law, my friends, tends to move in straight lines, and the straightest line of suspicion pointed directly at Osie's estranged husband. In the days following the discovery, the telegram wires began to hum with his name. Here was a man with a clear, understandable motive. The rage of a spurned husband and a father denied his child. A posse, either literal or figurative, was sent to track him down. They expected to find a monster consumed by rage. Instead, they found a man hollowed out by loss. The promising trail evaporated into a puff of cold Appalachian air. Osie's husband was hundreds of miles away, his presence confirmed by a dozen clock-punching factory workers who saw him every single day. His alibi wasn't just firm, it was ironclad. When questioned, his grief was raw and undeniable. The letters he'd sent, once viewed as the obsessive rantings of a potential killer, were now revealed for what they were. The desperate, heartbroken pleas of a man trying to claw his way back to the family that had been stolen from him. The lead wasn't just cold, it was a dead end that led to another victim of the family's cruelty. With their primary suspect cleared, the investigators in New Jersey hit a wall. They were left with the unsettling scene in the bathroom and 3 grieving women. But how do you accuse a mother and her sisters of such an unspeakable act? Virginia, Caroline, and Mary presented a united front of Southern gentility and profound sorrow. Their story was simple and, on the surface, unshakable. Osie was a troubled soul, and her fragile mind had finally broken. Who could prove otherwise? The investigation stalled. The days turned into weeks. The initial shock in the community began to curdle into a low-grade fear. The easy answer, the vengeful husband, was gone. Now, a more terrifying question hung in the air. If he didn't do it, who did? The authorities were frustrated, circling a truth they couldn't grasp. They had a strong suspicion, a gut feeling that the evil they were looking for was right in front of them, hiding behind black mourning veils, but they had no proof. The case was growing colder by the day, threatening to become just another sad, unsolved tragedy. The investigators soon discovered that the most formidable obstacle they faced wasn't the lack of evidence, but the suspects themselves. The community in this case wasn't a town or a holler. It was a closed, suffocating circle of 3 women. The Sneed and Wardlaw sisters had built a fortress around their secret, and its walls were mortared with Southern pride and a deep, ingrained contempt for the prying questions of outsiders. This wasn't the code of silence of the mountains where neighbors protect their own. This was the omerta of the family, a pact sealed in blood and greed. At the center of this wall was Virginia Wardlaw. Her iron will was the law that governed her sisters. Caroline, Osie's own mother, and the quieter Mary moved in her shadow, their thoughts and actions seemingly extensions of Virginia's own. To question one was to question them all, and to question them was to be met with a performance of wounded dignity and sorrow so convincing it was almost a work of art. They were a united front of black lace and quiet denial, a living embodiment of the Southern creed to never air one's dirty laundry in public, especially not for the benefit of Northern lawmen. Their silence was rooted in a profound arrogance. They believed they were intellectually and socially superior to the policemen and reporters who hounded them. The investigation, in their eyes, wasn't a righteous search for truth. It was a vulgar intrusion. They answered questions with condescending patience, as if explaining complex matters to a simple child. Every inquiry about Otes's life was met with a polished story of a tragic, depressive girl. Every query about their own actions was deflected with a sigh of grief. The psychological toll of this siege was immense, but it only seemed to harden their resolve. Interrogating them was like trying to punch through granite with your bare hands. There were no cracks, no whispers, no single moment of weakness. One sister's story perfectly mirrored the others. The pressure built, but the wall held firm. This steadfast, unified front created a profound fear in the investigation itself. The fear that these women, protected by their class, their gender, and their own unshakable will, might actually get away with it. They were hiding in plain sight, and their silence was the most damning evidence of all. The case, which had gone cold, was not broken open by a single dramatic discovery. There was no hidden diary, no deathbed confession. Instead, the truth was unearthed by a new kind of detective, the kind Virginia Wardlaw and her sisters had never accounted for, the insurance investigator. These were not men bound by the niceties of police work. They were bulldogs, hired to protect their company's money, and they followed the scent of fraud with a relentless, single-minded determination. While the police were hitting the wall of the family's silence, these investigators were working in the opposite direction. They started not with the body in the tub, but with the paper trail. They descended on the case like a flock of crows, pulling records, interviewing agents, and piecing together the web of policies the family had spun around Otzi. What they found was staggering. It wasn't just one or two policies, but more than a dozen, a financial net so vast and so recently woven that it screamed of a premeditated plan. The turning point came when they uncovered the timing. They found that in the weeks leading up to Otzi's death, the sisters had been in a frantic race against time. Some of the premiums were overdue. The policies, worth a small fortune, were on the verge of lapsing. The investigators found evidence of desperate letters, of money being scraped together, of a panicked effort to keep their investment alive. It was the crucial detail that changed everything. Otzi's death wasn't just a convenience. It had become a necessity, a deadline that had to be met before the whole scheme collapsed. But the final forgotten clue was found not in a ledger, but on a druggist's shelf. An investigator, working on a hunch, canvassed the pharmacies in the towns the women had passed through. And he found him, a small-town druggist who remembered a strange purchase. A tall, stern-looking woman, a woman who matched Virginia Wardlaw's description perfectly, had come in just days before the death. She'd bought a bottle of chloroform, claiming it was for a sick cat. Suddenly, the official story of a laudanum suicide crumbled to dust. A new, far more horrifying picture began to form. A picture of a young woman not just drowned, but first subdued, rendered helpless before being placed in her own watery grave. The truth was no longer a suspicion. It had a name and it smelled of chloroform. With the discovery of the chloroform purchase and the frantic, desperate attempts to keep the insurance policies active, the story of Otzi Sneed's sad suicide was no longer just a lie. It was an insult to the truth. The net, woven from paper trails and a druggist's memory, had been thrown. Now it was being pulled tight, and there were only 3 people caught within its threads. The investigators were no longer asking if a crime had been committed. They were looking at the 3 women in black and asking a much more terrifying question: which one of you held her down? The unmasking began with the undeniable architect of the entire affair, Virginia Wardlaw. She was the sun around which her sister's weaker wills orbited. It was her stern, imperious face the druggist remembered. It was her sharp, calculating mind that had conceived of the insurance scheme, first tested on her own nephew Fletcher, and now perfected on her niece. The motive was born of her pride, her refusal to accept a life of genteel poverty. In the family's fall from grace, she saw not misfortune, but a personal failure that had to be rectified by any means necessary. Otzi was simply the final, most valuable means. But Virginia, for all her strength, did not act alone. She needed accomplices, and she found them in her own blood. Her sister, Mary Sneed, quieter and more pliable, followed her lead without question. But the most monstrous betrayal came from Caroline Martin, Otzi's own mother. This was the dark heart of the conspiracy. Caroline, a woman who seemed cold and detached, had made a horrific choice. She had sided with her powerful sister against her own child, sacrificing her daughter on the altar of her family's financial salvation. She was not a mother watching a tragedy unfold. She was a willing participant, a silent partner in what the sensationalist press would soon call the bathtub trust. And so, the true motive was laid bare, and it was far colder and more brutal than any crime of passion. It wasn't mercy, it wasn't madness, it was an act of accounting. They had convinced themselves that their right to a comfortable life superseded Oaksy's right to live at all. They were drowning in debt and shame, and Oaksy was a life raft they could only use by killing her. The love, the care, the concern, it was all a ghastly performance, a long and patient grooming of their victim for the final slaughter. The mask was off. Beneath the veils of southern gentility and grieving motherhood lay the faces of killers. They weren't monsters who had crept in from the wilderness. They were the monsters who had lived inside the house all along. The central mystery was solved. Oaksy Sneed was murdered by her mother and her aunts, a conspiracy of 3 women bound by blood, who committed the ultimate sacrilege for $32,000. The plan, rehearsed for weeks in whispers and cold glances, was now set in motion. In the confines of that small boarding house room, the air grew thick with a terrible purpose. A handkerchief was produced, its clean white fabric belying the dark intent. The sickly sweet odor of chloroform filled the air, a chemical scent that promised not a gentle sleep, but a deep and final oblivion. Oaksy's faint pleas, already weakened by years of psychological torment, faded into a confused murmur, then silence. There was no longer any resistance, only the dead weight of a life already surrendered. 2 sets of shadows moved as one. The sound of her body meeting the cold, hard porcelain of the empty tub was a dull, final punctuation mark in the quiet room. Then, a hand, perhaps the very hand that had once rocked her cradle, reached out with unnatural steadiness and twisted the silver faucet. The shriek of the pipes and the sudden roar of rushing water was a deafening sound, a sound meant to wash away everything. For a moment, there was a brief, violent disturbance on the surface of the rising water. A frantic splash, a single desperate gasp for air that was immediately swallowed by the deluge, and then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The splashing stopped. The only sound left was the steady, indifferent hiss of the water pouring over a stillness it had just created. Her dark hair began to spread out around her head like a tragic halo in the ever-deepening pool. The women watched, their faces unreadable stone, until the surface was calm and glassy. This was not an act of rage. It was a task to be completed. With a chilling efficiency, they turned their attention to the stagecraft. They placed the forged note just so. They arranged the laudanum bottle and the glass, and with methodical care, one of them folded Oaksy's clothes and placed them neatly on a chair, the final sociopathic touch on their masterpiece of murder. With the evidence mounting, the veneer of Southern respectability shattered like cheap glass. Virginia Wardlaw and Caroline Martin were arrested, their black mourning dresses replaced by the coarse fabric of prison uniforms. The trial became a national sensation. Newspaper reporters from across the country descended on the small New Jersey town, eager to document every detail of the bathtub trust. The courtroom was packed every day with a morbidly curious public, all craning their necks to get a look at the mother and aunt accused of a crime that defied comprehension. Caroline Martin, Oaksy's mother, seemed to shrink in the witness box. Her lawyers argued that she was not a monster, but a victim herself, a woman completely under the hypnotic spell of her domineering older sister. They painted a picture of a weak will eroded by a stronger one, claiming she was insane, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong under Virginia's powerful influence. Some in the courtroom pitied her. Others saw a coward trying to escape the consequences of her own terrible choices. But Virginia Wardlaw was a different matter entirely. Even in her jail cell, her indomitable will refused to be broken by others. She would author her own ending. Realizing the game was over and the full, sordid truth of their years of scheming was about to be laid bare for the world to see, she chose the final act of control. With a small, sharp pen, the same kind of instrument she might have once used to grade school papers, she wrote out a full confession. It was a masterpiece of manipulation, taking sole blame, exonerating her sisters, and framing the murder as a mercy killing for a girl who was tired of living. Then, with a surgeon's precision, she severed an artery in her arm and bled to death on the cold stone floor of her cell. Virginia's suicide note was her last, defiant move on the chessboard, and it worked. It cast enough doubt to save her sisters from the gallows. Caroline Martin was found guilty, but her plea of insanity was accepted. She was sentenced not to prison, but to 7 years in the New Jersey State Hospital for the insane. Mary Sneed, the quiet third sister, was also declared insane and institutionalized. Justice, in the end, was a murky affair. The mastermind was dead by her own hand, and her accomplices were hidden away from the world in asylums, leaving a verdict that felt profoundly unfinished, a story that still echoes with the injustice of it all. The ripples from that cold New Jersey bathtub spread far and wide, altering the course of every life the water had touched. For Osie's husband and her young daughter, the verdict was not a victory, but the beginning of a long, quiet haunting. He was a man vindicated, cleared of all suspicion, but his reputation in some circles remained unfairly stained. He was left to raise a daughter who would never know her mother, a child whose inheritance was not money, but a legacy of horror, a bedtime story too terrible to ever tell. They disappeared from the public record, seeking the anonymity that had been stolen from them, forever defined by a tragedy they had no part in creating. The families of the guilty were likewise shattered. The proud Wardlaw and Sneed names, once synonymous with Virginian aristocracy, were now whispered with a shudder, forever linked to a monstrous crime. Descendants for generations to come would carry the weight of what their forebears had done. They bore a silent shame, a darkness in their family tree that could never be pruned away. They lived with the knowledge that the blood of both a victim and her killers flowed through their own veins. And what of the women in the asylum? For Caroline Martin, the mother who sold her daughter's life, the state hospital became her tomb. She died there just a few years later, in 1913, her claims of insanity perhaps becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in the grim reality of institutional life. Did she ever feel remorse? Did she see her daughter's face in the long, lonely nights? The asylum walls kept her secrets. Mary Sneed, the quiet accomplice, faded even deeper into obscurity, a footnote in her sister's grand, evil design, living out her days in the shadow of a crime that had consumed them all. The fortune they had killed for was eaten up by legal fees and clawed back by the insurance companies. In the end, their great scheme earned them nothing but death, madness, and infamy. If you travel to the old cemeteries of Lynchburg, Virginia, you can still find the stones that mark the end of this story. There, under the shade of ancient magnolias, lies the grave of Osie Sneed. And not far away, you will find the final resting places of her mother and her aunts. They are all there together, a family united in death as they were in life, a silent, chilling tableau of victim and killers sharing the same sacred ground. The physical evidence of this tragedy has not vanished. It is carved in granite, a permanent record for anyone who knows where to look. But the story doesn't just live in stone, it breathes in the folklore of the region. For years after the trial, the people of Lynchburg spoke of the Wardlaws and the Sneeds in hushed tones, as if saying the name too loudly might invite the same darkness into their own homes. They spoke of a curse, a poison that ran through the family's bloodline. The convenient suicides of Colonel Sneed and Osie's brother Fletcher, followed by Osie's murder and Virginia's own final, violent act. It was too much to be a coincidence. It was the story of a doomed house, a family that was destined to consume itself. To explain the unthinkable, to understand how a mother could participate in the destruction of her own daughter, the most powerful legend of all was born, the myth of Virginia Wardlaw, the hypnotist. People whispered that her will was more than just strong. It was a supernatural force. They said she could bend people to her will with a glance, that her sisters were not truly accomplices, but puppets dancing on her invisible strings. It was a story that painted Virginia not just as a murderer, but as a sorceress of the mind, a Svengali in a Sunday dress. And of course, where there is great tragedy, there are always ghosts. Legends began to circulate of a weeping woman heard near the site of the old New Jersey boarding house. And back in the Lynchburg cemeteries, people claimed to see a sad, spectral figure in a white dress wandering among the tombstones on moonless nights. The lost soul of O.C. Sneed, forever trapped by her family's evil, unable to find peace even in the grave. These tales, passed down through generations, are the scar tissue left on the memory of a community that was forced to look into the face of an unimaginable evil. We began this story in a cold bathroom, with a still body in a tub and a simple, terrible question. If O.C. Sneed didn't take her own life, who did? We now have our answer, and it is more horrifying than any fiction. The hands that held her head beneath the water were not those of a stranger or a spurned lover or a faceless villain. They belonged to her mother and her aunts. The plot to end her life was not hatched in a dark alley, but in the parlors and boarding house rooms where they feigned love and affection. The story of O.C. Sneed is not just a tale of a forgotten crime. It is a chilling lesson on the nature of greed. It shows us how the desperate hunger for money and status can become a kind of poison, a sickness that rots a family from the inside out until it is capable of devouring its own. It's a brutal reminder that the most respectable exteriors, the southern manners, the church-going piety, the black mourning dresses, can hide a heart of pure, cold stone. But the ultimate moral of this story is about the perversion of trust. O.C. was taught her entire life to obey her family, to trust in their wisdom, to believe in their love. That trust was the weapon they used against her. They turned the sacred bond between a mother and a child into a tool for manipulation and murder. This is the story's final, enduring horror, the realization that the greatest danger doesn't always come from the darkness outside, but from the smiling faces we are taught to love unconditionally. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. It stands as a testament to the fact that monsters are real, and sometimes they're the ones who tuck you into bed at night. If you stand on a ridge in Logan County, West Virginia, and just listen, all you'll hear is the wind moving through the pines. It feels ancient, peaceful. But 160 years ago, this silence was an illusion. It was a cover. In these very hills, a different kind of civil war was fought, a war of shadows and whispers, where your neighbor was more dangerous than any army. This valley was a hunting ground, and two men were the apex predators. One of them, you know, Devil Anse Hatfield. The other, his name has been swallowed by the fog of time. Today, we're peeling back that fog. We're here to find the story of Captain William Anderson, known to his men as Wall. He was the first man to wage a private war against Hatfield, a Union guerrilla chief whose personal crusade for a murdered friend would pour the foundation for the most infamous feud in American history. This ground remembers him, and if we listen close enough, it'll tell us his tale. Before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, life along the Tug Fork River followed a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. It was a world of scattered log cabins, nestled in deep hollows, where a man's last name meant more than any flag. Here, loyalty wasn't given to a government in some far-off city. It was sworn to your kin, your clan. Life was a relentless cycle of planting, hunting, and surviving, carved out of the forest with an axe and a rifle. And in this world lived two young men, both forged from the same mountain grit, both natural leaders, and both named Anderson. The first was William Anderson. The records don't tell us much about his early life, but they tell us what he stood for. He was a Unionist through and through. For him, and many like him, the Confederacy was the creation of wealthy tidewater aristocrats, the same flatland politicians who had always looked down on the mountain people as backward and unimportant. The Union represented something purer, a nation of free men, not a society built on the backs of slaves. In a county that was bleeding secessionist sympathy, holding that belief wasn't just an opinion, it was a dangerous declaration. The other was Anderson Hatfield, a man whose charisma was as sharp as his aim. History would come to call him Devil Ants. He saw the world differently. To him, the war was about defending his home from a federal government that had no right to tell a man how to live. He was a product of his place and time, fiercely independent and deeply loyal to Virginia. When the state seceded, his loyalty went with it. He saw the Union as an invader, an enemy at his doorstep. Before the war, they were just neighbors in a sparsely populated county. They would have passed each other on the trail, perhaps traded stories or shared a mason jar of corn liquor at a local gathering. They understood the same unwritten laws of the mountains. But in 1861, the whole world changed. A line was drawn right down the middle of the Tug Fork Valley. Suddenly, you had to choose. Were you for the Union or for the Confederacy? There was no middle ground. Friendships soured overnight. Families were torn apart. The quiet suspicion that had always existed between neighbors began to curdle into a deadly hatred. This beautiful, rugged land, once a sanctuary, was about to become a slaughterhouse. William Anderson and Ants Hatfield, two men who might have been friends in another life, were now standing on opposite sides of a chasm, ready to lead their people into a war far more personal and brutal than anything happening on the famous battlefields of the East. History isn't always found on a bronze plaque. Sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement of a county courthouse. That's where I found this. It's a digital copy of a fragile yellow document from the West Virginia State Archives, a military muster roll from 1862. The ink is faded, the names handwritten in a script that's almost art, but one entry is perfectly clear. At the top of a list of about 50 men, it reads, Captain William Anderson. This single piece of paper is the key. It makes him real, pulling him out of the realm of folklore and into official history. And it gives us the official name of his unit, the Logan County Home Guard. The name sounds so orderly, so defensive. It paints a picture of local men, deputized to protect their homes and keep the peace. A neighborhood watch with rifles, sanctioned by the new Union government of West Virginia. But that's the paradox, isn't it? No one in these hills passed down stories about the Home Guard. The name that was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence was the Logan Wildcats. To their enemies, they were known by an even more sinister name, the Snakes, a title that spoke of the way they fought, silent, sudden, and lethal. This official document is the sanctioned story, the clean version written for the men in Charleston and Wheeling. So this roll of names, this simple piece of paper, poses the critical question that unlocks our entire story. What turns a home guard into a band of feared guerrilla fighters? What events were so brutal, so personal, that they twisted a mission of defense into a campaign of vengeance? This document tells us who they were on paper. Now, we have to find out who they were in the flesh and in the blood. That muster roll wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a hunting license. With the official blessing of the new Union government of West Virginia, Captain Wall Anderson's mission was clear: to crush Confederate sympathy in Logan County. And in a war like this, that didn't mean fighting an army. It meant fighting your neighbors. Their first and most critical task was to disarm the local population known to be loyal to the South. In the mountains of Appalachia, this was more than a strategic move. It was a profound insult. A man's rifle wasn't just a tool, it was his provider, his protector, his symbol of independence. To have it taken from you, especially by men you grew up with, was an unforgivable violation. Imagine the scene. Anderson and his home guard ride up to a remote cabin, the smoke curling from its chimney. They aren't an invading army. They are familiar faces. They call the man of the house by his first name. But they are there to demand he surrender his long rifle and his squirrel gun, the very things he needs to feed his family and defend his home. They are acting under official orders, but to the family inside that cabin, this is nothing short of tyranny. This is how the war began here, not with a cannon blast, but with a tense standoff on a cabin porch. Of course, this aggression did not go unanswered. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in Logan County, that reaction was Ance Hatfield. He watched as Anderson's men, his Unionist rivals, used the law as a weapon against his kin and his allies. In response, he gathered his own band of fighters, also known confusingly as the Logan Wildcats. They became the Confederate shadow to Anderson's Union force. If Anderson's men raided a secessionist farm for guns and supplies, Hatfield's men would retaliate, hitting a Unionist farm twice as hard. This was the true beginning of the conflict. It was a slow-burning fuse lit in the summer of 1862. It became a brutal, intimate cycle of retribution. A Unionist would wake to find his corn crib burned to the ground. A week later, a Confederate sympathizer would find his best mule gone, taken in the dead of night. Taunts were shouted across moonlit hollers. Men would vanish on lonely trails, their bodies found days later. The formal name, Home Guard, became a bitter joke. This is how they earned their real names. To the Union families they protected, they were the Wildcats, fierce and loyal. But to the families they terrorized, their tactics were more subtle, more sinister. They were said to move through the woods without making a sound, to strike from the laurel thickets without warning and melt back into the shadows. They were the Snakes. And Captain Wall Anderson, once just a neighbor, was now their leader, locked in a deadly chess match with Devil Ance Hatfield, where the pawns were their own people and the board was the land they all called home. The official record is a cold thing. It gives you names, dates, and causes of death, but it never tells you about the fear. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the stories in their blood. My search led me to a small house just outside of Matewan, to a man sitting on his front porch, whose great-great-uncle was Asa Harmon McCoy. He's one of the unofficial keepers of the valley's memory, a man whose quiet words carry the weight of 5 generations of pain. When I asked him about Harmon, he nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant ridgeline. The books will tell you he was a Union soldier killed by Confederate partisans, he said, his voice raspy with age. And that's true, far as it goes. But the story my grandpa always told me, it was a whole lot more personal than that. He explained that Harmon wasn't just a faceless enemy in a blue uniform. He was known. He had lived here his whole life. His enemies weren't strangers. They were the men he'd grown up with. According to the McCoy family law, the real trouble started when Harmon came home from the army. He was seen at the local grist mill by Jim Vance, Devil Ance Hatfield's uncle, a man known throughout the valley for having a temper as hot as a forge and a heart as cold as a stone. Vance looked Harmon up and down, taking in the blue uniform and the discharged soldier's limp, and said something that wasn't just a threat, but a prophecy. "The way my family tells it," the old man said, leaning forward in his chair. Vance looked him dead in the eye and said, "The buzzards will be picking at your bones before the winter's out." You see, that's the part the history books leave out. This wasn't a random act of war. It was a death sentence delivered in public. Harmon knew Jim Vance, and he knew that Vance wasn't a man for idle threats. The family story insists that Devil Ance Hatfield himself had given his blessing to this kind of intimidation, telling his men to make life a living hell for any McCoy who had sided with the Union. Harmon McCoy was now marked. He was a man being hunted, not by an army, but by his own neighbors. This is the human truth that breathes life into the cold facts. The story passed down on this porch explains the terror that followed. And it gives us the emotional key to what happens next. It wasn't politics anymore. It was personal. And for Wall Anderson, hearing that his friend and comrade was being stalked like an animal by his sworn enemy's clan, it was about to become the point of no return. The winter of 1864 was a bitter one in the mountains. The war was grinding to its bloody conclusion, but in the Tug Fork Valley, the hatred burned hotter than ever. Asa Harmon McCoy, home from the Union Army with a broken leg, knew the threat against him was real. He didn't dare sleep in his own bed. He found a small, cold cave in the hills above his cabin, a place where he thought he would be safe. His wife and a loyal family slave named Pete would sneak food and blankets to him under the cover of darkness. For weeks, he lived like a hunted animal, listening to every snap of a twig, watching every shadow. His chief protector during this time was Captain Wall Anderson. Anderson saw Harmon's situation not just as a threat to one of his men, but as a direct challenge from Devil Anse Hatfield. He vowed to keep Harmon safe. Anderson's wildcats would patrol the ridges around the McCoy property, a silent, unseen shield. For a time, it worked. The presence of Anderson's feared guerrilla fighters kept the Hatfield clan at bay. A tense, fragile stalemate settled over the valley, a cold war fought with watchful eyes and loaded rifles. But the stalemate couldn't last. In the first week of January 1865, the fragile peace was shattered. A critical message reached Wall Anderson. A major force of Confederate cavalry was sweeping through the region, and his unit was needed to counter them. It was a legitimate military order he could not ignore. With a heavy heart, Anderson gathered his men and rode out, leaving the hollows around Harmon's homestead temporarily unguarded. He likely warned Harmon to be extra cautious, to stay hidden until he returned. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. This was the moment Jim Vance had been waiting for. With Anderson and his snakes gone, the valley was his. He gathered a band of Hatfield partisans, men who shared his burning hatred for the Unionist McCoys. On the morning of January the 7th, a fresh blanket of snow covered the ground, and in that snow, they found what they were looking for: a single set of tracks leading from the McCoy cabin up into the hills. It was Pete, the slave, bringing breakfast to his master's hiding place. They had their trail. The hunt was on. They tracked Pete to the cave. What happened next was not a battle, it was an execution. They found Harmon McCoy, wounded and alone, and shot him where he lay. The sound of the gunfire echoed through the cold, empty hollow. There was no one there to hear it, no one left to protect him. The promise Jim Vance had made at the grist mill had been kept. By pulling his men away for a larger fight, Wall Anderson had inadvertently left the door open for his enemy. When he returned and found Harmon's body, his sense of duty would have curdled into a furious, guilt-ridden desire for vengeance. The war was no longer about flags or politics. It was about a debt of blood that would be paid to the Hatfield clan. To understand what happened next, you have to come here, to the place where the official records fall silent. This is the hollow where Asa Harmon McCoy made his home. There's nothing left of his cabin now, just a flat patch of earth that nature is slowly reclaiming. It's not an easy place to get to. The hills rise up around you like fortress walls, steep and choked with rhododendron. This is a landscape that swallows sound, a place that can make a man feel utterly alone. And in the winter of 1865, that isolation was a weapon used against him. The physical evidence of Harmon's last stand isn't a bullet hole in a wall or a scorch mark on the ground. It's the land itself. Up there, on that ridge, the hillside is riddled with shallow caves and rock outcroppings. The exact one where he hid is lost to legend, and in a way, that makes the story even more chilling. It could have been any of them. I'm standing at the mouth of one now. It's cold, damp. Water drips from the rock, and the only sound is the wind at my back. It feels like a sanctuary, a perfect hiding place, but it's a trap. There's only one way in and one way out. This is where the hunt ended. Imagine that morning, January 7th, 1865. A fresh coat of snow covers everything, a perfect, clean slate. And on that canvas, a set of footprints, left by the slave Pete as he carried food up this very hillside. He was an act of loyalty, an act of human decency in the middle of a brutal war. But Jim Vance and his partisans saw those tracks not as a sign of loyalty, but as a map. Every step Pete took in that snow was a nail in Harmon McCoy's coffin. The land that was meant to hide him had betrayed him. The partisans didn't have to search, they just had to follow. Right here, on this unforgiving slope, the silence was about to be shattered. This cold stone hillside was about to become a tomb. Inside the cave, the cold was a physical thing, seeping through Harmon McCoy's clothes and settling deep in his bones. The only warmth came from a small, shielded fire that gave off more smoke than heat. He would have heard them coming, but not in the way you hear an army. There was no thunder of hooves, no battle cry. There was only the unnatural silence that falls over a forest when all the animals go quiet at once. A single bird, startled from a branch. A crunch of snow that was too heavy to be a deer. He was a woodsman. He knew the signs. The trap had been sprung. The men who surrounded the cave moved with the patience of wolves. They were shadows against the snow, their faces grim, their eyes hard. Jim Vance was at their head, his presence radiating a cold, implacable menace. There were no words spoken, no final taunts. The time for threats was over. This was the time for the prophecy to be fulfilled. They took their positions, a semicircle of rifles aimed at the dark mouth of the cave. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whispering through the bare winter trees. Then, the hollow exploded. A single rifle shot cracked the silence, its report echoing off the rock faces like a clap of thunder. It was followed instantly by a volley, a deafening roar of black powder and lead that ripped through the frigid air. The birds that had been hiding in the trees burst into the sky in a panic. The sound rolled down the valley, a brutal announcement that a debt had been collected. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A profound silence fell, heavier and more complete than before. The only smell was the sharp, sulphurous tang of burnt gunpowder hanging in the air. The figures in the snow didn't linger. Their work was done. One by one, they turned and melted back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but their tracks and the deep, ringing quiet. When the first search party, led by Harmon's family, finally made their way up the treacherous hillside hours later, they were met with that same chilling silence. They saw the disturbed snow, the dozens of footprints circling the cave. Inside, the meager fire had burned down to embers. A tin plate with a piece of cornbread lay overturned on the dirt floor. The air was still thick with the ghost of violence. They didn't need to see the full horror to understand what had happened. The message, delivered with such brutal finality, was clear. This wasn't an act of war. This was murder. And it was a message intended not just for the McCoys, but for their protector, Captain Wall Anderson. After a crime so brutal, you expect to find a paper trail. You expect to see the machinery of justice, however slow and imperfect, begin to turn. So, I went to the Logan County Courthouse archives, to the massive leather-bound ledgers where the county's business was recorded. The pages are thick and brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown. You can smell the history on them, a century and a half of dust and decay. I was looking for one thing, an indictment for the murder of Asa Harmon McCoy. I turned the fragile pages, past land disputes and lawsuits over stolen pigs, to the entries for January of 1865. My finger traced the elegant handwritten script, searching for the names. Vance, Hatfield, anyone from the partisan band. I was looking for a warrant, a coroner's report, a magistrate's note, anything to show that the law recognized that a man had been hunted down and killed in a cave. But there is nothing, It's not just a lack of a conviction, it's a lack of any record whatsoever. The official legal account of January 7th, 1865 is a complete and total silence. It's as if Asa Harmon McCoy simply ceased to exist. His murder, an event that would ignite a feud for the next 30 years, is a ghost in these pages. The ink of the law never touched it. This is where you have to learn to read between the lines, to see the story in the empty space. That silence is more damning than any written verdict. It tells you that in Logan County, the official law was either powerless or complicit. It tells you that men like Jim Vance and the Hatfield clan operated with impunity, their influence so strong that the local courts wouldn't dare cross them. The system had failed, and when the official law turns a blind eye, another, older law takes its place. The law of the mountains, the law of blood for blood. For Captain Wall Anderson, this empty page in a courthouse ledger would have been the final confirmation. There would be no trial. There would be no justice from a judge in a black robe. He and his wildcats would have to become the judge, the jury, and the executioner themselves. The hunt was on, but it wouldn't be the sheriff leading it. When the law refuses to write the story, men with guns write it for them. For Captain Wall Anderson, that silent ledger in the Logan courthouse was not an ending. It was a declaration of war. If the official system would not pursue Asa Harmon McCoy's killers, then he would. The mission of the Logan Wildcats changed that day. It was no longer about defending the Union or disarming sympathizers. It was now a single, burning objective: to hunt down Jim Vance and every man who had followed him up that snowy hill. Justice would not be found in a courtroom. It would be delivered from the barrel of a rifle. The manhunt that followed was a terrifying affair. Anderson's snakes were masters of this terrain. They knew every trail, every hidden pass, every creek bed that could hide a man's tracks. They began a relentless campaign of pressure against the Hatfield clan. Men known to have been part of the death squad found themselves stalked. A trip to the grist mill became a life-or-death gamble. The woods around their homes, once a source of comfort, now held an unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow at dusk, could be one of Anderson's men waiting. There was no formal courtroom, but the mountains themselves became the venue for a trial by terror. Anderson's men would appear on a ridge overlooking a Hatfield-allied farm, just standing there, a silent, ominous promise. They conducted lightning raids, not for supplies, but for information, trying to squeeze the location of Vance out of his friends and family. The cycle of retribution that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In response to the hunt, Devil Anse Hatfield fortified his own people. The Tug Fork Valley became a checkerboard of fear, where armed bands from both sides patrolled the hollers, and a chance encounter on a narrow trail could erupt into a bloody skirmish. There was no verdict read by a judge. The verdict was the scream of a rifle echoing through the night. It was the sight of a barn burning against the black sky. It was the constant, gnawing fear that your name was on a list, and that the man hunting you would not stop until the debt for his friend's murder was paid in full. The pursuit of Harmon McCoy's killers was never a legal process. It was a private war, a brutal vendetta that consumed the last months of the Civil War and laid a bloody foundation of personal hatred that would last for another 30 years. The law had failed, and in its place, the law of the gun reigned supreme. To understand how a war truly ends, you have to look at how the warriors themselves ended up. You have to walk among the dead. Here, in Logan County, just off the main road, is the Hatfield family cemetery. And you can't miss its centerpiece. High on a hill stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse Hatfield, imported from Italy. He looks out over the valley he once ruled, defiant and proud even in death. It's not a headstone, it's a declaration. This is the final resting place of a man who lived a long life, died in his bed surrounded by family, and became a legend. A man who won. Then you cross the Tug Fork into Kentucky, and you find a different kind of grave. In a small, quiet family plot, you'll find the marker for Asa Harmon McCoy. It's a simple government-issue stone, the kind given to a soldier. It's humble, dignified, and tragically understated. It marks the end of a life cut violently short. They lie just a few miles apart now, the famous patriarch and the first victim, enemies in life, silent neighbors in death. But there's one man missing from this final roll call, the man who started the hunt, the man whose rage over Harmon's death set the whole feud in motion. Where is Captain William Wall Anderson? I've searched the old churchyards, the forgotten family plots overgrown with weeds, and the official records. There is no grave, no marker, no stone to say that he was ever here at all. Devil Anse is immortalized in marble, and his first victim has his soldier's stone, but their nemesis he has vanished from the earth as completely as a ghost in the morning mist. A man so central to this conflict, a man who burned with such a righteous fire, doesn't just disappear. His empty space on the landscape raises the final critical question that takes us back in time one last time. What happened to Wall Anderson? In April of 1865, General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. For most of the country, the Civil War was over. But in the Tug Fork Valley, the news of peace was just a rumor from a world away. Here, the war had never been about North and South. It was about Anderson and Hatfield, McCoy and Vance. The official war was over, but the killing wasn't. Captain Wall Anderson's personal manhunt for the murderers of Asa Harmon McCoy continued into the summer, a bloody epilogue to the national conflict. His fury had not cooled. The historical record shows that sometime in that violent summer of '65, Anderson and his Wildcats cornered a group of Hatfield's men near a place called the Dry Fork of the Tug. A vicious firefight erupted. It was an ambush, a chaotic swirl of smoke and muzzle flashes among the dense trees. And in that final desperate skirmish, Wall Anderson's luck ran out. A Confederate ball, fired months after their cause was officially lost, tore through his side. His men managed to drive off the attackers and carry their badly wounded captain from the field, but the blow was a devastating one. And this, right here, is where the story of Captain William Wall Anderson fractures into legend. The official records fall silent. His name vanishes from the muster rolls. What happened next depends on who you ask, and which story has been passed down in their family. One version says he died of that wound, either slowly in a bed surrounded by his grieving men, or quickly, bleeding out on the trail. In this telling, he is a tragic hero, a martyr who gave his life for his cause right at the very end. Others whisper a darker tale, that he survived the initial wound, but was assassinated later, a final, quiet act of revenge by the Hatfields to eliminate their most dangerous enemy once and for all. But there is a third version, the one that best explains the empty space where his grave should be. It's the story of a man who simply had enough. He survived his wound, but the war had broken something inside him. He had seen too much killing, had felt too much hate. He looked around and saw that the Union he fought for had won, but his own personal war was a poison that would never stop spreading. And so, he just walked away. He left his life as a guerrilla captain behind, melted back into the mountains he knew so well, and vanished, becoming a ghost of the hollers, a man who chose to erase himself rather than fire another shot. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. With Wall Anderson gone, the Unionist cause in Logan County lost its teeth. Its fiercest protector was gone. Devil Anse Hatfield was now the undisputed power in the valley. The hunt for Harmon McCoy's killers was over. The debt, as far as the law was concerned, was forgotten. But the McCoys did not forget. The fire of vengeance that Wall Anderson had lit was now passed to them, an inheritance of blood that would smolder for years before erupting into the full-blown war that history would remember as the Hatfield-McCoy feud. Even now, A century and a half later, the ghost of William Wall Anderson is still fighting a war in these mountains. His legacy is a battleground. Devil Anse Hatfield's story is complicated, but it's chiseled in stone. Anderson's story, however, is a whisper that changes depending on which side of the hollow you're standing in. His name isn't a historical fact, it's a litmus test for old loyalties that run as deep as the coal seams. If you talk to the descendants of the McCoy family, or those whose ancestors were staunch Unionists, Wall Anderson was a hero, plain and simple. He was the only law that mattered in a lawless time. When the courthouse turned a blind eye to murder, he was the righteous fury that fought back. They'll tell you he was a brave captain who stood up to the brutal partisans led by men like Jim Vance, protecting innocent families from being terrorized. To them, his wildcats were a shield, and he was the wall that gave them their name, the last line of defense against Confederate tyranny. But cross the river. Talk to the families who still take pride in their Confederate roots, whose great-grandfathers rode with Devil Anse. To them, William Anderson was a monster, a marauder. They don't call him a soldier, they call him a bushwhacker who used the chaos of war as a license to plunder and kill. They speak the name snakes with venom, remembering stories passed down of night raids, of stolen livestock, of a fear that their own government-sanctioned protector was a common criminal. In their version of the story, Devil Anse was the true hero, a man defending his home and people from Anderson's murderous gang. So who was he? A patriot or a killer? A lawman or a terrorist? The terrible, unsettling truth is that he was probably both. In a guerrilla war, fought neighbor against neighbor, the line between a soldier and a murderer is often just a shadow on the ground. To the family he was protecting, he was a savior. To the family he was hunting, he was the devil himself. His legacy isn't a single story, but a collection of conflicting, deeply personal truths, all of them held with absolute conviction. He reminds us that the victor may write the history books, but the vanquished write the family stories, and those are the ones that never die. When a man leaves no grave, he can't be buried. And when a story has no ending, it can never truly be over. With the facts of William Anderson's fate lost to time, the storytellers of the mountains took over. The man of flesh and blood died or vanished, but in his place, they created something that could never die. A ghost, a legend. To this day, there are people in these hills who will tell you that Wall Anderson never left. They say his spirit still walks the high ridges that overlook the Tug Fork, forever on patrol. They turn him into a cautionary tale, a boogeyman to scare the young. They say, if you're hunting late in the evening and you hear the snap of a twig behind you, don't turn around too fast. It might be the ghost of the old Union captain, still searching for the men who killed his friend. He has become a haint of the mountains, a restless spirit tied to the land he fought and bled for. This is the final stage in the life of a story like this. It's how a community processes a trauma that has no clean resolution. There was no final justice for Asa Harmon McCoy. There was no known resting place for his avenger. So the people absorbed him into their folklore. The ghost story is a way of remembering, a way of warning that old hatreds don't just disappear. They linger in the soil, in the shadows between the trees. The man is gone, but the grudge remains. And so, Captain William Wall Anderson, the historical figure, has faded almost completely. In his place stands the legend. He is no longer just a man who fought in a war. He is a permanent part of the landscape's psychic terrain, a symbol of a feud so bitter that not even death could end it. He is the whisper in the pines, the unseen fear in the hollow, a ghost born from a real man's quest for vengeance. And so, we end where we began. Standing on this ridge in Logan County, listening to the wind move through the pines. The sound hasn't changed, but after our journey, the silence feels different. It's no longer empty. Now, it's filled with the echoes of a forgotten war. We started with a single name on a faded muster roll and followed it into the heart of a darkness that history tried to forget. We stood at the mouth of a cold cave. We saw the ghost in the empty pages of a courthouse ledger, and we learned how one man's righteous fury could become a law unto itself. The story of William Wall Anderson is the proof that the most famous legends are often built on forgotten foundations. The world remembers the Hatfield-McCoy feud as a story of stolen pigs and star-crossed lovers. But that's the tale, not the truth. The truth began here, with a political assassination and a promise of vengeance. It's a reminder that the great sweeping forces of history are always at their heart intensely personal stories of love, loyalty, and a hatred that can outlive the men who carry it. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of the choices that define us. The men who fought here are long gone. The cabins they defended have returned to the earth. The guns have fallen silent. But the story remains.
The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot. A sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the Devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eph Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia. The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom. A kingdom built on a single, powerful resource: coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building: the houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hardworking, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was: a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. F. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body, and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephraim Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state. Fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Hounshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Hounshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was, in every way, the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Hounshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Hounshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Hounshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Hounshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him. They couldn't intimidate him. So they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. Ephraim Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Hounshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Hounshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Hounshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Hounshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Hounshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony in court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Hounshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Eve Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Hounshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Hounshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Hounshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was: the impeachment of Judge Hounshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration, broadcast across the state, of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple: we are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all work together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush. And Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through F. Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. F. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Eph's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real U.S. dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. A great political engine, slowly, inevitably, beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
I'm standing here in the town square of Manchester, Kentucky, looking at the Clay County Courthouse. On a quiet afternoon like this, it looks like any other seat of county government. But these bricks have seen more history and more blood than most battlefields. A Kentucky governor once called this place the bleeding wound of the state. And for over 50 years, this very spot was the heart of that wound. Here, where all you hear now is the wind in the trees, the silence was once shattered by a war between families that turned the rule of law into a bitter joke. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from this place and piece together the story of how it all began. To understand the explosion, you first have to see the powder keg. Let's go back to 1844. Manchester, Kentucky wasn't much more than a collection of log and clapboard buildings around a courthouse, set against the vast green wilderness of the Cumberland Mountains. Life here was hard, governed by the seasons and the unwritten laws of kinship. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was worth more than his life. In this world, some names carried more weight than others, and no name carried more weight than Garrard. They were the closest thing Clay County had to royalty. The family patriarch, Theophilus T. Garrard, was a powerful statesman, a name known all the way in the capital. His son Daniel moved through these dusty streets with an air of absolute confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your family's power is the ultimate law of the land. Then there was Dr. Abner Baker. He was a man of two worlds. On one hand, he was a physician, a man of education and science in a place where folk remedies were still king. But he was also a man of Clay County, born and bred. His hands were just as calloused by the code of these hills as any farmer's, and his pride ran just as deep. He was respected, but he wasn't a Garrard, and in Clay County, that distinction mattered. The flashpoint between these two men wasn't some mythical silver mine, as the legends now claim. It was something far more practical and far more valuable, the local saltpeter works. In the 1840s, saltpeter was the key ingredient in gunpowder. Controlling it meant controlling the means for every man to hunt, to defend his home, to be self-reliant. It was power, pure and simple, and both Baker and Garrard wanted control. For months, their business dispute was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. You could feel it in the air of Manchester. The sideways glances in the general store, the conversations that stopped when one of them entered a room. Two proud men, their ambitions circling each other like wolves. The people of the town went about their lives, but they were watching. They knew the code. They knew that in these mountains, a storm can roll in without warning, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning. The stories passed down through generations are one thing, but sometimes you can find the cold, hard facts printed in black and white. Here, in the Clay County Historical Archives, I'm holding a digital copy of a newspaper clipping from a Lexington paper dated 1844. It's fragile, even as an image on a screen. The language is formal, a world away from our own. It describes the killing of Daniel Garrard not as a murder, but as an unfortunate and fatal affray. It speaks of the public shock and the immediate arrest of Dr. Abner Baker. But it's a small, almost overlooked detail in the third paragraph that truly matters. It mentions that Baker's defense team, some of the most expensive lawyers in the state, were preparing a novel argument, temporary insanity. This wasn't just a legal strategy. In a place like Clay County, where honor and accountability were everything, this was an insult. The idea that a man wasn't responsible for his actions, that he could kill the son of the most powerful man in the county and then hide behind a doctor's diagnosis, it was unthinkable. This piece of paper isn't just a news report. It's the official record of the moment the two sides stopped speaking the same language. One side started talking about the law, and the other was thinking only of justice. And that raised a critical question that would echo for decades. What happens when the law offers an escape, but the people demand a reckoning? That newspaper clipping only tells you what happened. It doesn't tell you how it felt on that hot, dusty day in Manchester. The argument between Dr. Baker and Daniel Garrard didn't start with a shout. It started as a low murmur in the middle of the street, two men standing toe to toe, the air crackling around them. The saltpeter works was the reason, but honor was the fuel. Voices rose with the heat of the day, and soon the whole town was watching from doorways and windows, silent witnesses to a prideful rage that was about to boil over. An insult was thrown. We'll never know the exact words, but in a place like this, a man's name is all he truly owns. Whatever was said, it was the point of no return. There was a flash of steel, a single, deafening crack that echoed off the clapboard storefronts, and Daniel Garrard fell to the ground. The son of the most powerful family in the county lay dead in the dust. In that moment, Dr. Abner Baker wasn't a man of medicine. He was just another Clay County man who had answered a perceived slight with finality. The law moved swiftly at first. Baker was arrested, and for a moment it seemed like the system would work. A trial, a verdict, a hanging. That was the expected order of things. But then, a new word began to filter through the mountains, a word that felt like a trick from a faraway city. Insanity. The Baker family, with its money, had hired lawyers who claimed the doctor hadn't known what he was doing, that his mind had snapped. To the Garrards, and to half of Clay County, this was a second, deeper wound. It was a declaration that a rich man's law could wash away a poor man's blood. It was a cowardly trick, a way to cheat the hangman, and more importantly, a way to cheat the code of the mountains. They saw it not as a legal defense, but as a profound act of disrespect to the dead and a challenge to the living. The seeds of conflict had been sown the moment Garrard fell, but this legal maneuver was the dark, fertile soil they needed to grow. The Garrard clan and their allies gathered on their porches and in their cabins, not to wait for a verdict from a judge, but to plan a reckoning. The official court had its own schedule, but in the hollows of Clay County, a different, older court was now in session, and it recognized only one sentence: blood for blood. Official records and old newspapers can give you the skeleton of a story, but the soul of it, The part that still beats lives in the people who carry the memory. That's why I drove down a winding road deep into Clay County to a small house with a porch swing that's probably seen 100 years of summers. I came here to speak with a woman named Mary, the great-great-grandniece of Daniel Garrard. She is in her 80s, with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and she holds the family's version of the story not as history, but as a living truth. We sat on that porch for an hour, the chains of the swing groaning a slow rhythm, before I even asked about the feud. She knew why I was there. She told me stories of her childhood, of hard winters and loving parents. And then she looked out toward the hills. "You want to know why they couldn't let it be?" she said. It wasn't a question. "My granddaddy told me what his father told him," she began, her voice steady. "When the news came that the Bakers were trying to get Abner off by claiming he was insane, it was like Daniel had been killed all over again. It wasn't about the law anymore. It was about honor. To them, the Bakers were saying a Garrard's life was worth so little, you could take it and then just lie your way out of the consequences." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. It wasn't just anger. It was a duty. They believed if they let Abner Baker live out his days after a stunt like that, the Garrard name would be a joke. Every man in the county would know that you could wrong them and get away with it. They felt they had no choice. The law had failed to give them justice, so the family had to. That single piece of family law, passed down through 5 generations, explains everything. It wasn't just an act of revenge they were planning. In their minds, it was an act of survival. Dr. Abner Baker was sent to the Eastern State Asylum in Lexington. To the outside world, this was the end of the matter. A killer, deemed insane, was safely locked away. But in the hollows of Clay County, it was seen as a temporary delay. The Garrards and their allies didn't see walls and doctors. They saw a debt that was still unpaid. They waited. Patience is a virtue carved into the people of these mountains, and they could wait for true justice as long as it took. For months, a tense, unnatural quiet settled over the county, the kind of stillness that comes before the deadliest of storms. Then, in 1845, the news came. It traveled by horseback and word of mouth, a spark landing in a field of dry tinder. Dr. Baker had escaped. He was coming home. To the Garrards, this was the ultimate act of defiance. The law had failed to punish him, and now it had failed to even contain him. He wasn't just a killer who had cheated justice. He was a ghost walking back into their lives, a living symbol of their family's dishonor. The time for waiting was over. There was no public call to arms. It happened quietly, with grim-faced men grabbing their long rifles from above the fireplace, nodding to their wives, and disappearing into the woods. This wasn't a mob. It was a posse, a self-appointed instrument of the only law they now recognized. They knew the trails, the creeks, and the hiding places better than any lawman from the city. They weren't hunting a fugitive. In their minds, they were escorting a man to the gallows that the state had been too cowardly to build. They found him. We don't know exactly where the ambush was laid, perhaps in a narrow hollow where the creek runs shallow, or along a ridge that offered a clear line of sight. But for Dr. Abner Baker, the journey home ended there. The deep silence of the Appalachian forest was shattered by a coordinated volley of rifle fire. It was swift, brutal, and final. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard arithmetic of the mountain code, a life for a life. This was the point of no return. The first killing had been a crime of passion, a dispute that ended in tragedy. This second killing was a calculated execution, a public statement written in gunpowder and blood. It was a declaration to all of Clay County and to the distant government in Frankfort that the official law had no authority here. The Garrards had reclaimed their family's honor, and in doing so, they had thrown down a gauntlet. Now, the Baker family and their allies had a blood debt of their own to repay. The feud was no longer a disagreement. It was an inheritance, and it would be passed down to the next generation with all its terrible weight. I'm back at the courthouse in Manchester, but this time I'm looking closer. The afternoon sun is low, casting long shadows across the lawn. A building like this, over 100 years old, absorbs history. And if you run your hand along these old bricks, you're touching the last silent witness to the war's most violent chapter. This is the place where the feud stopped being a series of back-alley ambushes and became an open rebellion. They say if you look close enough at the stone pillars by the entrance, you can still find the chips and scars where bullets from a dozen different gunfights struck home. You have to imagine this lawn, not neatly trimmed, but churned to mud, filled with armed men loyal to the Howard clan. You have to picture those high windows, not with sunlight glinting off them, but barricaded from the inside with heavy oak desks and law books, with the glint of rifle barrels poking through the gaps. Because in 1898, this building wasn't a courthouse. It was a fortress, seized by Bad Tom Baker and his men. And right here, on this very lawn, the governor of Kentucky set up the state militia with a Gatling gun, a weapon of industrial warfare aimed at the heart of their own county seat. This is where it happened. The war came out of the shadows of the hollers and declared itself right here in the open. And on these very steps, years later, a final, fatal price would be paid. The feud didn't just smolder after the Civil War. It was forged into something harder, something colder. By the late 1890s, the fight was in the hands of a new generation, men who had grown up on stories of the first killings. On one side was Big Jim Howard, a man who could use a law book or a rifle with equal skill. On the other was the fearsome Bad Tom Baker, a one-armed Confederate veteran whose reputation was as hard as a coffin nail. The animosity between them finally reached its breaking point when Howard, using his political influence, began to stack the legal system against the Baker clan. Feeling the walls of the law closing in, Tom Baker made a decision that would stun the entire state. He would take the law itself hostage. In 1898, he and his heavily armed followers marched into Manchester, not as citizens, but as an occupying army. They stormed the courthouse, drove out the officials, and barricaded the doors. The seat of county justice was now the fortress of a clan warlord. From the second-story windows, the glint of rifle barrels sent a clear message to Jim Howard and his allies. The time for legal tricks was over. This would be settled with gunpowder. Manchester became a ghost town. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered. The only sounds were the scraping of boots on gravel and the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle shot that would echo through the empty streets, followed by an even more terrifying silence. A spider web of cracks would appear in a storefront window. A horse tied to a post would suddenly fall, its quiet death a warning to anyone who dared to show themselves. Inside the courthouse, the air was thick with tension and the smell of stale tobacco smoke. Tom Baker, his one arm as steady as iron, directed his men, their faces grim in the dusty shafts of light filtering through the barricades. The standoff dragged on for days. The news of a county courthouse under siege by its own citizens reached the governor's mansion in Frankfort. It was an embarrassment, an open sore on the face of Kentucky. Governor William O. Bradley declared Clay County to be in a state of insurrection. He called it the bleeding wound of the state, and he decided to cauterize it with force. The arrival of the state militia was a sight no one in Manchester would ever forget. Uniformed soldiers marching in formation, followed by a wagon carrying a weapon of modern war, a Gatling gun. They set it up on the courthouse lawn, its brass casings gleaming in the sun, its multiple barrels aimed squarely at the front doors. This was no longer a family feud. This was a rebellion. The government of Kentucky was prepared to mow down its own citizens to restore order. The air grew heavy, silent. Inside, the Baker clan looked out at the machine gun, a weapon that could tear through their wooden barricades like paper. Outside, the militia commander stared at the courthouse, knowing the order to fire would result in a slaughter. This was the heart of darkness, a moment when all pretense of civilization had vanished, leaving only two armed camps separated by 100 yards of lawn and 50 years of hate. The siege didn't end with the roar of the Gatling gun. It ended with a quiet, cold calculation. Tom Baker, for all his fury, was not a fool. He saw the inevitable. The doors to the courthouse eventually swung open, and the Baker clan walked out, laying down their weapons. But it wasn't a surrender. Their eyes, burning with defiance, promised that this was only a pause. The state had taken back its building, but the war for Clay County was far from over. The bleeding had been stopped for a moment, but the wound was now deeper than ever. After the soldiers and the Gatling gun went home, the war moved from the courthouse lawn back into the courthouse itself. The weapons were no longer rifles, but pieces of paper, and I'm looking at one of them right now. This is a copy of the official indictment brought against Bad Tom Baker and his men following the siege. The script is formal, the ink faded, the language cold and precise. It lists the charges in stark legal terms: armed insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to intimidate an officer of the law. On paper, it paints a simple picture of a band of outlaws who tried to overthrow the government. It's neat, it's clean, and it's a masterclass in how history is written by the winners. But reading this is like reading a doctor's report that lists the cause of death as cessation of heartbeat. It's technically true, but it tells you nothing of the disease that ravaged the body for years. This document has no lines for the 50 years of bad blood. It doesn't mention the political machinations of the Howard clan or the deep-seated belief that a Baker couldn't get a fair hearing in that very building. The paper simply lists the crime. It completely erases the reason. It reduces a multi-generational war down to a few sterile legal phrases, stripping away all the honor, the rage, and the grief that led those men to make their stand. And with this document, the full weight of the state's power was about to come crashing down on the Baker clan. With the Gatling gun gone and the militia back in their barracks, a different kind of army descended on Clay County. This one wore suits and carried leather briefcases filled with law books. The state of Kentucky was determined to make an example of Bad Tom Baker. This wouldn't be a local trial with a jury of neighbors. This was the full weight of the Commonwealth coming down on one man. The trial was a spectacle. The Manchester courthouse, the very building Tom Baker had held as a fortress, was now his cage. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a silent, divided sea of humanity. On one side sat the friends and family of the Baker clan, their faces set like stone. On the other side sat the allies of Big Jim Howard, their expressions a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Howard himself was often there, a quiet, imposing figure in the back, watching the slow, methodical destruction of his great rival. You could feel the hate in the air, so thick you could choke on it. Tom Baker sat at the defendant's table, his one arm resting motionless. He was a lion in a cage, a creature of the open ridges and wild hollows, now trapped by legal arguments and procedural rules he neither understood nor respected. The state's prosecutors painted him as a traitor, a revolutionary who had spit in the face of the law. His defense argued he was a man pushed to the brink, a citizen who had only occupied the courthouse because he knew he could never get justice within its walls. An argument that was, in its own way, a damning confession that the system was broken. The jury listened, their faces pale. They were local men, and they knew that whatever verdict they delivered, they would have to live with the consequences. They were judging not just Tom Baker, but the future of Clay County. But the outcome was never really in doubt. The state had been humiliated, and someone had to pay. When the jury foreman stood to read the verdict, the room fell into a dead silence. The word guilty was spoken quietly, but it landed like a hammer blow. Tom Baker didn't flinch. He didn't rage or despair. He simply looked across the room, his gaze locking onto Jim Howard. In that one look, a lifetime of hatred was exchanged. The law had finally put Bad Tom Baker behind bars. But everyone in that room knew that a jail cell could hold the man, but it could never contain the feud. The law had won its battle, but in doing so, it had only ensured the war would continue. Up on a hill overlooking Manchester, there's a quiet cemetery where the wind rustles through the leaves of ancient oak trees. The tombstones are a library of endings, some new and polished, others old and leaning, their names almost erased by a century of rain and frost. This is where all the fury and ambition of the Clay County War finally came to rest. And this is where you find them. Over here is the grave of Bad Tom Baker. It's a simple military-style stone befitting a Confederate soldier. It lists his name, his company, and his dates. There are no grand pronouncements, just the hard, simple facts of a life that ended. His family still tends to it. A small flag flutters here on Memorial Days. It's a place of quiet, defiant dignity. And then, you walk just 100 yards or so past a few other families, and you find the marker for James Big Jim Howard. It's a bit more substantial, a testament to a man of property and political power. He lies here surrounded by his own kin. They lie so close now, these two great enemies. For decades they were the twin poles of a war that tore this county apart, and now they're silent neighbors in the same Kentucky soil. All that rage, all that blood, all that power, reduced to two names carved in granite, slowly fading under the Appalachian sun. Seeing them here, you'd think the story ended with Tom Baker's conviction. But a prison sentence wasn't the final chapter. The Mountain Code had one last bill to collect, and the story of how both these men ended up on this hill is the feud's last and most bitter reckoning. With Bad Tom Baker locked away in the Frankfort Penitentiary, a strange and fragile peace settled over Clay County. For the first time in decades, Big Jim Howard was the undisputed king. He had won. He had used the law, the militia, and the courts to do what generations of his family couldn't do with rifles. He had broken the power of the Baker clan. For a few years, it seemed the war was finally over, ended not with a bang, but with the clang of a prison gate. But the politics of Kentucky have always been a blood sport. In 1899, the state was ripped apart by the most violent and disputed gubernatorial election in its history. When the Democrat William Goebel was assassinated in Frankfort in 1900, the state teetered on the brink of its own civil war. A massive investigation was launched, and a net was cast for anyone with a reputation for political violence. And in one of history's cruelest twists, the master of the law, Big Jim Howard, found himself caught in its web. He was accused of being a conspirator in the plot to kill the governor. The trial was a statewide sensation. Jim Howard, the man who had so skillfully used the courts against Tom Baker, now faced a jury with his own life on the line. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The great victor of the Clay County War was now a prisoner himself. And then, the feud delivered its final, bitter irony. The same political chaos that had condemned Jim Howard miraculously set his old enemy free. The new governor, in a flurry of politically motivated pardons, granted clemency to many men, including the aging, one-armed insurrectionist from Clay County. Bad Tom Baker walked out of prison a free man. So, by 1901, the chessboard had been reset for one final terrible move. Jim Howard, through his own powerful connections, soon secured a pardon as well. Both old lions were back in the same territory. Baker was now an old man, perhaps believing the feud had died with their mutual imprisonment. Howard was also old, but he was a man who had been publicly shamed and imprisoned, and he had one last debt to settle. The long shadow of the feud had stretched across 57 years, and it was about to fall one last time, right back where it all began, in the streets of Manchester. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the Clay County War isn't a settled matter here. It isn't just a chapter in a history book. It's a living memory, a story that gets told on front porches and at family reunions, and the version you hear depends entirely on which family is telling it. The names Baker and Howard don't just belong to the dead, they belong to the living, and they still carry the weight of that old, bitter argument. To this day, if you talk to folks whose ancestors stood with Tom Baker, you'll hear the story of a hero. They'll tell you, Bad Tom was a man of the people, a proud Confederate soldier who stood up to a corrupt political machine run by the wealthy and powerful Howard family. They'll say the courthouse siege wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate man's only way to demand a justice he could never get from a bought and paid for judge. In their version, Tom Baker was a man of honor who was assassinated in cold blood, a victim of a coward's bullet because his enemies could never face him in a fair fight. But then, you drive a few miles down the road and ask a family whose great-grandfather rode with Jim Howard, and you'll get a different truth entirely. They'll tell you Big Jim Howard was the law. He was a sheriff, a leader, a man trying to drag a wild and violent county into the modern age. To them, Bad Tom Baker was a ruthless outlaw, a violent thug who thought he was above the law and terrorized anyone who stood against him. The courthouse siege was an act of treason, an attack on civilization itself. And his death on the courthouse steps, that wasn't an assassination. It was an execution, the long overdue end for a man who had lived by the gun. So which one is the truth? Was Tom Baker a folk hero or a homegrown terrorist? Was Jim Howard a civic leader or a political boss who used the law like a club? The honest answer is that after 100 years, the truth is a matter of blood and memory. The facts are a pile of dry bones, and it's the families that put the flesh and spirit back on them. The war is over, but the argument about who was right, who was wrong, and who deserved what they got, that argument will probably never end. When the shooting finally stops and the last of the warlords are in the ground, a story enters a new phase of its life. The hard, jagged facts of who did what to whom begin to get smoothed over by time, like a stone in a fast-running creek. History becomes folklore. The Clay County War was too big, too bloody, and too long for people to simply file away. They had to make sense of it, to turn the sheer, brutal chaos into a lesson, or a warning, or a ghost. Ask around Manchester today, especially among the older folks, and you might hear a story told in a hushed voice on a dark autumn night. They say that if you stand near the courthouse when the streets are empty and quiet, you can sometimes see a shadow moving on the steps where Bad Tom Baker fell. A tall, lonely figure with one empty sleeve that seems to sway in a breeze that no one else can feel. They say he's still waiting, still looking for the man who shot him, or perhaps for a kind of justice he never found inside that building. It's more than just a ghost story. The feud lives on as a cautionary tale, a lesson that became woven into the fabric of the community. It's the story a father would tell a hot-headed son to warn him about the poison of carrying a grudge. Remember the Bakers and the Howards, he'd say. They fought for so long, they forgot what they were even fighting about, and all they earned was a piece of land on Cemetery Hill. The war became a local proverb, a dark piece of wisdom paid for with generations of blood. This is how a community processes a trauma this deep. The specific details of the legal disputes and the political maneuvers fade away. What remains is a powerful myth, a story of two families locked in a death spiral, a one-armed ghost who haunts the seat of justice, and a bloody warning that echoes down through the years. The facts belong to the archives, but the legend belongs to the mountains. So here I am again, back on the square in Manchester, looking at the same courthouse as the day begins to fade. But I'm not seeing it the same way. It's no longer just an old brick building. I can almost see the shadow of Daniel Garrard falling in the dust, feel the tension of the siege with Tom Baker's men peering from the windows, and hear the echo of that final fatal shot on these very steps. We came here to listen to the whispers of this place, and what we heard was a 57-year-long scream. The Clay County War is a story about how honor, when it turns to pride, can become a prison. It's about how revenge can become a family's only inheritance. It's a hard lesson written in blood that shows how easily the law can be broken and how much harder it is to put back together. It proves that the most dangerous place on earth can be the few miles between your neighbor's house and your own when a grudge is on the line. The next time you pass a quiet courthouse on a sleepy town square, remember this one. Remember what these bricks have seen and the price that was paid right here. The men are gone. The guns are silent. The bleeding wound has finally scarred over, but the story remains. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect. dragging canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like 2 small ghosts leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. 2 children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from. The overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger. It was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannons with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannan homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book. It's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark. A cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. If you stand here today on the Alamance battlefield, the only sounds you'll hear are the rustle of wind in the Carolina pines and the distant hum of a highway. It's a quiet, solemn place. The monuments here tell a story of rebellion, of backcountry farmers who rose up against a corrupt government and were crushed for it. Most people think the story ends here in the blood and the smoke of May 1771. But they're wrong. The real war, the one that history forgot, was just beginning. Today, we're going to listen past the roar of the battle to the whispers that followed, the story of a war fought not by men with guns, but by women with nothing left to lose. Let's go back. Back before the battle, before the monuments. Picture a small cabin nestled in a clearing, carved from the deep, unforgiving woods of the North Carolina backcountry. The air hangs thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. A man, his clothes stained with the infamous red clay of the Piedmont, works a stubborn plot of land, his axe ringing a steady rhythm against the silence of the forest. This isn't a life of riches. It's a life of pure, back-breaking self-reliance. Every crop pulled from the ground, every log shaped for the cabin wall is a victory. Inside, his wife moves in a constant, practiced dance of survival. She is churning butter, mending clothes by the light of a tallow candle, tending to a pot of stew over the hearth, and keeping one eye on the children playing on the packed dirt floor. Her hands are rough, her days are long, But this life, this family, this small patch of earth, it is everything. It is a world they built themselves, beholden to no one but God and the seasons. But a shadow was stretching from the coast, a shadow cast by men in powdered wigs and silk coats. Governor William Tryon and his network of appointed officials saw these hardy folk not as subjects to be governed, but as a resource to be bled dry. A sheriff, smelling of perfume and entitlement, would ride into a clearing like this one, his horse trampling the family's kitchen garden. He wouldn't ask for a share of the crop. He demanded hard cash for taxes, a thing as rare as diamonds on a frontier that lived and breathed on trade and barter. Imagine the bitter injustice. A farmer, unable to produce the coins he simply doesn't have, is forced to watch as that same sheriff seizes the tools he needs to plant next year's corn, or the milk cow that keeps his children from starving. This wasn't law. It was extortion, plain and simple. Justice in the courts was a farce, sold to whichever man had the heaviest purse. So the men did what honest men do when the law becomes the criminal. They organized. They called themselves regulators because all they wanted was to regulate the government's greed, to demand an honest accounting for their taxes. They weren't traitors dreaming of a new flag. They were fathers and husbands trying to protect their homes. They petitioned, they protested, and they prayed for fairness. But in the halls of power, their pleas fell on deaf ears, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would burn their world to the ground. In a quiet corner of the state archives, history feels like a physical thing. You can smell it in the dry, brittle paper. And here, under the low, humming lights, is a document that was supposed to be the final word on the Regulator Rebellion. It's a proclamation issued by Governor William Tryon in the days following his victory at Alamance. The script is elegant, the language is absolute. It lists the names of men now branded as outlaws, fugitives to be hunted down. For all others, it offers a pardon, but only if they come forward and swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the very government that had been robbing them blind. On the surface, this paper is a victor's decree. It's the official story etched in ink. The rebellion is over, the king's authority is restored, order has returned to the backcountry. To most, this document is a period at the end of a sentence, a historical footnote. But it's not. If you read between the lines of this cold, legalistic text, you find something else entirely. You find a threat. This isn't just a pardon, it's a weapon. By demanding the men come out of hiding and swear an oath, Tryon was turning every cabin into a potential trap. He was leveraging the family, the bond between husband and wife, father and child. This piece of paper was a declaration that the war was no longer on the battlefield. The war was now moving to the hearth, to the kitchen, to the conversations whispered in the dead of night. It raises a terrifying question, one that this official document completely ignores. What happens to the women? What happens when their husbands are ghosts in the forest and the government is at their door, holding a piece of paper that promises either submission or ruin? The smoke from the Alamance battlefield had barely cleared when a new kind of army descended upon the backcountry. This wasn't the formal militia of Governor Tryon. These were smaller, crueler patrols sent to enforce the peace with the tip of a bayonet. They rode from farm to farm, the jingle of their bridles and the creak of saddle leather announcing a new, more intimate kind of terror. In the hand of every officer was a copy of the governor's proclamation, that promise of pardon twisted into a cudgel. Imagine a woman named Martha Bell standing in the doorway of her small cabin. Her husband Samuel fought with the regulators. He hasn't been seen since the battle. She hears the horses before she sees them, and her heart turns to a cold stone in her chest. A half-dozen militiamen ride into her yard, their faces slick with arrogance. The officer, a man whose uniform is far too clean for these dusty parts, dismounts and approaches her. He doesn't ask how she is. He doesn't offer condolences. He unrolls the proclamation. He reads the words, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He speaks of the king's mercy, of the offer of pardon for any man who presents himself and swears the oath. Then his eyes narrow. "Where is your husband, madam? This document says he has until the 10th of July to submit. If he does not, he is declared an outlaw and a traitor." Martha says nothing. Her face is a mask of stone. "His life is forfeit," the officer continues, "and so is this land, this property." When her silence stretches on, his thin patience snaps. This was the true purpose of their visit. It wasn't about finding the men, it was about breaking the women. He gestures to his soldiers. "Confiscate their provisions for the crown's use. The families of traitors do not eat." They move with practiced efficiency, overturning her barrel of flour, spearing the salted pork with a bayonet, and leading away her only milk cow. They leave her standing in the dust, with nothing but the mocking words of the proclamation hanging in the air and the hungry cries of her children inside the cabin. This scene was repeated over and over across the hollows and hills. The seeds of a new, desperate war were being sown, and the women of the backcountry were beginning to understand that surrender was not an option. History books can give you names and dates, but to find the heart of a story, you have to talk to the people who carry it in their blood. Down a winding gravel road, on a porch that has seen more than a century of summer storms, I found Elara Vance. She's a woman in her late 80s, with hands that speak of a life of hard work and eyes that hold the quiet, fierce pride of her ancestors. Her family has lived in these hills since before they were even part of the United States, and the stories they pass down aren't found in any official archive. As we sat in rocking chairs, the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves of a massive oak, I asked her about the women of the regulation. A slow smile touched her lips. She told me that the history books get it all wrong. They paint the women as passive victims, as weeping widows waiting to be saved or pardoned. "That wasn't it at all," she said, her voice a low, steady hum. "They weren't victims. They were soldiers in a different kind of war. They just didn't use muskets." She leaned forward, her gaze distant, as if she were looking back through time itself. She told me the story of her great-great-great-grandmother, Sarah, whose husband was one of the men with a price on his head. One day, a patrol of militia rode right up to her cabin, their officer demanding to know where her husband was hiding. Sarah knew he was less than 20 feet away, concealed in a cramped root cellar beneath the floorboards. One wrong word, one flicker of fear in her eyes, and they would all be lost. "My grandmother always said," Elara told me, her voice dropping to a near whisper, "that Sarah learned that day that a fool with a gun is still a fool. And the greatest trick a woman had was letting a man believe he was smarter than her." Sarah didn't cry or plead. She put on a look of weary defeat, told the officer her husband had fled west towards the mountains, and then, with a sigh, offered the patrol the last of her cornmeal and bacon. It was a calculated risk. It was an act of profound defiance disguised as one of total submission. That single moment, that quiet, terrifying decision, was the point of no return. It was the moment Sarah, and hundreds of women like her, stopped being survivors and became spies. "Let's follow that story," Elara told, "back into the shadows of that cabin. Imagine the suffocating stillness. Sarah moves with a forced, unnatural quiet, hushing her children with a look, her ears straining for any sound from outside. Every creak of the floorboards above the root cellar must feel like a drumbeat to her husband, huddled in the damp darkness below. The air is thick with fear, a living thing that presses in on them from all sides. Then she hears it, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats growing closer, the jingle of metal. They are here. The officer fills the doorway, blotting out the light, his polished boots a shocking intrusion on her simple dirt floor. He speaks his rehearsed lines about outlaws and oaths, his voice a tool of intimidation. Sarah feels the floor beneath her feet, the thin planks of wood that separate her world from annihilation. She sees the faces of her children, wide-eyed and silent. In that moment, something inside her shifts. The fear doesn't vanish, but it crystallizes into a cold, sharp-edged resolve. Weeping would be a weakness. Pleading would be an invitation for cruelty. And so, the performance begins. She looks up at the officer, not with defiance, but with a carefully crafted emptiness, the look of a woman whose spirit has already been broken. "He is gone, sir," she says, her voice just a little too quiet, a little too weary. Heard the news from Alamance and fled west, towards the mountains. She doesn't overplay it. She just offers the simple, believable lie of a terrified wife whose husband has abandoned her to face the consequences. The officer stares, his eyes searching her face for any hint of deception. The silence stretches for an eternity. The fate of her family hangs in that single silent moment. Then Sarah takes her gamble. She makes herself smaller, pulling her shawl tighter. "You and your men, you've ridden far," she says, gesturing towards the hearth. "I've not much to offer, but there's a bit of bacon and some cornmeal. It would be a poor welcome to leave you hungry." It was a masterstroke, an act of submission so profound it was almost insulting, and yet they fell for it. They ate her food, their loud, boorish laughter filling the tiny cabin, while her husband listened to every word from his tomb of earth and roots. They believed they had won. They believed they had cowed another backcountry family into submission. But as they rode away, bellies full and egos satisfied, they had no idea what they had truly done. They had not created a victim. They had forged a weapon. When the sound of their horses faded, Sarah secured the door, lifted the floorboard, and helped her husband back into the world of the living. No words needed to be said. The old life was over. The rules of survival had changed, and she had just written the first page of a new book. You have to leave the manicured battlefield parks and the paved roads behind to find the real evidence of this war. Out here, where the woods have tried to reclaim what they lost, you can still find the scars if you know where to look. All that's left of what was once a thriving homestead is this, a single, stubborn chimney stack, built from fieldstone and red clay mortar. It stands like a tombstone for a family, a monument to a life that was deliberately dismantled. 250 years ago, this wasn't a ruin. It was a home. It was the center of a woman's world. But the most important evidence here isn't the stone and mortar. It's the land itself. Look just beyond the chimney, down at that steep creek bank, the one tangled with ancient roots and overgrown with wild honeysuckle. That soft earth was the last line of defense. That's where they dug the hideouts, the regulator caves as they came to be called, damp, dark holes in the earth where a man could lie motionless for days, breathing through a hollow reed while a patrol searched the cabin just yards away. This quiet, forgotten patch of ground. This was the real battlefield, not Alamance. Here, every day was a potential climax, every footstep a possible discovery. Imagine a woman, right where Im's standing, pretending to gather herbs, her eyes never straying far from that creek bank. She's listening, not just for the sound of soldiers, but for the carefully disguised bird call that was the signal from her husband that it was safe or that he was starving. This chimney wasn't just for warmth, it was a watchtower. And that creek wasn't just for water, it was an arsenal and a sanctuary. The whole landscape was a weapon, and the women learned to wield it with a skill born of pure desperation. The raid came on a moonless night with the threat of a storm in the air. This time, there was no pretense of law, no proclamation unrolled. It was a visit of pure, calculated vengeance. A patrol, frustrated and empty-handed after days of chasing shadows in the woods, had decided to make an example of the Bell homestead. From his hiding spot in the cold earth by the creek, Samuel heard the horses approach, not with a steady trot, but with a hard, angry gallop. His blood ran cold. He could do nothing but listen to the sounds of his world being torn apart. The night was shattered by the splintering of wood. The heavy oak door, which had stood as a symbol of his family's security, was breached. From the cave, the sounds were muffled but terrifyingly clear, The crash of pottery, the heavy scrape and thud of their table being overturned. He could imagine the scene, the precious sacks of grain ripped open, their contents dusting the floorboards like a bitter snow. The sound of his wife, Sarah, speaking in a low, steady voice, followed by the officer's sharp, barking questions. Inside the cabin, the firelight cast huge, monstrous shadows on the walls. The soldiers moved with a brutal efficiency, not searching for anything, but simply destroying. A bayonet was used to puncture the water barrel, sending a flood across the floor. The family's few pewter dishes were swept from the mantel and clattered into the hearth. The officer stood over Sarah, his face a mask of fury in the flickering light. He knew she was lying. He knew her husband was near, and he was punishing her for her silent defiance, for her unbreakable will. Samuel, in his earthy tomb, heard the whimpers of his children. Each small cry was a torment, a physical blow he was powerless to stop. He pressed his face into the damp soil, his mind a maelstrom of rage and despair. Every instinct screamed at him to burst from his hiding place, to fight, to die protecting them. But he knew that was the trap. His discovery would mean the gallows for him and complete ruin for his family. And so he endured the unendurable, listening to the destruction of his home, his helplessness a heavier weight than the earth above him. The terror ended as abruptly as it began. With a final chilling threat to return, the patrol mounted up and rode off into the darkness. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the sound of the rising wind and a child's quiet sobbing. When Samuel finally emerged, he found a scene of deliberate devastation. The cabin, their sanctuary, had been violated, its contents strewn and broken. But in the middle of the wreckage stood Sarah. She wasn't crying. Her face, illuminated by the dying embers of the fire, was not one of defeat. It was a face of cold, hard, unforgiving resolve. They had wanted to break her spirit. Instead, they had tempered it into steel. After the raids, after the terror, came the paperwork. And in its own way, it was just as brutal. This is a copy of a county court record from late 1771. It's an information, a formal accusation filed with a magistrate by a neighbor, likely one who had sided with the governor or had been coerced into cooperating. It's filled with the dry, dispassionate language of the law, but what it describes is the very heart of the women's resistance. It says here, the informant states that Martha Ryde, wife of the outlawed James Ryde, did on 3 separate occasions leave parcels of foodstuffs, to wit, corn pone and salted meat, in the hollow of the old sycamore tree by the creek. To the court, this was a crime, providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. But what was it really? It was a wife, likely risking a whipping or worse, trying to keep her husband from starving to death in the woods. The law had turned a simple act of love into an act of treason. Here's another line concerning a different woman. It accuses her of spreading false reports with the intent to mislead a patrol of the king's militia. We know what that means. That was the warning network. That was a woman telling her sister down the road that a patrol was headed her way, using coded language and sending a child as a messenger. The official record calls it sedition. They called it survival. This is how they did it. They used the sterile, emotionless language of the law to criminalize every single tool the women had. Loyalty to a husband became harboring a fugitive. A warning to a neighbor became hindering an investigation. They stripped the humanity from these women's actions, reducing them to a list of offenses on a piece of parchment. And these documents weren't just records, they were weapons. They were the legal justification needed to take the next step, to move from random terror to systematic persecution. They were the prelude to arrests and trials where the women themselves would be forced to stand before the very system that had declared their families forfeit. The law, when it finally came for Martha Reed, did not arrive with a roar. It came in the form of 2 men, a local sheriff and the neighbor who had informed on her, standing at her cabin door in the gray light of dawn. There was no struggle. There was no chase through the mountains. Just the cold, quiet reading of the charge, the words from that official document, now a spoken sentence upon her life. The charge was providing aid and comfort to a known traitor. The reality was that she had left a piece of bread for her husband in the hollow of a tree. Her children watched, silent and terrified, as she was led away from the only home she had ever known. The journey to the county seat was a grim parade designed for maximum humiliation. She walked, her hands bound loosely in front of her, while the sheriff rode his horse. Faces peered from behind cabin doors and through gaps in the trees, but no one spoke a word. Fear was a gag in the throat of the entire community. To offer a kind word to Martha was to risk being the next one accused. The trial was a mockery of justice, held not in a grand hall, but in a stuffy, crowded room above a tavern. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and spilled ale. The magistrate, a portly man with a face flushed from drink and self-importance, was the same clerk the regulators had protested for his exorbitant fees. He was both judge and jury. There was no one to speak for Martha. Her accuser, a man whose land bordered hers and who stood to gain from her ruin, recited his story with a nervous, practiced air. The magistrate read the charge from the official paper, his voice droning on. He then turned his gaze upon Martha. "What say you to this, woman?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. Martha Ryde stood before them, a small, solitary island of silence in a sea of hostile words. She did not weep. She did not beg. She simply met his gaze and said nothing. Her silence was her last refuge, her final act of defiance. To deny the charge was to lie. To admit it was to condemn herself and her husband. And so she stood, mute, and let them judge her. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The magistrate cleared his throat, enjoying the small moment of absolute power. He found her guilty. But he didn't sentence her to the gallows. That would create a martyr. He chose a colder, more practical punishment, one designed to send a clear message. She was to be placed in the public stocks for 2 days, to be shamed and scorned. And, as per the governor's proclamation, her land, her cabin, her livestock, every last thing she owned, was declared forfeit to the crown. The dry words on the paper had become a living reality, and the law had just officially erased her life's work with the stroke of a pen. To find the final chapter of their lives, you have to come here, to this old churchyard, sinking slowly back into the earth. The names and dates on many of these fieldstone markers have been scrubbed away by 2 centuries of wind and rain. They are a congregation of ghosts, their stories lost to all but the roots of the ancient oaks that stand guard over them. It took me a long time, but I finally found her. Right here. This small, tilted stone, half swallowed by moss. The carving is simple, done by a hand that was likely more familiar with an axe than a chisel. It just says, "Martha Ryde, beloved wife and mother." That's it. No mention of her defiance, no record of her trial, no hint of the home and the life that was stolen from her. The stone is a testament to her endurance, but it is silent on the subject of her courage. It tells you how she died, but not how she lived. And then, the final bitter irony of this place. You only have to walk about 20 paces over towards the main path to find this one. It's a larger stone made of imported slate, the inscription still sharp and clear. It belongs to the magistrate who signed the order, the man who declared her life forfeit. His epitaph speaks of his civic virtue and his loyal service to the colony. In life, he was a man of power, and she was a woman with none. He held her fate in his ink-stained hands. And now, they lie in the same Carolina clay, enemies in a forgotten war, neighbors for all eternity. It makes you wonder, what happened after the ink on that court order was dry? How did their stories truly end? When Martha Ryde was released from the stocks, bruised and humiliated, she was a woman with nothing. The law had taken her home, her land, and her name. But the law did not control the hearts of her neighbors. In the days that followed, the community's silent support became her lifeline. No one could be seen helping the wife of an outlaw, but a sack of potatoes would be left on the doorstep of the cousin who took her in. A freshly dressed deer, the work of a nighttime hunter, would be found hanging in a nearby tree. The shadow network that had once smuggled lead and gunpowder now smuggled charity and hope. Her husband, James, saw her one last time. A whispered meeting in a dark patch of woods, a final, heartbreaking farewell. He was a ghost in his own life, and to stay was to risk the gallows for himself and further persecution for his family. Like so many other broken regulator men, he turned his face towards the setting sun and walked west over the Great Wall of the Appalachians to carve a new life from the raw wilderness of the frontier. The promise, a desperate prayer whispered into the night, was that one day he would send for them. In the short term, it seemed that injustice had won. The magistrate continued his reign of petty tyranny, his pockets lined with the fines and fees he levied against the powerless. The neighbor who informed on Martha worked the land that was once hers, though it was said he never had a single prosperous harvest from that bitter soil. They were on the winning side of a conquered rebellion, secure in the favor of a distant king and his governor. But they had misjudged the people they lived among. They mistook silence for submission. The resentment from Alamance didn't disappear. It went underground, a simmering coal bed waiting for a wind to fan it into a flame. And in just a few short years, that wind began to blow from places like Boston and Philadelphia. The whispers against corrupt local officials became open shouts against the king himself. When the war for independence finally erupted, it was a firestorm in the Carolina backcountry. The old battle lines were drawn anew. The men who had been called traitors in 1771 were now hailed as the first patriots. And men like the magistrate, who had built their careers on loyalty to the crown, were now branded as Tories. His power evaporated overnight. He lived his final years in fear, a reviled figure in the very community he once ruled. The neighbor who took Martha's land found himself an outcast, his betrayal never forgotten nor forgiven. The story ends not with a single dramatic act of revenge, but with the slow, grinding justice of a community's memory. Martha Ryde never got her land back, but she lived long enough to see the world turn right side up again, and to be remembered not as a criminal, but as a hero. You would think that after 2.5 centuries, a story like this would settle into a single, agreed-upon truth. But it hasn't. Not here. The Battle of Alamance may be a footnote in the national history books, but in these quiet counties, the divisions it created still cast a long, faint shadow. The story of the regulation is not one story. It is two, and which one you hear depends entirely on which family's porch you happen to be sitting on. If you talk to the descendants of the regulator families, people like Elara Vance, you hear the story we've been piecing together. It's a foundational epic, a tale of righteous fury against tyranny. They'll tell you with a burning pride that their ancestors weren't just farmers. They were the first American revolutionaries, the ones who bled for liberty 5 years before the shot heard round the world. To them, Martha Ryde is a saint of the resistance, a symbol of quiet, unbreakable strength. The women of the Shadow Network are the unsung heroines of a guerrilla war for freedom. But if you find your way to the descendants of the families who sided with the crown, the story inverts itself completely. It's not a tale they tell loudly, but in hushed, careful tones, they will paint a very different picture. In their history, the regulators were not heroes. They were a dangerous, lawless mob. They were tax evaders and anarchists who threatened to drag the entire colony into chaos with their violence and their refusal to respect authority. From their perspective, Governor Tryon and the magistrates weren't villains. They were the forces of law and order, bravely trying to hold civilization together on a wild frontier. The informant who turned in Martha Ryde wasn't a traitor. He was a good citizen doing his civic duty. And Martha herself? She wasn't a hero. She was a criminal, knowingly aiding a fugitive and participating in a conspiracy against the legitimate government. Her punishment wasn't an injustice, it was the necessary consequence of her actions. These two versions of the past cannot coexist, yet they do, living side by side in the collective memory of this place. It proves that the deepest wounds aren't left on the battlefield, but in the stories we choose to tell our children. Facts are brittle things. They can be burned in a courthouse fire or buried under a faded tombstone. But stories in these mountains are different. They're like river stones, tumbled and worn by generations of telling until all the sharp, inconvenient edges are smooth, and what's left is a piece of pure, powerful myth. And the story of the regulator women, in time, became one of the most enduring legends of all. The court records called them criminals, but the people called them the Alamance witches. The soldiers, most of them outsiders who thought the backcountry was a savage wilderness, started whispering. They couldn't understand how these women survived, how they always seemed one step ahead. It couldn't just be cleverness, it had to be something more. A woman's knowledge of herbal remedies, passed down from her grandmother, became the power to brew curses into a soldier's drinking water. A secret signal, a quilt hung on a line in a certain way, became a form of strange, silent witchcraft. The women's ability to navigate the dark, tangled forests became proof that they could call upon the spirits of the land to lead patrols astray into swamps and briar patches. The women knew what the soldiers were saying, and they let the rumors grow. Fear was a shield, and they wore it like a cloak. And the legends didn't just protect the heroes, they punished the villains. The story of the neighbor who informed on Martha Reed is still told as a cautionary tale. They say the land he took from her, stained by his betrayal, never prospered. His crops failed, his cattle sickened, and he died a bitter, impoverished man. It wasn't bad luck. It was the land itself, loyal to its rightful owner, taking its revenge. This is how a community holds on to its soul when everything else is taken. They couldn't win on the battlefield or in a courtroom, but around the hearth, in the stories told to wide-eyed children, they could win the narrative. The history books were written by the victors, but the folklore belonged to the women. And so, we find ourselves back where we began, on the quiet fields of Alamance. But the silence feels different now, doesn't it? It's no longer an empty quiet. If you listen closely, you can hear past the roar of the battle that day in May. You can hear the whispers from the woods, the creak of a cabin door, the low, steady voice of a woman lying to a man with a gun to save her family. The monuments here commemorate a single day of thunder, but we've learned that the thunder was just the beginning. We have walked a long way from this field. We've stood beside the lonely chimney stacks that mark the graves of forgotten homes, and we've held the cold, angry words of the law in our hands. We've seen that the real war wasn't fought here with cannons and muskets. It was fought in 1,000 small, desperate moments, in occupied kitchens and dark root cellars, by women whose names were never meant to be remembered. So the next time you pass a forgotten country graveyard, or see a patch of daffodils blooming in the middle of the woods where a house once stood, stop for a moment. Remember that these aren't just empty places. They are libraries, filled with stories of courage that were never written down. They are monuments to the wars that are fought in the long, hard years after the soldiers have gone home. The battle is over. The soldiers are dust. The cause they fought for has been won and lost, and won again 12 times over. But the story of the women who refused to break that story remains. They say the age of witch trials in America ended in Salem. But over a century later, in a dark hollow of the Tennessee mountains, one final ember of that medieval fear refused to die. The name whispered on the frontier was Mary Peyton. She wasn't burned at the stake or hanged from a gallows, but what happened to her marks one of the last times an American court would formally hear an accusation of witchcraft. Who was this woman? And what could she have done to make her neighbors, people of the Bible and the long rifle, believe she could sour their milk, sicken their children, and consort with the devil himself? Tonight, we trace the story of a forgotten name to understand how a community's fear can be a more terrible sentence than any judge's verdict. To understand Mary Peyton, you have to understand the soil she grew from. She was born into a world perched on the knife's edge between raw survival and unshakable faith. Her people were likely Scotch-Irish, a famously stubborn and clannish folk who had fled persecution in the old world only to find a different kind of hardship in the new. They brought with them their Presbyterian God, their distrust of authority, and a mind filled with tales of bogles, fetches, and the good folk, beings that Christianity had never fully managed to stamp out. Mary grew up in a log cabin chinked with mud and moss, where the hearth was the center of the universe and the dark woods outside were an endless, living mystery. Life was a brutal teacher. She would have seen siblings taken by fevers before they could walk, watched her parents' faces etched with worry over a failed crop, and learned from infancy that a single bad winter or a sick milk cow could mean the difference between life and death. The world was governed by forces you couldn't see, whether it was the hand of God or something far more ancient and sinister. From a young age, it was clear Mary walked a slightly different path. While other girls were learning the loom, Mary was learning the woods. Her mother, or perhaps a grandmother, was a granny woman, a keeper of the old knowledge. She taught Mary which roots could break a fever, which leaves could soothe a burn, and which mushrooms could kill a man. Mary had a gift for it. She had a quiet way with animals and a knack for finding the rarest herbs, as if the land itself spoke to her. There was a story, told long after, about a time when a neighbor's prized hunting dog was bitten by a copperhead. The dog's leg swelled to twice its size, its breathing grew shallow, and the man had all but given it up for dead. Mary, then just a girl, appeared at the edge of his property with a poultice of crushed plantain and mud. Without a word, she applied it to the wound. The next morning the swelling was down, and within a week the dog was chasing rabbits again. The man was grateful, but he was also unnerved. It just wasn't natural, the way she knew. This event forged the code Mary would live by. She learned that her knowledge was a double-edged sword. It could heal, but it could also create fear. Her code was one of fierce self-reliance and guarded silence. She came to trust the certainty of the seasons more than the fickle nature of people. She understood that in these mountains, a woman who knew too much, who lived too much on her own terms, was a person who invited whispers. And so, she was shaped not just by the hardships of the frontier, but by its deep-seated paranoia. She was a true daughter of Appalachia, resourceful, tough, and intimately connected to the land. But that very connection, the source of her strength and her identity, was the same thing that would one day be used to brand her as an outcast. A vessel for the very evil her neighbors feared was lurking just beyond the firelight. But before the whispers turned to accusations, Mary Peyton had a life. For years, she was a quiet, respected fixture in her small corner of the mountains. In a place with no doctors for 100 miles, Mary was the one you went to when a child's cough turned into a death rattle in the middle of the night, or when a woodsman's axe wound wouldn't stop bleeding. She was, for all intents and purposes, the community's healer, a necessary shadow at the edge of their society. Imagine a young husband, wild-eyed with panic, pounding on her door in the dead of winter. His wife's first child is coming, but it's turned sideways and the labor has gone on for 2 days. The air in their cabin is thick with fear and the scent of blood. Mary would arrive with her leather satchel of dried herbs and roots, a figure of calm in the storm. She wouldn't speak of God or the devil. She'd speak of raspberry leaf tea to ease the pain and the right pressure to apply to the mother's back. Hours later, through her skill alone, the cabin would be filled not with the sounds of mourning, but with the cry of a newborn. Her payment wasn't in coin, but in kind. a sack of meal, a cured ham, a length of homespun cloth, tokens of a desperate gratitude. She asked for little and kept to herself, tending the garden behind her small, well-kept cabin. The place was a world of its own, every inch filled with purpose. Bundles of yarrow, goldenrod, and ginseng hung drying from the rafters, their earthy scent mingling with the constant aroma of wood smoke. Glass jars filled with salves and tinctures lined the shelves. This was the world she had built, a life of quiet competence and solitude after her husband had passed years before. This life, however, was built on a foundation of trust as thin as a winter's first ice. The very people who sought her help in the darkness of the night would sometimes look away when they passed her on the path in the bright light of day. They needed her knowledge, but they did not understand it. It was a power that came not from the preacher's Bible, but from the earth itself, and this made them uneasy. Mary Peyton lived in that fragile space between reverence and fear, a respected healer who was only one failed crop, one sick child, one unexplained misfortune away from being something else entirely. Mary Peyton's greatest strength was also the seed of her undoing. It wasn't pride in the way a rich man feels it, but an unbending, almost defiant self-possession. She trusted the evidence of her own eyes and hands far more than she trusted the pronouncements of preachers or the gossip of her neighbors. In a society held together by conformity and shared belief, Mary's refusal to bend her own knowledge to fit the fears of others was a quiet but constant act of rebellion. She had no patience for foolishness, and she would not pretend otherwise. This flaw was laid bare on a crisp autumn Sunday. A new circuit preacher had arrived in the settlement, a young man with more fire in his sermons than wisdom in his eyes. He spoke of the devil as if he saw him behind every tree, and his God was a God of wrath and judgment. After the service, a man approached the preacher, asking for prayers for his wife, who was wasting away from a lung sickness that left her pale and breathless. The preacher placed a hand on the man's shoulder and declared loudly, for all to hear, that this was a test of faith, and that only fervent prayer could cast out the demon of illness. Just then, Mary Peyton, who had been trading herbs nearby, was asked by another woman if she had a remedy. Mary's gaze was clinical and sad. She knew this sickness. It was consumption, a slow, merciless drowning from within. She looked from the desperate husband to the proud preacher and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but cut through the air like a cold knife. "Prayer may comfort the spirit," she said, her words measured and clear, "but it will not clear the rot from her lungs. God put the healing roots in the earth for us to use. To let a woman die while ignoring his gifts is the true sin." The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The preacher's face flushed with a furious red. In one sentence, Mary had not only dismissed his authority, but had framed his piety as a form of willful, deadly ignorance. She hadn't just offered a different opinion, she had challenged the very foundation of his power in front of the entire community. He saw her not as a healer, but as a rival, a purveyor of an older, darker knowledge that stood in direct opposition to his word. That day, Mary didn't just make an enemy of a powerful man, she showed everyone the crack in her armor. She had demonstrated that she stood apart, governed by her own code, her own wisdom. She would not bow, she would not flatter, and she would not pretend to believe what she knew to be untrue, even for the sake of peace. That stubborn, unwavering honesty in a world fueled by fear was the most dangerous flaw of all. The spark landed in the Miller cabin. Their youngest boy, a child who had been healthy and strong just a month before, was seized by a wasting sickness. A fever burned like a coal behind his eyes, and he grew thinner each day until his skin was like parchment stretched over bone. Desperate, the Millers did as the circuit preacher commanded. They prayed, they fasted, they looked for sin in their own hearts. But the boy only worsened. Then other things began to happen. Their best milk cow went dry overnight. A batch of bread made from their dwindling flour soured in the oven. Driven half-mad by grief and the preacher's fiery whispers, Thomas Miller finally broke. He didn't come to Mary's cabin asking for a cure. He came looking for a culprit. He found her by the creek bed, gathering river stones, her back to the path. He wasn't alone. His wife stood a few paces behind him, weeping into her apron, and several other neighbors had followed, drawn by the grim set of his jaw. The air grew thick and still. "Mary," he said, his voice a ragged tear in the quiet afternoon. "My boy is dying." Mary turned, her hands full of smooth grey stones. She saw the pain in his eyes, but she also saw the fear and something uglier beneath it. "I am sorry to hear it, Thomas," she replied, her voice even. "Fevers in the young are a terrible thing." This was the moment. This was the affront. Miller didn't hear sympathy. He heard a cold, distant pronouncement. His desperation, stoked by the preacher's paranoia, curdled into accusation. "You can fix it," he choked out, taking a step closer. "You brought back the Jennings dog from a snake bite. You set my own brother's leg when it was shattered. You can stop this. Lift your hex, Mary. In God's name, lift it." The plea was an accusation, a public branding. He was asking her to confess to being the source of his misery. And here, Mary Peyton's unbending nature sealed her fate. She did not try to soothe him. She did not offer a poultice or a comforting word. She saw his fear as an insult to her life's work, a victory for the ignorance she so despised. Her expression hardened. "Your son is sick, Thomas," she stated, her words as cold and hard as the stones in her hand. "He is not cursed, and your fear is a worse sickness than any fever." To the grieving father, her refusal to engage with his terror was not a denial, it was a confirmation. It was the chilling indifference of the guilty. The last thread of his reason snapped. He pointed a trembling finger at her, and his voice rose to a shout that echoed through the holler for all to hear. "Witch! You are a witch!" The word, once spoken, could never be taken back. It hung in the air, a poison that had finally found its victim. The word witch, once spoken aloud, is a poison seed. It landed on the fertile ground of the community's fear and put down immediate thorny roots. The whispers that had once been confined to the shadows now flew in the open air. Doors that had once opened to Mary with pleas for help now slammed shut as she approached. Mothers who had once thanked her for saving their children now pulled them away from the path when she walked by, shielding their eyes as if from a terrible glare. Mary was no longer just a woman who knew things. She was the thing itself, the source of all their bad luck, the face of their deepest anxieties. Jedediah Stone, an old hunter whose own life Mary had saved years ago after a run-in with a wounded bear, was one of the few who dared to speak to her. He found her at dusk, splitting firewood with a grim, rhythmic determination, as if the accusation had changed nothing. "Mary," he began, his voice low and rough, "you're a sensible woman. Too sensible for your own good, maybe. But you need to put an end to this. Go to the Millers. Take them a sassafras tea. Tell them you're praying for the boy. You don't have to mean it. Just say the words. Give their fear something to chew on besides you." Mary stopped, the axe held motionless in her hand. She looked at Jedediah, and he saw not fear in her eyes, but a cold, burning disappointment. "And what would that be, Jedediah, but a lie?" she asked. "Their boy is sick with a wasting fever, not a hex. Their fear is the sickness that's spreading. To give them a charm would be to admit that their foolishness has power. I will not feed the beast that is devouring them." Jedediah shook his head, a deep sadness in his weathered face. "That beast is about to devour you, Mary," he said, before turning and walking away, leaving her alone in the growing twilight. Her refusal left a vacuum, and the circuit preacher was more than willing to fill it. The following Sunday, he stood at his makeshift pulpit and delivered a sermon of fire and brimstone. He never spoke Mary Peyton's name, but he didn't have to. He spoke of a serpent in their midst, a canker of old-world evil that masqueraded as a helping hand. He warned of those who put their faith in roots and leaves instead of the power of the Lord, who used earthly knowledge as a mockery of God's divine will. He was giving the community's fear a holy purpose, turning a personal grudge into a righteous crusade. Any other person might have retreated, stayed inside their cabin, and waited for the storm to pass. But that was not Mary's way. Her defiance became her only response. She continued to walk the paths, her head held high, her gaze direct. She met the fearful stares of her neighbors, not with anger, but with a silent, questioning look that they took for a malediction. She was daring them to believe the lie, and in their terror, they accepted the dare. Each decision she made, born from her unshakable integrity, was another nail in her own coffin. A dead bird, its neck snapped, appeared on her doorstep. Someone etched a crude cross on her cabin door to ward off its inhabitant. The path of compromise, the one Jedediah had offered, was now completely gone. Mary had refused to bow, and so she had forced the community to act. A confrontation was no longer just possible, it was a certainty. They needed a judgment, a final verdict to quell the terror she, in her stubborn silence, seemed to confirm. The law, in those days, often had a human face. It arrived not in a uniform, but in the worn, homespun coat of Justice of the Peace Thompson, a pragmatic man who had seen more trouble stirred by religion than by rum. He didn't believe in witches, but he absolutely believed in mobs. He came to Mary's cabin not as a judge, but as a man trying to put out a fire before it consumed the whole forest. He found her inside, methodically grinding dried willow bark, the air thick with its sharp medicinal scent. He sat at her small, rough-hewn table, a place of healing now at the center of a storm of hate. "Mary," he said, getting straight to the point, his voice lacking the preacher's fire or miller's hysteria. "I've known you for 20 years. You've mended more bones and cured more fevers than any woman in this county. But reason has left these people. They're scared, and the preacher is fanning the flames. Thomas Miller has made a formal accusation. I have to hold a hearing." He leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "But it doesn't have to come to that. There's a wagon train heading west in 2 weeks. I can buy this plot from you myself for a fair price. You could be in Kentucky by summer. Start over where nobody knows this story. This is not an order, Mary. It is an offer, a way out, a road to peace." It was the last, most sensible off-ramp. An exile, yes, but a safe one. A chance to live, to continue her work somewhere the soil wasn't so poisoned with fear. For a long moment, Mary was silent. Her gaze drifted around the small cabin. She saw the bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, each one a memory of a day spent in the sun-dappled woods. She saw the shelves of tinctures, each one a story of a life she had touched. This cabin, this small plot of land, this was not just a place. It was the physical record of her entire existence. To leave it would be to erase herself. To flee would be to sign a confession in the dust of the road behind her. She finally met the justice's gaze, and her eyes, though weary, held no hint of surrender. "And what name would I use in Kentucky, Mr. Thompson?" she asked, her voice quiet but unshakable. "Whatever name I chose, the one they gave me here would follow. I would arrive not as a healer, but as a woman who ran from a charge of witchcraft. Their lie would become my truth." She stood up, her hands stained with the dust of the willow bark. "I have done no wrong. This is my home. I will not be driven from it by the fears of ignorant men. Let them have their hearing." In that moment, she made her choice. She chose her name over her life, her integrity over her safety. She turned away from the last road to peace and set her feet firmly on the path that led directly to her reckoning. The hearing was held not in a courthouse, but in the settlement's largest cabin, which also served as its church. The space was packed shoulder to shoulder, the air hot and suffocating, thick with the smell of unwashed wool, nervous sweat, and the cloying righteousness of the mob. To Mary, sitting alone on a simple stool in the center of the room, it felt less like a place of judgment and more like a cage built of hostile eyes. Justice Thompson sat at a rough-hewn table, his face a mask of grim resignation. But the real judge and jury were the dozens of familiar faces that now stared at her as if she were a complete stranger, a monster that had been living among them undetected. The world seemed to narrow, the buzzing whispers fading into a dull roar in her ears as Thomas Miller stood to speak. He did not shout. His voice was a low, trembling thing, filled with a grief so profound it had become poison. He described his son's wasting sickness, his words painting a vivid, heartbreaking picture. Then he turned, his face a contorted mask of pain and certainty, and pointed a trembling finger at Mary. He spoke of how the boy had screamed her name in his fever dreams. He spoke of the sour milk and the dead dog. Each word was a stone cast not to prove a fact, but to inflict a wound. And with every sentence, Mary could feel the weight of the room's belief settling upon her like a shroud. Then came the others. A woman stood and swore that her butter had refused to churn the morning after Mary had walked past her cow pen. A farmer claimed a shadow in the shape of a great black bird had passed over his field, and the next day a patch of his corn was blighted. One by one, they offered up their misfortunes, their anxieties, their petty bad luck, and laid them at her feet. It was a litany of fear, a ritual of communal exorcism where every coincidence was proof and every suspicion was evidence. Mary listened, and the world outside the cabin walls, the world of cause and effect, of seasons and sickness, seemed to fall away, replaced by this suffocating new reality built entirely of their terror. The circuit preacher rose, his shadow falling long across the room. He did not need to present evidence. His role was to provide the divine narrative. He wove their disparate tales of woe into a single terrifying tapestry of satanic influence. He spoke of the serpent in the garden, the wolf in sheep's clothing. He looked directly at Mary, his eyes burning with a zealot's fire, and declared that God's people had a duty to cast out the instruments of darkness from their midst. It was the final, crushing blow. The argument that had been building for weeks was suddenly, permanently over. He had given them permission to hate, and a holy reason to do it. Finally, Justice Thompson turned to her. "Mary Peyton," he said, his voice heavy, "do you have anything to say in response to these accusations?" The entire room held its breath. The silence was a physical thing, pressing in on her. She looked at the faces, the Millers, her neighbors, people she had known her entire life. She saw no room for reason, no crack in their certainty where the truth might take root. What could she say? To deny it was to lie, for how could she deny a thing that existed only in their minds? To explain the science of herbs and fevers would be to speak a foreign language. Her world of knowledge had no place here. So she said almost nothing. "I am a healer," she stated, her voice clear and steady, though it cost her everything she had. "I have harmed no one." Her simple, honest words were utterly useless against the storm of their hysteria. Her calm was seen as cunning, her lack of tears a sign of a hardened, unholy heart. Justice Thompson, bound by the law of the state, could find no credible evidence of a crime. He was forced to dismiss the formal charge, but his verdict was a hollow, meaningless sound. As the hearing concluded, a chilling silence fell. There were no shouts, no threats, just a quiet, absolute change. As Mary walked towards the door, the crowd did not touch her. They simply parted, creating a wide, empty path, as if she were a leper, a ghost, a thing so unclean they could not bear to be near her. The heavy cabin door swung shut behind her, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. And in that moment, Mary Peyton knew her life, as she had known it, was over. The walk from the meeting cabin back to her own was the longest journey of Mary Peyton's life. The path was the same she had walked 1,000 times, but the world had been remade in the last hour. The sun was still warm on her face, the breeze still rustled the leaves, but the air itself felt different, thin and sharp in her lungs. She did not look at the other cabins she passed. She didn't have to. She could feel the flicker of a curtain in a window, the sudden stillness of a child's game in a yard, the weight of unseen eyes pressing on her back. She was no longer a neighbor. She was a haint, a living ghost walking through a town that had already buried her. When she reached her own door, her hand hesitated for a moment on the latch. This small cabin, once her sanctuary and her workshop, now felt like the only solid ground left in the world. She stepped inside, and the scent of drying herbs and wood smoke greeted her like an old friend. But there was no comfort in it now. It smelled of a life that was already over. With a final weary movement, she slid the heavy wooden bolt across the door. The sound, a solid, definitive thud, was the sound of a tomb being sealed. She was not locking the world out. She was locking herself in. There was no storm of weeping, no rage that shook the walls. What settled over Mary was a profound and chilling emptiness. She looked at her hands, the hands that had set bones and delivered babies and eased the final passage of the dying. They were the same hands, but their purpose had been stolen from them. Her knowledge, the intricate map of the natural world she carried in her mind, was now a useless treasure. The people she had served had chosen the comfort of a simple lie over the complexity of a difficult truth. It was a betrayal so deep it felt less like an injury and more like the slow onset of a mortal chill. As dusk bled into a moonless night, Mary sat in her single chair, unmoving, while the shadows in the cabin grew long and deep, consuming the jars of salves and the bundles of herbs until they were just shapes in the darkness. Every creak of the logs, every skittering sound on the roof was now a potential threat. The familiar night sounds of the mountains had become the footsteps of her neighbor's hatred. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured or struck down. Her final stand had been a simple refusal to run. And now, the sentence had begun. It was not death, but a living burial, a condemnation to absolute suffocating loneliness. The road had ended right here, at her own hearth. The tragedy did not end at Mary Peyton's bolted door. It seeped out. A slow poison poured into the community's well. A week after the hearing, the Miller boy died. The fever finally consumed him in the dead of night. But his passing brought no release, no vindication for his parents. Their victory over the witch now tasted like ash in their mouths. They had done the unthinkable, cast out a neighbor, and for what? Their son was still gone. Their cabin became a place of profound, hollow grief, haunted not by a hex, but by the terrible question of whether they had destroyed an innocent woman for nothing. Thomas Miller, once a solid and respected man, became a ghost himself, his eyes vacant, his shoulders stooped under a weight far heavier than sorrow alone. The wreckage spread. As autumn deepened, bringing with it the croup and the lung fevers, the community felt Mary's absence like a missing limb. A farmer's wife, who had spoken at the hearing of souring butter, watched her own daughter struggle for breath with a cough that Mary could have soothed with a simple mullein tea. But who could she ask for help now? The other granny women in the surrounding hollows, hearing the story, grew cautious. Their knowledge, once a source of pride, was now a liability. They offered only the simplest remedies, their hands trembling, terrified that a failed cure would earn them the same brand that had been put on Mary. The social fabric, once woven tight by necessity and shared hardship, began to fray. The men and women who had stood to testify against Mary now looked at each other with a new, guarded suspicion. If a neighbor's bad luck could be blamed on a witch, whose bad luck would be next? And who would be blamed for it? Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, no longer shared his kills with the families who had spoken against Mary. A quiet, bitter line had been drawn through the heart of the settlement. The unity of the mob had shattered, leaving behind only the sharp-edged fragments of distrust and resentment. The community had sought to purge a single, perceived evil from its midst. Instead, they had invited a dozen real ones to take its place. They had sacrificed their healer on the altar of their fear. They had traded a woman's life for the illusion of control, only to find themselves more vulnerable than ever. The tragedy was not just Mary Peyton's. It was the deep, self-inflicted wound of a people who, in trying to cast out a shadow, had managed only to extinguish a light. The true hex was not one Mary had cast, but one they had cast upon themselves, and its curse was one of silence, guilt, and a fear that had now truly taken root. In a dusty ledger, under the heading of the year 1802, a brief entry was made by Justice of the Peace Thompson. It likely read something to the effect of, "Accusation of maleficium against Mary Peyton, dismissed for want of evidence." With a dip of his quill and a scratch of ink, the official, written law of the state of Tennessee had spoken. On paper, Mary Peyton was an innocent woman. But that piece of paper was 1,000 miles from the truth that now governed her life. This was the heart of the conflict, the true trial. It was the modern world, with its rules of evidence and its presumption of innocence, clashing directly with the ancient, unwritten code of the mountains. The state's law demanded proof, a witness who saw her cast a spell, tangible evidence of a poison. The mountain code required only a sick child, a curdled pail of milk, and a collective, unshakable fear. The law saw a citizen with rights. The community saw a supernatural threat that had to be contained by any means necessary. The community's reaction to the dismissal was not relief or sober reflection. They saw the verdict as a profound failure of the so-called civilized world to protect them. To them, Justice Thompson wasn't a man of reason. He was a fool, blinded by newfangled laws that didn't understand the real dangers lurking in the shadows of the world. The dismissal didn't exonerate Mary in their eyes. It proved that the devil was a cunning lawyer, able to use the very laws of man to shield his servants from righteous punishment. The circuit preacher seized on this narrative. From his pulpit, he likely spoke of the weakness of earthly courts when faced with a spiritual war. The verdict, he would have argued, was not a reason to welcome Mary back, but a command for the faithful to take up the burden that the law had dropped. They were now God's own jury, and their sentence of shunning was not an act of cruelty, but a holy quarantine, a sacred duty to wall off the source of infection from the rest of the flock. And so, was justice served? By the cold letter of the law, yes. Mary Peyton was not fined, imprisoned, or executed. But in the court of survival and belief, the court that truly mattered in that isolated hollow, she had been found guilty and sentenced to a punishment that the law had no name for. The system had protected her body from the mob, but it was powerless to protect her spirit from their certainty. The verdict, meant to be the final word, was just a whisper lost in the roar of their fear, a perfect, tragic illustration of how true justice can be strangled by the hands of those who believe they are serving it. And what of the men who lit the fuse? What justice did the turning of the years bring to them? The answer, like the rest of this story, is not a simple one. The circuit preacher, the man who gave the community's fear its voice and its holy justification, met no grand downfall. He was a force of nature, a wildfire that sweeps through a dry valley. His work in that hollow was done. By the next spring, he was gone, having moved on to other settlements, other souls to save, carrying his brand of righteous fire with him. He likely never gave Mary Peyton another thought. He left behind a community fractured by his sermon and faced no consequence for it at all. The fate of Thomas Miller was a quieter, more personal form of justice. He had won his battle. The witch had been cast out. But the victory was a hollow, desolate thing. It did not bring his son back. It did not bring him peace. Instead, he became a man haunted not by a curse, but by his own conviction. He had poured all of his grief and rage into the vessel of one woman, and when it was over, he had nothing left. He grew gaunt and silent, a man hollowed out by his own victory. Some neighbors whispered that the real curse was the one he had invited into his own soul, a poison of guilt and doubt that he would carry to his grave. There was no clean resolution, no satisfying final act where the villains received their just deserts. One antagonist simply vanished, an agent of chaos who moved on to his next stage. The other became his own jailer, trapped in a prison of sorrow and regret. It shows a difficult truth. In a tragedy fueled by fear, there are no real winners. The line between accuser and victim blurs until all that is left is the wreckage. The story was never about a single witch. It was about a sickness of the spirit, and it claimed everyone it touched. The winter that followed the hearing was a harsh one, and Mary Peyton's cabin remained a dark, silent island in a sea of snow. No smoke rose from her chimney. No tracks marked the path to her door. When spring finally came and the world thawed, a quiet and terrible curiosity began to grow. It was Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, who finally put his shoulder to her door. The bolt, weakened by damp, gave way with a splintering crack. The silence inside was absolute. Mary was found in her chair, a figure of bone-thin stillness, having quietly wasted away in her self-imposed tomb. She had not starved for lack of food, but for lack of a world to live in. Her legacy had no bloodline to carry it. It was tied instead to the land she had occupied. No one dared to claim her cabin. It was left to the elements, a monument to the community's great and terrible secret. For years it stood as a warning, its roof slowly sagging, its walls surrendering to the relentless embrace of ivy and honeysuckle. Her garden, a living library of cures, went wild, a chaotic riot of potent herbs that no one else had the knowledge to use. The place became well and truly haunted, a spot children dared each other to run past at dusk, a physical reminder of the price of fear. The community did not heal, it scarred over. The name Mary Peyton was almost never spoken aloud again. It became a taboo, a heavy stone of shared guilt and shame dropped into the well of their collective memory. The Miller family, broken by the tragedy, eventually packed their wagon and moved west, seeking a place where they were not known as the people who had cried witch. The silence they left behind was filled not with peace, but with a brittle and anxious piety. When sickness came now, people prayed harder, their faces turned to the heavens because they had cast out their most knowledgeable connection to the earth. The power dynamic in the hollow had shifted permanently. The preacher had moved on, but his legacy of fear remained. The delicate balance between folk wisdom and frontier faith had been shattered. In casting out their healer, they had elevated their fear. They had traded a woman of knowledge for a ghost story. The community was left poorer, more isolated, and more vulnerable, not to the dark arts, but to the simple, brutal realities of a world that Mary Peyton had, in her own quiet way, understood better than any of them. Even today, if you know which overgrown path to take, you can find the place where Mary Peyton's cabin once stood. There is nothing left now but a stone chimney fall, a silent monument half swallowed by the woods. Around it, you can still find plants that have no business growing together, a tangled ghost of her garden, with foxglove and ginseng still pushing up through the weeds. The land itself seems to hold a memory, a quiet that feels older and heavier than the surrounding forest. The real Mary Peyton, the healer with the steady hands and the unbending will, was buried twice. Once in the cold earth, likely in an unmarked grave, and again under the weight of a legend she would never have recognized. Over the generations, her story was sanded down, its complex truths worn away until all that remained was a simple, sharp-edged tool used to frighten children. Old Witch Peyton, they called her. She became the monster who lived in the ruins, the creature who would snatch you if you stayed out after dark. Her tragedy was repurposed into a local ghost story. Her name became a permanent scar on the landscape. The little valley where she lived is still known by some old-timers as Peyton's Hollow. They might not know the full story of the hearing or the miller boy, but they know it's a place to be wary of, a place with a history. The name itself is an echo, a fragment of a warning passed down through time. To speak the name of the hollow is to unknowingly repeat the final word of her community's judgment. And so, Mary Peyton is gone, but her spirit, the idea of her, still haunts those mountains. She is the ghost of the woman who knew too much, the cautionary tale of what happens when you refuse to bend to the fears of your neighbors. She exists now as a whisper on the wind, a chill that runs down your spine when you pass a place where the woods feel a little too dark. She is a permanent resident of the Appalachian psyche, a timeless reminder of the ancient war between suspicion and knowledge, and of the terrible power of a story to kill a person long after they are dead. So we return to the question that hangs like mist in that forgotten hollow. Was Mary Peyton a witch? The answer, of course, is no. She was a woman of knowledge in a time of fear, a healer whose competence was mistaken for dark power. Her story is not about what she was, but about what her community needed her to be. In the face of random, cruel misfortune, they desperately needed a source, a reason, a face to put on their terror. They needed a witch far more than they needed a healer, and so they transformed one into the other. In the end, this is a story about the true nature of evil. The monster in this ballad was not a woman who dealt in hexes and curses. The monster was a quiet, creeping thing called fear. It was fear that soured the milk, fear that wasted the child, and fear that turned good, God-fearing people into a mob that would condemn a woman to a living death. It's a timeless lesson about how a community, in its desperate search for a demon to fight, can become the very thing it dreads. It shows us how a person's greatest strength, in Mary's case, her unbending integrity, can become the fatal flaw that leads them to ruin. The law gave her a piece of paper that said she was innocent, but her neighbors gave her a sentence of silence that proved to be fatal. Her body lies in an unmarked grave, but her story has become a landmark, a warning that echoes down through the generations. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Mary Peyton, a woman who knew all the secrets of the earth, but who could not find a cure for the sickness in the hearts of men.